I woke up to the morning sky first.
Oh, yes, sir. And yes, ma'am. You had better. Let's wake them up, get them going. It is Friday on Hook 'em Up with Ian Rod B, 16 February, and we are ready to roll. Our 5-hour morning by morning conversation begins right now. We appreciate you being there. A lot to dive into. Texas baseball opening up their 50th season at UFCU Disch-Falk Field tonight. We'll preview opening weekend for David Pearson, his Longhorns. History in women's college basketball last night. What a scene in Iowa City, Iowa. Get your details there. Also, a lot of football to talk about. We always talk football, even when it's not a football Friday. But it is Friday, Rod Baber, so let's keep the tradition. What does that make it?
That makes it a freak flag feel good. Fake it till you make it. Ric Flair, woo! Friday edition of Hook 'em Up with Ian Rod B.
There you go. Football Friday, even though there's not a lot of football or any football this weekend, we'll still talk a lot of football as we crank this thing up. We appreciate you being there wherever you find us on 101.9 AM 1260, streaming always on that Horn app and at hornfm.com as we crank it up to get you into your weekend. It's going to be a colder weekend. Warm temperatures set for today. But, yeah, Rod, it's that time as we get going here. There is no football to watch or see this weekend, unfortunately. But we'll talk plenty of football as we get it rolling. But look who it is. He's made his way to the South Austin Onion Creek compound as we roll this thing out. He is out of the 713 DB High down there in Houston, Texas, then ended up to the 512 where he started DBU on the 40 acres, a lifetime Longhorn, off to the NFL for 4 seasons. He then 16 great years in media and radio here in the ATX and beyond. He is our football theorist. He's Blackstradamus, the proud papa of Baby Monroe. He is Rod Babers. What's up, RB?
Doing great. Appreciate the intro and the hospitality as always, as we do each and every morning. Giving shout out to those who serve. Our society built on the selflessness of service. So all those out there serving in any capacity, God, country, or community, we appreciate you. We don't say thank you enough. We want to make sure that each and every morning you know how much we appreciate you. The soldiers, first responders, teachers, nurses. Can't name all the professions, can't name all the people. Just want you to know we appreciate you.
No doubt about that. And as we always say, you're certainly welcome to send out a shout out to a first responder or a person in service that you'd like to highlight. Doesn't get enough attention where they should. You can certainly hit us on the text line with that or any conversation you have this morning. 512-447-3776 is how you reach. You've already got a text in here saying no football, but woo! See, there you go, Rod. You get them all fired up.
That Ric Flair, woo, baby.
Give me that. Another one. Give me that.
Get in there. Woo!
Says, let's go Texas baseball. Can't wait to be in my seats tonight. Not looking forward to the wind and cold tomorrow, though. That's true. Yeah, that's expected to be pretty chilly tomorrow, and the wind will be howling out there at UFC at Disch-Falk Field. But it's baseball season, which is good. As the Longhorns open it up with San Diego, we'll preview that series coming up. And, hey, pitchers and catchers have reported in spring training. So the Astros and Rangers have reported to surprise Arizona and West Palm Beach, Florida. So, yeah, baseball season around the corner. College basketball in full effect. We've got plenty to talk about as we get this thing rolling. For sure. Here you go. This says yesterday was National Student Resource Officer Day, so special shout out to all of our school police officers. See, thank you very much.
You go.
Love that. See, that's what it's all about. Give them a shout out. National Student Resource Officer Day.
That.
Good work out there, people. Getting it done. All right, it's going to be a fun Friday. We appreciate you being there. Let's start with the headlines, top stories, get you caught up on the news of your Friday morning. Top Gun Rentals and Lawn Equipment bring you the top stories. Starting Kansas City, an update on the tragic mass shooting that unfolded amid the throngs of people at the Chiefs Super Bowl celebration on Thursday. Authorities now believe the chaos began from a dispute between several people. Police Chief Stacey Graves said that 22 people were injured in the shooting. They ranged between the ages of 8 and 47 years old, half of whom were under the age of 16. A mother of 2 was tragically killed. 3 people detained, including 2 juveniles. No charges have yet been filed. We'll keep you posted. Opening day, as we said, for the Longhorn baseball team. They open their 50th season at UFCU Disch-Falk Field tonight, hosting the San Diego Toreros. Head coach David Pierce enters his 8th season with a deep and talented squad. Picked to finish 2nd in the Big 12 preseason media vote. Fans will be introduced to a new video board tonight in Game 1 and the Yeti Yard in left center field for fans sitting in the actual fence there. Returning ace right-hander LeBaron Johnson Jr. will get the ball for Texas tonight, facing a San Diego team that was picked to finish 2nd in the West Coast Conference. So it's a good test to start the year. First pitch set for 7 o'clock tonight. They'll play tomorrow at 2:30 and again Sunday at 1 o'clock at the Dish. After a week off, the Texas men's hoop squad will be back in action tomorrow as well. They roll into Houston to face Kelvin Sampson and his third-ranked Houston Cougars at high noon tomorrow. Houston enters that game tied with Iowa State atop the Big 12 standings at 8-3. Texas comes in looking to make up some ground at 5-6. Red Hot Texas women host Iowa State tomorrow afternoon at Moody Center. That's a 3 o'clock tip. Vic Schaefer's fifth-ranked Hornets have won 5 in a row headed into that game. Elsewhere in college basketball, what an incredible scene last night in Iowa City, Iowa, where the Hawkeye star Caitlin Clark set the new Division I women's basketball scoring record in a 106-89 win over Michigan. 22-year-old phenom broke the record with her 8th point on the night. She went on to score 49 points last night, dished out 13 assists for good measure. She has now scored 3,569 points for her illustrious career. In golf yesterday, Patrick Cantlay fired a 64, sits atop the leaderboard after the first round of the Genesis Invitational at 7 under. Cam Davis, Luke List, and Jason Day are a stroke back. Jordan Spieth at 5 under, 2 strokes back. Fellow Longhorn Scotty Scheffler and Bo Haas are at 3 under. Tiger Woods battled back spasms in his opening round and finished at 1 over par, including a shank on 18 into the trees. Finally, keep in mind, if you're headed downtown this weekend or out and about on Sunday morning, be advised, thousands of runners from across the country are descending on the capital city this weekend for the annual Austin Marathon, Half Marathon, and 5K. Races begin at 7 a.m. on Sunday along Congress Avenue. First road closures will begin downtown today.
Yeah, very sad and tragic event happening at the Kansas City Championship Parade. And I wonder, now, are we, done with parades in the traditional format, celebration parades? We've had multiple shootings now and multiple championship parades. They have to take that into account when you plan the next one. Obviously the NBA season, so that'll be the next kind of NBA Major League Baseball championship parade, whoever that's going to be. That'll be the next one. I wonder if they'll start moving them indoors, moving them to a stadium, moving them to an arena, where at least you have more of a controlled environment. And, unfortunately, I hate to say it, but this is who we are as a society. I don't like who we are as a society. Disgusted by it. But, these things, I hate to say inevitable, but they seem to happen with regularity, way too much. And I just wonder now, you have to anticipate this kind of stuff. And that's a disgusting, deplorable way to live your life, to have to anticipate, all right, we think somebody might come in here and act a damn fool and try to hurt other human beings when we're trying to celebrate a championship and celebrate excellence in our society. We still got to deal with the worst of us. So I wonder, man, you have to think about, all right, should we just put it into a stadium? Put it in an arena? What's the biggest venue that we have in this city? And then let's just open that up and have a lot of security. It sucks, but right, this is what we got to do.
Well, I mean, as you said, there was a shooting at the Texas Rangers celebration up in Arlington last fall. Denver Nuggets had an issue last summer after their world championship in the NBA. And yeah, when you invite 1 million people to a downtown's
celebrate, and people expect to get rowdy,
right? It only takes a couple, right? And that's 1 million people. How do you police 1 million people or more
on the streets?
And it's very, very unfortunate that the actions of a few will cost the many. That's the typical. But yeah, you would feel much safer inside Arrowhead Stadium.
Yeah, you don't want to bring your kid. You don't want to go with your kids and go celebrate at these things now. I mean, it's sad, but I wouldn't take my kids out to celebrate at championship parade.
100%. It's one of those. What's the next championship there'll be? The NBA,
Major League Baseball, NBA. Yeah, exactly. Like they got to consider this.
I think they do. And it's really up to the city leaders, right? Mayors and. Those are going to be the people, because it's not the NFL that puts on the parade. It's the city of Kansas City.
Yeah.
They've got to make those decisions. And if you're the mayor of a city, it'd be a hard decision to say, okay, let's invite 1 million people, or as many people as want to come. We can't police that, as we found out here again on Thursday, unfortunately, tragically.
Yeah.
This takes juveniles.
Exactly.
With guns. Dispute breaks out. Next thing you know, gunfire is blaring in the middle of the
It may not be a planned thing where they're planning on going to the celebration to hurt someone. Now, that also could happen, unfortunately. But this is just, we have a lot of violence in our society. And unfortunately, that breaks out at these celebrations. I think they got to move them. I don't know if we can just have them traditionally, like out in the city with a parade route, very little to no security like we have had in the past. And that should be the case, but I just don't know if you can do it. I don't know now, with the frequency of this happening over and over again, if you can justify it as a city leader saying, No, we're good. We're gonna try to we'll try it again and have tragedy happen.
Yeah. Well, and it's funny.
On
Well,
your hands.
it's one of those you take the choice to go to it. I mean, I've always
That's
said.
true. You
I know
good.
when Ty, we talked to with Ty when the Rangers won, had their celebration.
Yeah.
Are you going to go when the Astros won World Series? I was like, that's not for me. That's not. I don't like big crowds anyhow.
I don't know. My brother goes to those.
My
brother went
parents
to the
went.
Astros. Exactly.
My
Like,
parents went.
you got so many people that you love. Like I'm with you. It's not really my thing. I don't go to championship celebrations like that. But I have so many people in my life that I love that will definitely go.
Yeah, I mean, you have to do something. As this text says, I hunt. I'm not anti-guns, but it's got to stop. I think, but it's not going to stop. I mean,
It's
there's
not.
really no easy
When you
answer.
get that many people together in our society with our affection for guns and with how violent, unfortunately, we are as a society, you must anticipate that this is going to be inevitable. And then if that is the case,
So what do you do to lock
exactly,
it down?
Exactly. So I say you got to move them inside.
Sure.
Man. You got to move them to the
And,
biggest
you know,
stadium in whatever in your area.
And have a lottery for tickets or
Yep,
season
exactly
ticket
right.
holders
Yeah,
or whatever. I mean,
that's
that's
exactly right.
That's unfortunate because it does leave out the many, but at the same time, you got to protect the masses. I mean, you just do. I mean, it can't be.
This stuff is just crazy, man.
It is crazy. It absolutely is crazy.
I think we all agree. Like it's like I can't. Wait, this is unbelievable. Like
Well, I mean, if you're the mayor of a major city right now, there's no way you'd feel comfortable hosting a big parade like that, a big event like that.
Mhm.
It's fun, but you could do the same thing inside a stadium. You really could. So we'll take your thoughts on it. 512-447-3776.
Have people like stream like the action. You know, what I mean, you can stream the event or something like that. I don't know.
And your point about lack of security. I mean, they estimate they had between 600 and 800 cops,
Yeah.
FBI, military. I mean, they tried. I mean, they brought
Yeah.
as many people in as they could, but you just can't police 1 million people. That's a lot of.
Yeah, unless you can literally pat everybody down and have
Oh.
everybody walk through metal
I mean,
detectors.
you're across city blocks and entire
Yeah.
downtown areas. I mean, it's
Even the presence isn't enough.
Well,
The
I
presence
mentioned-
of the police isn't enough.
Well, I
And it's
meant-
not their fault, by the way. I'm just saying.
Well, I mentioned in the headlines that this weekend's the Austin Marathon, right? There'll be thousands of runners. That's thousands of runners. There'll be a lot of people running in downtown Austin and running all over Austin on
Exactly
Sunday.
right.
This is over 1 million people.
Yeah, I don't even know how that looks on the street. I don't think I've actually ever witnessed that many people on the street.
I know
I don't think I'm trying to think of the biggest event I've been to where that many people on the street, and I don't think I can think of one because I stay away from that kind of stuff. That's
Me
not
too.
really my thing.
Well, the one they had in downtown Houston for the Astros a couple times.
Yep, and I didn't go to that one.
Over 1 million people. Got people hanging off of parking
Oh,
garages, and I'm like, no thanks. But that's a ton of people. And look, they're out to celebrate. They're out to have a good time. They're out to say thanks to their favorite team. They gave them
Exactly.
so much enjoyment and joy, and something like that breaks out. It's just very, very unfortunate. But you're right. I think moving forward, it's going to be a real hard decision.
The
It's not
NBA
actually,
will have
I'd say an easy decision.
Yeah.
No, so if you're in the NBA, do you do it in the
That'll
arena?
be the next one. That'll be the next. So they'll have to figure it out. I think you got to do it in a stadium. I think you need to talk
Yeah,
to
find the biggest
venue you can find.
Yeah, to include the most people possible.
Yes, exactly.
But well, and that's obviously the unfortunate part of our current society that any major event is of concern. We've seen it at concerts and major music festivals and things of that nature, and now it's at championship celebrations. And gosh, we had a situation over the weekend at a church down in Houston at the Lakewood Church. You know, it's just there's nowhere where. That's the greater conversation that you're not really safe anywhere at this point. It doesn't feel like.
Yeah, that's a deeper
conversation. But as far as sports goes, I mean, it's but anything you can do to prevent it, which or at least do as much as you can, which would be to take it in a stadium where you do have metal detectors and you do have some control of who's involved.
Yeah, I know. I was thinking about it earlier. Yes, I was actually thinking about it yesterday. I was talking to my wife about it, and I said, we were literally talking about, man, what happens, when Texas wins the national title or something like that, and when you want to go out and celebrate, would you go out there and celebrate your team and go out there to the streets? And I think right now, my answer would be no. My answer would be no. I'd celebrate at the house with my family. And I think a lot of Americans may be thinking the same thing. That's unfortunate. So I think they should, find the biggest stadium nearby, college or pro, and say, all right, you know what, can we make an arrangement where we can get everybody inside the stadium, and therefore we can at least try to guarantee some level of security and safety for the public. It's sad, guys. I know. I don't even like talking about it. It's just a disgusting, deplorable thing to have to even discuss. But I don't know as a society if we are there yet where we can, afford to be lax on these things now. because it's going to happen. I mean, you said that was the second, third championship parade we had, gunshots or something
Well,
like that.
that's just where we are. If you bring 1 million people to one place, there's going to be people with guns. That's just going to happen.
It's America.
It's the United States of America
We
in
like our
20 and
guns.
24, without a doubt. All right, so we'll talk more about that. Rod will take us behind the burnt orange curtain this hour. I did see where speaking of the burnt orange curtain, Rod, I saw where ESPN came out with their way too early top 25. Analytics-based top 25.
An analytics-based top 25.
Yeah, analytics-based. It says
Was
here.
that-
The S&P Plus rankings.
Oh, yes. Bill
Plus.
Connolly.
Bill Connolly.
Bill Connolly does a good job, SP Plus.
SP
By the
Plus.
way, SP Plus loves Texas. Even when Texas was bad, SP Plus would have Texas like in the top 10 because recruiting rankings are a big part of it.
a lot of
Returning
factors.
production is a big part of it. So it's a multifactorial.
Well, the first edition of Bill Connolly's SP Plus 2024 SP Plus rankings are out, with the Georgia Bulldogs atop at number 1.
That makes sense.
Ohio State Buckeyes and their spending spree this offseason at 30-1.
Mm-hmm.
They now have Chip Kelly calling their plays.
Hey, Chip
for
Kelly
Ryan
calling
Day.
the offense. Jim Knowles calling the defense. That's
wicked.
woo.
They
That's
also
legit, man.
brought in the number 1 running back in the portal, maybe the number 1 player in the portal in Caleb Downs from Alabama. Of course, Quinshawn Judkins from Ole Miss, and remember Trayvon Henderson, the running back's coming back
They're not messing around.
because they
ain't messing around,
Ikbuga, the receiver's coming back. The question is who's going to play quarterback for them, whether it's Kyle McCord or Will Howard. But man, they are loaded at number 2 in the country.
Yeah, I love how that's not holding them back. It's like, well, that should be a big factor because Will that's a big. I don't know how good would you say Brown is. I don't.
Devin Brown.
I've
Never been impressed watching him play.
Yeah, but
Quite
I've
honestly.
seen a lot of Will Howard, and Will Howard does have a higher ceiling than you think. But man, Will can go from Will spill the pill to Will to thrill, and he goes back and forth. I still haven't seen him consistent, but with that kind of talent around him, who knows? We could get the best out of Will Howard if he has that kind of Ohio State consistent talent around him. So that, to me, that's the only thing holding Ohio State back, the quarterback. I think their quarterback position may be limited.
Number 3 on the list is Oregon.
Very low,
With
no
Dan
team.
Lanning. Of course, Dan Lanning was the first choice to be the Alabama coach. He said, no, I'm staying here. We're going to build something here with the Ducks. And Bo Nix is gone and likely to be drafted into the NFL. But Dylan Gabriel, of course, transferred from OU to Oregon.
Yeah, seriously.
Also, Dante Moore, the 5-star kid who went to USC originally, transferred up to Oregon.
Yeah, Oregon is in a good position in the modern era of the NIL being the law of the land because they got a sugar daddy. They got a legit sugar daddy who can fund a program all by himself in Phil Knight, and a brand that is also associated with their athletic department, which is Nike.
Right, and they have very favorable state laws as far as NIL goes.
That
allow, because they actually have an allowance. Their state law in Oregon says that a corporation like Nike can be a big donor and sponsor of the football program, but they can also produce an NIL. There's a wall in most states, including Texas, where
separation of
you're either a big sponsor at DKR and for the Texas Athletic Department, or you're participating in the NIL space.
Yeah, you can't do both.
Oregon allows you to do both, which means Phil Knight and Nike are
ultimate
both.
sugar daddy. They really are the ultimate sugar daddy. So that's why Oregon's good. Like they can get into NIL arms races with any program out there and compete because they do have the funds. And the Nike brand is one of the most powerful brands in all of the world. Period. We ain't talking about sport. We're talking about just Nike branding.
Right, and that appeals to young people too. By the way, to be at a Nike school like that.
Doubt.
Longhorns, Texas Longhorns, coming in at number 4 in the first CFP FPI. Or SP Plus, or whatever they call it. 28.7 is their number. But it says here, like Georgia and Texas, they return a quality starting quarterback, the likes of Quinn Ewers. He'll have some elite weapons to work with, while the Texas defense has quietly been building over the last few years, according to Bill Connolly. Longhorns loaded with talent on both sides of the ball, supplemented by some quality work in the transfer portal. So Horns 4. And I think, of those top 4, I think that's going to be the top 4 for almost everybody.
Yeah.
Because then once you get past 4, you're like, okay, who's 5?
Well, because everybody after that, there are significant losses. Whether they're talking about coaches or quarterback, they don't bring back the continuity that those 4 squads bring back, because Texas brings back starting quarterback, all the coordinators, 4 to 5 offensive linemen. Ohio State, even though you said, they've made some changes, but they've upgraded, it would seem, with some of the players and acquisitions that they've had. And Georgia actually brings back quarterback, all the coordinators too. They bring back a lot of consistency. So Michigan does not. And Michigan is 5th here. So they got a lot of faith, and that's off recruiting rankings mostly.
I would put Ole Miss there just based on,
they got Ole Miss 8th.
I'd have Ole Miss a little higher because they've had a good offseason. But, yeah, I mean, once you get past 4, because I think that's going to be the consensus top 4, however you want to rank them. I think Georgia's going to be preseason 1 for most everybody. Ohio State could get an argument. Texas could make an argument, and Oregon. But then it's, pick your, because Alabama – Nick Saban's gone, lost a lot of talent into the portal.
They got Michigan 5 and Alabama 6. I don't think there have been 2 Power 5 schools that have gone through more changes.
Yeah,
Michigan and Alabama, but they had loaded rosters.
But it does show that the Longhorns are in a good place headed into their new conference, the SEC, here in the summertime. They'll have a big celebration at the end of June, and then they'll officially join the conference on July 1st of 2024. But Horns in a good place. But you got to like where they sit as they head into this conference. We'll talk more about that. Rod will take us behind the BOC. We'll talk some college football.
They got the Aggies at 13 for Aggies out there who are listening, wondering, and Sooners at 14.
Yeah, the issue for the Aggies, you have so many new players. I mean, how are they going to mold and fit? And I think they brought in like 23, 24 players through the portal.
New head coach. I mean, like you said, it seems like there was a lot of turnover in college football this past offseason. It seemed like more so than usual with the coaching carousel being what it was. And I mean, your national champion actually, lost their coach, and Nick Saban retiring. It just seemed like there's unprecedented turnover, and it's going to benefit Texas because even Oklahoma, right? They changed their OC, their DC, lost their quarterback. They lost most of the starting offensive line. I mean, they got to replace a lot. A&M's got to replace a lot just because they got a new coaching regime in there. It just seems like every other program outside that top 4 had to replace almost too much.
Yeah, well, that's
to
where
predict them accurately.
Yeah, and that's where you look at a team like Ole Miss, Missouri in that conference.
I like that Ole Miss one though. That's good.
Kind of like the didn't have a lot of turnover and comes back with continuity for sure. This says, come on guys, please don't overreact. Do you think they're going to cancel the Thanksgiving or Rose Bowl parades? The New York Times New Year's Eve celebration. Stupid decisions by a few cannot dictate the actions of the masses. Yeah, I mean, look, that's a fair point. I mean, they are still going to have huge parades, huge celebrations.
No, I agree, but I'm just talking about we've had talking about in sports particular, you've had multiple championship parades have been disrupted by these types of incidents. And the other things you're talking about, yeah, that's true. I mean, we just, as a society, we still move on. But I don't know if you've tracked like the last 3-4 years of them having consistent shootings at those events.
Well, I mean, I think the more people you attract, and I look at it, I don't know, do millions of people go to the Rose Parade? I mean, you're talking about thousands, and that's, I mean, again, it's a lot. I mean,
it's a lot. Period.
Wherever you go these days, you have to be paying attention. Your life, we know how that works. But at the same time, to invite a million, more than anybody that can come, I do think it can be more controlled, and I think that's what city leaders and city officials have to think about.
You have to have the discussion. You can't just not, after the tragedy like that, you cannot avoid the discussion. You have to talk about whether you can make it safer. And I think all city leaders will do that.
Yes, absolutely. And with no control, there is no guarantee. And look, there's no guarantee to anything, and that's why this is a challenging conversation. But as a city leader, as a city official, that's really your job, is to find ways to make it as safe as possible. And I know the folks in Kansas City did. They've done this 3 times now in the last 5 years.
They're experienced at it. They're veterans at it. But this is the first time they've had a tragedy like this, during one of those events. And by the way, they're going to be planning more of them. Kansas City Chiefs are really good.
Yeah. This was the year to get them, and no one did.
Yeah.
For crying out loud. We'll talk some football, obviously, in the NFL. We're into that season, the evaluation season ahead of the Combine, which will head to acquisition season with free agency and then the draft at the end. So we got several months to talk about who's going where, who's drafting who, and what the Cowboys and Texans are going to do. We'll get into that. One other note on college football, we're on it, disturbing to say the least, but LSU running back, you see this story? It's unbelievable. Travion Holly, the freshman running back, facing
like 3 attempted murder thing.
Yes, the freshman running back facing 3 charges of attempted second-degree murder, aggravated criminal damage to property, and illegal use of a weapon. All stems from a situation in North Louisiana back on February the 9th in Farmerville. But yeah, that's a Brian Kelly issue now. LSU football player arrested, felony charges here, attempted murder. So that is a major issue for Brian Kelly and his program. They'll keep an eye on that for sure. But it's again, a lot of players and do dumb things.
I wonder. He's from Louisiana, I'm assuming too.
I believe so. Yes.
Yeah. I mean, that's why sometimes it's a good idea to get away from home when you're going to school. For some guys, not for everybody, but for some people, it's actually good. Now you should be going to school out of state. It'd be good for you to go to school out of state
Yeah.
to kind of get away from some of those negative connections and relationships you've had. That's probably one of those situations.
I will say, I mean, to take that into a more at-home conversation, it is credit to Sark and this staff and this program that right now we haven't seen much off-field issues for the Texas football program.
That's fair.
This is a vibrant town, a lot going on, a lot of people. The trajectory of the football program in Texas is in a good place, but it's also out of the headlines, which is a good thing.
I agree with that.
It speaks to the culture. I mean, it doesn't mean it can't happen today. It just speaks to the culture, type of players they're recruiting, and type of program Sark's running. So props there. And it's not like to throw stones at Brian Kelly because it's one incident of one kid, but at the same time it does highlight that pretty clean program over the last 4 or 5 years. They had a 5-7 season in there, but the off-field stuff has been pretty good for Texas at this point. All right, we'll come back. Get our first time out here on a Friday morning, taking your thoughts on the big stories of the day. 447-3776. This wrap up with the week Friday. Rottle takes behind the BOC coming up. How about Tiger Woods? An absolute shank yesterday.
Tiger
a
Woods,
shank.
yeah.
And what a media member was afraid to ask him about a shank, and he kind of timidly asking him, and Tiger's like, "Oh, I shanked it.
Yeah.
Oh, I shanked it."
Even Tiger shanks it.
I mean, I hit it right in the tree. He said his back was spasming, and he was coming down. It didn't unlock, and then the club head doesn't get through the ball, and there you go, into the tree. I've done that many times.
Well, did they have to ask him about this shank? Because don't you know a shank when you see a shank?
Yeah.
Everybody knows it was a shank. They wanted him to confirm the shank.
Oh, he confirmed the
Because he's
shank.
a goat. He's going to confirm the shank.
Not only did they have the shank, they had the shank on trace video. So
That's what I'm saying. So you
had
can
the
see
little line going right into the big tree on 18.
They wanted Tiger to admit they shanked it. I'm glad he did.
All right, we'll hear a
Ain't
little
too
bit
proud.
from Tiger. We'll also get to some What the Facts for the end of the first hour. We're talking football. Baseball at UFCU Disch-Falk Field this weekend. Good college basketball weekend coming. Hook 'em up with Ian Robbie. Oh, man, Viking fence since 1972, 50-plus years here in Central Texas, now beyond Central Texas. They've just built such a great foundation. As Texas is growing, they're growing at Viking Fence. They're now up into the Metroplex, up and down I-35 for fence projects of any kind. So if you listen on the app and you live outside of the 512, you can also use Viking Fence for any project you have, whether it's a wood privacy fence for your home or business, iron fence, gate, handrail of any kind. As we told you, Viking has invested in the only company you'll find in Texas that has gone to the investment side of their own on-site cedar mill, where they mill the Western red cedar. That red cedar is the only fence material Viking will use. They actually have their own brand of lumber, the Big Tex brand, 3 different grades of that Western red cedar milled in their own on-site mill, pre-stained with their pre-staining equipment, that Ready Seal stain for a higher quality and more efficient way to stain that wood ahead of a fence project of any kind. They also have the custom iron facility with the CNC bending equipment, cold and hot forging capability, pipe bending. It's just about the quality, the workmanship, the reliability. It's a pretty simple premise. If we control every phase of the product, from the materials to the install to the completion, it's going to be a better fence. It just is, because we've been our attention to detail just better than anybody else. We don't farm it out to other contractors, just ours all the way through. That's how they've done it since 1972. 837-6411, the phone number, 837-6411. Find them online at VikingFence.com. And remember, when you think fence in the ATX and beyond, always think Viking.
Aaron Hogan, Rod Babers, Hook 'em Up, 1019 AM 1260, The Horn.
Right at the timeout, we're talking about Tiger Woods and a shank on 18 that led to a one-over. At the end of the show yesterday, Ty Henderson asked me, should he take over or under 3 birdies for Tiger Woods on a bet?
Oh,
Did you take the bet, Ty?
under.
I did
He
not.
made over.
Oh,
He went over.
He went over.
Yeah, Tiger Woods. He made 5 birdies yesterday.
Oh wow, that's impressive.
Yep, he was 2 under on the par 3s, I think, and then he was 3 under on the par 5s. His problem was on the par 4s. He was 6 over on the long par 4s at Riviera, but he went over, Ty. You did not take the advice, and so you did not win a bet. I was going to come in and thought you were going to be thanking me for a winner over 3 birdies for Tiger.
You told me to think about it. You did not. You did
No, I
not.
said
you,
take it.
You
I would
didn't
take
say it was
3.
a lock or anything like that.
Well, you asked me, and I said I think I would certainly take over.
Okay.
More than
Yeah.
3
No,
birdies.
I was leaning over as well. I should have taken it. I'm trying not to
Woods
bet
is
as
second.
much these days.
I will say Tiger Woods was back, and it's good to see him on a golf course. Even he wasn't playing great, but he's wearing his new gear. He's already got the new gear that he's sporting, the Sunday red.
Sunday red.
But it was a cream like long sleeve pullover. Looks sharp. His new logo is it's just so unique. You can tell that's going to become and pretty good advertising for Tiger to be out there in his new brand, and has moved on from the TW thing, moved on from the Nike swoosh. Just kind of you're just so used to seeing Tiger in the Nike.
I agree. Yeah,
Uh,
it's kind of weird not seeing him in the Nike.
Yeah, he's got the new Sunday red, but as we all got to see, no one is immune to the dreaded shank. You just got to
Shankopotamus.
get those hips through it. Got to turn that body.
Shankopotamus.
And apparently,
man.
Tiger Woods could not turn his body because his back was seizing up at the back end, and that becomes the question of Tiger Woods. His body is so broken down at this point that that was the first 18 holes he was having back spasms. What happens by Sunday? Or does he make it to Sunday? Becomes the question.
Yeah, that's why. Yeah, it's just gonna be tough for Tiger, man. This is a lot of pain tolerance to deal with, and Father Time. His body is just so broken down at this point.
And I know, Rod, you don't watch a ton of golf, but can I tell you this about Scotty Scheffler?
Yes, sir.
This is unbelievable. I mean, not unbelievable. It's I don't know, what's the adjective? Just frustrating, heartbreaking for him. So
Still
Scotty
can't
Scheffler's
play.
sitting at 3 under par, right? He's 4 strokes off the lead. He's by no means in trouble. But in this tournament, again, tell me if this doesn't sound similar to his year last year. Because remember, last year his tee to green game was Tiger Woods like. When Tiger Woods prime, like teeing off, getting to the green. No one on the PGA Tour better than Scotty Scheffler last year, and really to the level of Tiger Woods when he was in the middle of his incredible run. Yesterday, tee to green first, putting 67th out of 70.
Wow.
Tee to green first, so he's on every green. He had 10 birdie putts inside 15 feet. He missed all but 3. Shot 68, could have easily shot 64 or lower. This is the issue for him. I mean, look, inside 15 feet are not guaranteed, but great putters and PGA Tour players make, half of their putts that are more than half of their putts that are 10 feet or shorter. He was again all over the greens, in range to score like crazy, and it's just, and you could see the frustration. There was one as he walked to 18, as he missed a putt that was very makeable for a birdie. Threw his ball into the woods. You can tell he's frustrated because he knows he's in contention, but he's not going to win these tournaments if he doesn't start rolling in more putts. And to be 67th out of 70, because only 70 players playing in this invitational, 67th, that's not going to win the tournament.
So he's got a Shakespearean flaw in his game.
Yes, he does.
And
that's for any golfer. That's the shake. If you have a putting issue, that is you're never going to score like you want to score because you got to roll the ball in.
The Shakespearean part for him is that he's elite in the other aspects of his game.
Completely elite.
Yeah, that's the
Unmatched.
Yeah, exactly. That's the Shakespearean part of it, is that he's elite in other aspects. If he can just be average to slightly below average in putting, he'd be the world's greatest golfer.
Exactly right. Well, think about what I just said. If he was not 67th in putting, if he was 43rd,
Yeah, exactly.
38th,
he'd be the world's greatest golfer.
he'd
right
be
now.
sitting at 63 today.
Yeah.
Because he made 4 more putts.
But he's as bad as putting is he basically as he is as good as
Yes.
at everything else in this game. Like
Yeah.
he's elite in those other aspects, but in terms of how bad he is at putting, he's among the worst in what you're saying is in major golf right now.
Yeah.
One of the worst putters in major golf. Wow.
Yeah. Well, I mean, for sure. And
That's crazy.
And he's the number 1 player in the world. I mean, this is world rankings number 1 because he's gonna shoot 68. He's not going to make a lot of bad. He's not going to blow up. I mean, he's always in the middle of the fairway. He's always on the green. It's really about scoring. So, he's going to have good scores. He'll stay high, and he'll finish in the top 10 of this tournament. Can he win the tournament?
Who's the best putting coach in the world? Why don't you just go get that guy?
I'm sure he's talked to him. Putting is between your ears a lot of times, a lot of ways. I mean, you're just trying to you can putt with a shovel if you want to.
I mean, are you talking about something you can't coach up, basically? You're born with it or not? Is that what we're talking about? I don't know how putting
but
works.
The mental side of putting is what is it? As Yogi Berra said, 90% of it's half mental.
So it's like free throw shooting?
Yeah, it is. And it's something that Scotty Scheffler was elite at times of his career. When he was at Texas and early, when
It wasn't a big deal.
what a big deal.
So
and
you
now,
think it's not psychological. It's like the
No.
yips. Is
no,
it how
I
they
think
that?
it's in his head. I think it's in his head, and I think
Well,
he's
that's what the yips are.
overthinking
The
it.
yips are mental.
Yeah,
That's what the whole point of the yips are. The yips are not a physical issue. It's a physical manifestation
Yep.
of your lack of mental strength and acuity, if you will.
It's overthinking, and
Pretty
that's that you just got to hit the ball. That's why I say you can putt with a snow shovel if you want to. All you got to do is get the ball in the hole. I mean, you have to you have to putt the ball in the hole,
Wow.
and
That's fascinating.
there's a million different ways. You got guys with long putters, short putters, different faces. I mean, everyone's looking for that confidence. Whatever. I mean, you're just trying to roll the ball in from 10 feet. You got to read the green, obviously, and be a master of that. But it was frustrating to watch Scotty again yesterday, all over
That
the
is.
pins and not,
Wow.
connecting, because it's it's different between a birdie and a par.
And he's obviously worked on it all offseason.
Yeah, well, yeah, new
Worked
stroke,
on it,
new
yeah.
putter, all the whole bit.
Still same struggles.
And same struggles, at
Wow.
least at this point. And he, of course, he was in contention last week at the Wasted Management Tournament in Scottsdale, and putting cost him from being a big part of that down the stretch on Sunday. All right, let's dive in behind the burnt orange curtain. Of course, 3 Longhorns participating out at Riviera this weekend. Scotty Scheffler, Bo Hostler, and Jordan Spieth, who's at 5 under par. Let's go behind the VOC.
And they were all asking themselves the same question. What is behind that curtain?
All right, let's talk a couple of items here, Texas football related. We'll try to get to as many of them as we can. Apparently, the coaching carousel in the NFL has affected the Texas Longhorns once again. Less than 4 weeks after it was revealed that William Gay, the former NFL cornerback, mostly with the Pittsburgh Steelers, was going to join the Texas staff as a defensive analyst. That is not going to be the case, because the Washington Commanders announced he's going to be an assistant defensive backs coach for Dan Quinn. So I believe that means there's an analyst spot open for Sark. So I'm assuming they're going to either promote somebody to their defensive analyst role, or maybe they'll go to the NFL once again and go look for another defensive analyst. Remember, William Gay was drafted by the Steelers, had been with the Steelers for almost a decade, off and on. Actually had two separate stints with the Steelers. His initial stint, and then he actually went to the Cardinals, I think, for a while, then came back to the Steelers. I was really excited about this because he had worked with some of the best defensive minds in all of football. Had worked with Dick LeBeau for a while. Dick LeBeau is a Hall of Fame coordinator in the NFL as a defensive mind. He also had worked with Mike Tomlin, of course. Mike Tomlin's the head coach, but Mike Tomlin famously was a defensive back coach, my defensive back coach in Tampa. So I thought he was actually going to bring a lot of wisdom, experience, possible solutions, problem-solving aspects to that Texas defense as an analyst. That will not happen because William Gay is staying in the NFL. So Texas has to find another defensive analyst.
I nominate Rod Babers.
I would love to do it. I'd love to do it. Hey, you know what? And hey, if I get a call, I'm all for it. I mean, they might post a position too, but I don't know what they're going to do with that position. That's going to be interesting. Okay, so the other news here: Steve Bam Bam McMichael hospitalized yesterday. Just throwing that out there. He, I believe, they said he has pneumonia. I believe he was diagnosed with pneumonia. So they're going to be monitoring him, obviously, giving his health and how fragile it is. Almost any change can be considered, negative. So they're monitoring him right now, and I believe he had to be in the hospital for them to do that. So for everybody who was wondering about Steve McMichael, and I actually got a chance to see his wife at the Super Bowl because of they were celebrating the Hall of Fame class. So she was great. She was in there and she was there in great spirits as well. But so Steve Bam Bam McMichael, legendary lifetime Longhorn, in the hospital right now dealing with pneumonia. Here's Bucky Brooks did a really good write-up for NFL.com. Bucky Brooks does a great job studying the draft, breaking down the draft, and he had his top 5 NFL draft prospects by position, and he ranked. And I was actually surprised how many Longhorns end up making his list, and I shouldn't be, because a lot of Longhorns are getting drafted. He's got Jay Brooks as his top running back on the board.
God, that's almost unanimous at this
It is
point.
unanimous. I haven't seen any other draft analyst with another running back ahead of him. So Jonathan Brooks, top running back on the board. He's followed by Trey Benson, Blake Corum, Bucky Irving, I think was his fourth running back he's got there. Quarterbacks, of course, I mean, just for the sake of discussion, he's got Caleb Williams. He's got Jaden Daniels, though, ahead of Drake May. Remember I told you guys, you'll get more and more draft analysts who are going to put Jaden Daniels ahead of Drake May. It is not a guarantee that Drake May is going to be the second quarterback taken. There are a lot of people that actually like Jaden Daniels ahead of him. And you know whose name is starting to skyrocket up at draft boards, at least in the mock draft world? J.J. McCarthy. People are starting to say that J.J., I guess Jim Harbaugh's offense gave us maybe they gave us the misperception that he was a game managing quarterback and didn't have high level traits, physical traits at quarterback. But there are a lot of scouts now that are saying that J.J. McCarthy is a fast riser and his draft stock is increasing. He's got him fifth. He's got him behind Penix and Drake May.
It's interesting because I remember watching in his junior year, whatever the year, not this past year, but the year before, watching J.J. McCarthy and thinking, you know what, he's got some, Joe Burrow to his game. The way he can escape, the way he can not just escape, but buy time, keep plays alive. And then, of course, they got to the national championship game last year, and he threw the 2 pick sixes against TCU. Had a bad game there, and TCU had him booked, had him read pretty quick. And you wonder coming into this year with Jim Harbaugh knowing how talented they were, they really pared back the offense and just said, you know what, we can win this with our defense and our running game. Yeah, we're gonna look at the schedule we got. We can beat most teams with our depth, our defense, our offensive and defensive line. Let's just not make mistakes. And you wonder because he looked more dynamic as a junior as he did or as a sophomore than he did last year.
Okay, yeah, no, I agree with you on that because like I said, I think based on the film this year, people thought he was a game manager.
Yeah, well,
and
that's probably what they made him.
Yeah, and it's like, well, if Jim Harbaugh's got you managing the game, why the hell we draft you really high as a high-level quarterback to be a franchise guy? So that's a really good point, though, because I do remember you saying that last year. And I remember it stood, I was like, oh, really?
Well, and I also, remember in his introductory news conference, Jim Harbaugh made the prediction that he'd be the first quarterback drafted. He'd be 1-1.
Yeah, he said he'd be the first.
He said when it's all said and done, you guys are going to be taking him 1-1. But that's a coach, supporting his player, but indicating he thinks he'll get drafted higher than people are thinking. And to your point right here.
Right now, he's rising up draft boards. He really is. Wide receiver, no Longhorn cracked his top 5. His top 5, Marvin Harrison Jr., Romo Dunze, Malik Neighbors, Keon Coleman, and he's got Brian Thomas Jr., so he's got 2 LSU receivers in that top 5. Only Romo Dunze and Keon Coleman and Marvin Harrison Jr. Everybody's got Marvin Harrison Jr. actually at the top of their board. Tight ends, though, he's got J.T. Sanders, the number 2 tight end, which also I think is pretty universal. Brock Bowers is the number 1 tight end. He's got J.T. Sanders, number 2, followed by Kate Stover from Ohio State, Theo Johnson from Penn State, and A.J. Barner from Michigan. Yeah, Michigan's all over this damn thing. He's got Michigan's guys are everywhere. The other Longhorns that are represented, of course, on the interior D-line, he's got the D tackles. He's got actually Byron Murphy and T'Vondre Sweat 2nd and 3rd. He's got the Illinois defensive tackle, Jerzon Newton. He's got him number 1 overall. Then Michigan's Chris Jenkins is number 4. Then Missouri's Darius Robinson, the number 5 D tackle on Bucky Brooks's big board. And that's about it actually for the Longhorns that are represented here. But you got 4. He's made his top 5 at every position. You got 4 Longhorns represented at top 5 at their position. Nobody higher than Jonathan Brooks, who's considered the top running back on the board. So there you go. It looks like you're going to have a lot of representation. And the way this is slotted, I think it'll end up, like I said, being that second round where you're going to have 4 to 5 Longhorns drafted in that second round. That's going to be real, real big. That's going to be huge. I think that'll be – I don't know if there's been a second round where Texas had that – any round, actually, where Texas had that many players drafted in a particular round. So I think that's the round to watch. After Byron Murphy, you have a lot of folks that end up in that second round. It maybe even A.D. Mitchell. He could sneak into the first round. We talked about that. When Mel Kiper was asked what of the wide receivers, which is the deepest position in this draft, which wide receiver do you think is underrated, underappreciated the most? He said the Texas guys. He said the Texas guys, and he meant A.D. Mitchell and Xavier Worthy being kind of underappreciated and underrated wide receivers coming out in this class. All right, next time we go behind the Burners curtain, we'll get into what a lot of college football fans are excited about right now, which is the reveal of the trailer for the EA Sports College Football 2025 video game. So a lot of college football fans are excited about this, mostly trying to figure out where their best players on their team, how highly rated they're going to be, and what their overall rating will be. Will you have a 99 on this game? You know,
Ooh.
what will be Quinn Ewers' rating? We'll talk about that a little bit. Quinn Ewers should be the highest rated Longhorn on the video game.
Well, let me ask you this, and Ty can weigh in. When the video game comes out, because I've not played this game, when the video game comes out, will it be for last year or will it be for this year?
It'll be for the upcoming year.
Yeah.
Now you can play like legacy stuff, and so I believe it lets you go back sometimes. And
So it'll be for the upcoming season.
yeah, and you can, and if you, I think Ty may know this better than me. You can build a like last year's roster if you want to play with that team. You can always kind of just build a
Okay.
roster and get
Yeah.
stuff going yourself. Yeah,
That's very tedious. But
it is
you
easy, but
can't-
I know a lot of
you
people
could-
that
you could
a
do
lot of
that.
people do that.
But
No,
yeah,
trust me.
the rosters will be like is usually before. I mean, it was semi-accurate, and that's why they got in trouble because they weren't giving players any money. Like, and the names weren't in it. This year, the names will be like the actual player names will be in the game. Before it would be
Yeah.
like, Vince Young number 10, and it'd be 6'5", 220-pound quarterback with 97 speed, and so. It's going to be very cool to have actual like player faces and stuff like that. That's going to be brand new. I'm very excited for this game.
Very cool. Okay, and we'll talk about that. We'll take your thoughts on who will be the highest rated Longhorns because they rate them from 99 as the highest down, right?
It'll be Quinn, but nobody should get a 99. That's the whole thing. You can't just be giving out 99s. 99 means you're an all-time great. 99 means you're like a goat.
Patrick Mahomes.
You gotta be, you gotta be at the Heisman finalist. Yeah, 99. So I hope they don't just frivolously just throw out really high scores to folks. I hope they actually are really smart about it because
Would it be Quinn or Kelvin Banks is the highest rated Longhorn?
that's a good
Quinn.
question.
It's gonna be Quinn.
It's gonna be Quinn. Yeah, they'll do it just because it's a quarterback thing. It'll be Quinn overall, but Kelvin Banks will probably be the second highest rated Longhorn.
In the last
score.
game, Johnny Manziel, I think, was one of the only 99s, and he was unstoppable.
Exactly. Yeah, that's kind of the whole
And
point of a
Robert
99.
Griffin the year before that, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, you can only give out like 2 or 3 of them a college football.
And
season.
think about this: since the last one came out in 2013, they couldn't do like roster updates back then. So
Mm-hmm.
now weekly, it's going to be like Madden, where they'll like tweak if somebody breaks out or something. They won't just remain whatever overall they would start at the year at. They'll change it every week, which is I think is going to make the game a lot better.
Yeah,
All right,
I
there we
agree
go.
with
That was that trailer became
Oh, it blew up.
it blew up like crazy yesterday. All right, we'll come back. Rod with Behind the BOC, talking Texas, of course. Also get back to the top stories. Got some What the Fact coming your way next. Hook 'em up with Ian Rod B.
Aaron Hogan, Rod Babers. Hook 'em up. 1019 AM 1260. The Horn.
Friday on the Horn, 16 February, and is a football Friday, I guess, Rod. We'll get the woos and all that, but there is no football this weekend.
No football this week.
There is baseball, though. That's a fact. That's a fact. In our
There you
What the
go.
Fact segment, the Longhorns hit the field. Texas State Bobcats are in action this weekend down at Texas State as well. If you're looking for some hardball, they'll be playing Youngstown State. Texas playing San Diego. It's a good team. San Diego, this is a factor, Rod. Because the Longhorns come out with LeBaron Johnson Jr. tonight.
Okay.
The electrifying right-hander who was, how about him down the stretch last year? Remember that tremendous performance at Miami down in Coral Gables last College World Series, and helping the Longhorns to the Super Regional round with, got to go back and look at the second one. He got 15, or he made an unbelievable game. So he comes back. A lot of people thought he'd be drafted and gone.
Yeah.
And see you later. He's back to anchor your Friday nights with Charlie Hurley. And now Tanner Witt was not announced as the starting pitcher for Sunday. That's still to be TBD, to be determined. That leads people to
Really?
wonder if, at least early in the year, because because you're facing tonight their number one starter, who's San Diego's number one starter, is a kid who transferred from Arizona.
Okay.
He was a top prospect out of high school. He is a big time pitcher. He was picked to be the preseason pitcher of the year in the WAC conference. Big hard throwing right hander. So you're facing their ace. There's a thought that you want to navigate the series. So early in the year, you're going to try to keep LeBaron Johnson Jr.'s pitch count down. Maybe use LeBaron Johnson Jr. and Tanner Witt tonight.
Okay.
To try to get you a game one win, or tomorrow with Tanner Witt. However, as we talked with Drew Bishop yesterday, you're trying to get 36 outs over 3 games essentially, or 27 outs, 36 over an entire week of 4 games. But 3 games this weekend, you got to get the 27 outs each game. How do you get those? And how do you use your pitching staff to put that together? We'll see. But LBJ, and that's going to be really fascinating. Who is that Sunday starter, and how do they use Tanner Witt to maximize what he's got? But he was not announced as the Sunday starter. That's a fact.
Okay. Yeah, that is
He
a
could
fact.
start the game.
That is a surprising fact.
Yeah, I think it'll depend on how the weekend goes. Like if if they get to Sunday and they haven't had to use Tanner Witt yet, then he could start that game. But they want to be able to use him in high leverage situations potentially here on Friday or Saturday.
Okay. Interesting.
It is.
How about this little factoid? This is making the rounds because I've heard people talking about it. The discussion they're having about the Super Bowl. The Chiefs led the NFL in holding penalties this season, right? They were number 1.
Yeah.
They had 0 in the Super Bowl.
0.
They've had 0 in the last 3 Super Bowls.
Holding call. They don't call holding in the Super Bowl.
They don't call holding on Kansas City in the Super Bowl. Because there's some NFL film stuff out now of Shannon saying they're holding us, man. They're doing it every play. They literally watch your eyes, and when you look at them, they let them go. And remember, Bosa before the game was like, they hold a lot. They hold a lot. They just don't call it. Well, they do call it because they led the league in holding penalties, but they just don't call it in the Super Bowl.
That is an interesting factoid.
So maybe it's that. Listen, maybe they just play really focused football, disciplined football in the Super Bowl as opposed to the rest of the entire season. Or that's a weird trend. That's a weird trend, man. 0. That's strange.
That is very strange. Good find there on what the facts. By the way, I said 27 outs. I meant 20. You have 36 innings over the course of a week.
Mm-hmm.
You're trying to get through the innings, just to clarify. All right, Rod, this is a fact now. In the species world,
Okay.
do you know, this is factual, do you know what the deadliest and most accomplished hunter is? Hunter of the species animal world. Could you guess?
The most accomplished hunter. I don't know. I'm sure something I'm not thinking about.
This is fascinating.
Is it insect or are we
Yep.
talking about animal?
Yeah. You
have
Is it
one time?
insect? Is it an insect?
Wait, animal or insect? I had the same question.
Species.
I know, but is it?
It's an insect. It's an insect.
Yeah, it's a spider.
Some kind of like the wolf
It's like a
spider or something like
It's
that.
like a spider.
Dragonfly.
Oh,
Oh,
The
interesting.
dragonfly catches 95% of the prey they chase.
Wow, that's a hell of a hit rate.
what is
Yeah.
their prey?
Like little bugs.
Little bugs.
Yeah, little bugs.
Little bugs.
Yeah, he's probably just picking on things that are
It says
not.
here.
It's probably picking on way inferior insects is what it's doing. Like it never picks on anything
Bottom
close.
feeding.
Yeah, like go after a praying mantis or something. All right, but dragonfly, come on,
Play
Like,
up.
Yeah, exactly. It knows how to hunt 'cause it's going after them scrubs.
That's just
That's a nice little fact,
Little
though.
random fact.
No, I like that actually. I know it was an insect though, because if you're just talking about the animal kingdom and different mammals, it's hard for I guess a mammal to hunt that efficiently, right? I mean, you're not gonna you're not going to capture everything you hunt. It's just the reality of it. Even the fastest and the most gifted hunters out there, and to capture all that, it makes sense it was an insect. I was thinking spider because they just put up a web. And they just sit there.
Yeah, that's a good one.
And everything, they just catch everything that goes into the web.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah. By the way, don't just be killing spiders too. By the way, spiders are good for our environment. They catch a lot of the critters and the insects and stuff. Some of y'all just automatically kill spiders every time you see them. If they're in your house, you can kill them. They're outside. Let them go. Let them do their thing. Anyway, let's get back to what the facts here. How about this fact? Okay, so in his playoff career, Patrick Mahomes has had 11 drives in the fourth quarter or overtime where his team was losing by 1 to 8 points. You want to know how those drives ended?
Give them to me.
Go ahead touchdown, game time field goal, game time field goal, game time field goal, game time field goal, go ahead touchdown, game time field goal, go ahead touchdown, punt.
1 punt.
Yeah, he's 34, 51, 480 yards, 4 touchdowns, 0 interceptions, and a 123 passer rating, averaging 9.7 yards, average net yards per attempt. Clutch. That's clutch, ladies and gentlemen.
Hey, that stat also tells me that Harrison
That's
Buckner
like the dragonfly.
is elite.
He's a dragonfly. There you go. That's good. Sorry, Ty, go ahead.
That stat also tells me that Harrison Buckner, he's elite too, because there's a lot of
Yeah.
game-tying
That's a
field
great
goals in there.
point. That's a
You
great
gotta make
point.
those kicks. Got
That's
to make
a
those
really good
kicks.
point. That's a really good point there, though. And, yeah, you're right about that. That's because, the 49ers, special teams was a big part of why they lost that game, man.
It
That
also
block,
tells you-
extra point.
As we've said all week, your mission now when you play Patrick Mahomes in a big game is not to let him have the ball last. Even if you have to go completely out of character and break the analytics and whatever you have to do,
Damn
you
right.
almost have to go full Dan Campbell. And
Right.
you cannot let him have the ball
Go
last.
full Dan Campbell on
Or
it,
if
man.
you do, you have to have done everything possible to not give him the ball back. Almost be reckless.
I'm with you.
Speaking of reckless, Wasted Management Open in Scottsdale has announced that they're going to make the minimum price of a ticket for next year's event $550 in an effort to create a less crowded environment.
Oh, say that again?
The minimum price of a ticket to the Waste Management Open
The
next year
Wasted Management Open? Okay.
is going to be $550.
Oh, see, remember I told you there's certain things you can do, like dress codes, where you can almost force people to be on their best behavior.
Keep out the riffraff.
Yeah, you can deter.
Raise the prices.
Yes, you can deter some of that bad behavior. There you go. Put more cops out there just walking around. That'll keep them from acting a damn fool.
But I
all
like
the
this.
time.
If this is indeed a fact for the Wasted Management Open, to go to $550 a minimum ticket, you're gonna have less people, but you're gonna make the same amount of money.
Mm-hmm.
You're
And
just
you'll have a
skyrocket-
different crowd.
Yes.
You'll have a different demo there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because I don't know what the minimum ticket. I think it was
Exactly.
like $200. They're going up a lot.
They're trying to price themselves out of the gin pop. The gin pop is where you get all these issues.
Or
Let's price our way out of the gin pop here.
Or the D-Gen pop.
Yeah, exactly. Let's price around the D-gin pop here.
Yeah.
Because I'm with you. I think that's smart, man. Good for them.
And they'll still make the same cash.
Damn right they will.
Should be a net sum gain.
Mhm.
I like it. Well, there's our first hour in the books on a Football Friday. Hook 'em up with Ian Rodby.
Hey, what's up, folks? Lifetime Longhorn Rod Babers here. Let's talk about our friends over at Apple Leasing, because a lot of you out there may be thinking about leasing another car, maybe a little frustrated with your condition of your automobile right now. Maybe you just want something you feel better about. That's what Apple Leasing can help you with. If you were in a car you felt better about, maybe the traffic that you have to deal with in Austin wouldn't be so bad. So you theoretically can say our friends at Apple Leasing can improve even your traffic experience. They really can. So what you need to do now is reach out to Apple Leasing, right? We know that getting a new car, everybody wants to enjoy the new car smell, but what you don't want to have to worry about the stress and headaches of doing the price shopping yourself, doing the research yourself, going out to vet all the dealers. That can be a pain. And matter of fact, my friends at Apple Leasing want you to avoid all that pain, all those headaches, and all that stress. They want to do the hard work for you. So what you do is reach out to them. You give them all your specifications. Let them know the color you want. Let them know the price that you're willing to pay, what your budget is. Let them know if you're in a bad lease, they can get you in a better lease. You let them know exactly what type of automobile you want, a sedan or a truck truck or an SUV. Doesn't matter what your specifications are. They will do all the hard work. They'll do the price shopping for you. They'll do the research. They'll go down the rabbit hole vetting the dealers, and then all you got to enjoy is that new car smell. One phone call, folks, all it takes, or one click on Now Police's website, and you'll get a quote on any make or model vehicle that you want. They'll even give you an estimate of the value of your trade-in right over the phone. They know that time is money. They're going to save you both. They're going to save you time, save you money, and find you tremendous value. The value is in the lease. As a matter of fact, they call it a simple interest easy lease because it makes things simple and it makes things easy for you. That's their entire business model. Make your life easier, folks. Make it a simple transition for you. So what you do is, when you give my friends at Police a call, 512-346-9977, give them all the detail and let them do all the hard work for you. Inflation is out of control. We all know that. Seems like everything's overpriced these days. You're only paying for the part of the car you're actually using. That's the value they can find for you. They get all the same discounts. They get all the same incentives that the dealers do, except my friends at Apple Leasing like to pass those savings on to you, the customer. So give them a call, 512-346-9977. That's 512-346-9977, or visit appleleasing.com. That's appleleasing.com.
Hour 2 of our 5-hour Friday conversation on Hook 'em Up with Ian Rod B is here. It will include Rod's first rant of this Friday. And it is a football Friday, Rod. There is football on the brain. We're talking combines, drafts, and whatnot.
That's not officially a football Friday. I know you really want that really bad, but
I do.
You're talking about
give it up.
football. There's no football to watch. There's no actual football being played, and you're just going to throw out football Friday? That is not a football Friday, sir. We must accept that we won't have a football Friday until September.
Yeah, I'm trying to.
Even the draft is not considered an actual football Friday. You can do it. You can make it an exception, but come on, man. You know you're lying to the people.
We're lying to that. Well,
Hey, can y'all dress up and settle your bet on opening day? We got that coming up here.
Opening day, yeah, I can
2
do
months?
that. We got to get back on camera, though. We got to get our cameras
we can
back
get
set.
that done. We need to settle this. I don't.
Yes, I need to dress
and I
up
need
in
my
a full
luchador
Texas-
mask, Rod.
Well, but
Yeah, I can get you that. But like I said, we were trying to wait on the cameras to pay off the bet.
that's exactly right.
But I can pay off the bet. I'm cool with just sitting in the house where nobody can see me and paying off a bet.
I'm
But
ready to go. I got my full Rangers regalia and ready to roll. That spring training, I'll go with that. And what is it? The Lucha Libre mask. Did you see at the what was it where Jason Peters was wearing that at the Super Bowl the post party?
Oh, was he really?
Yes.
Nice.
And when the Chiefs had their party after the game, and
He had
Taylor
a
Swift was there,
Chiefs theme going.
and he had a red
Oh, that's so
Lucha
cool.
Libre mask.
That's really cool.
I know a lot of people don't like Travis Kelce. It's hard not to like Jason Kelce. I mean, that is
He's a man of the people.
that is a man of the people.
Really, I mean, that guy, he was flying with the gin pop from the Super Bowl. You saw that? He didn't have some private plane. He didn't. I mean, he was just flying with the gin pop, just hanging out there.
Hey, I
He's
watched
there.
I watched a movie that Taylor Swift was in last night.
Oh, what was that?
Valentine's
Day?
Yeah, never seen it.
Yeah, that
before.
movie is terrible.
I don't.
That's
My
a-
girlfriend
that's a-
put it on, but I thought she did a great job for not being an actress with her
It's
role.
a terrible movie. That's one of those movies where they basically the budget's huge because it's just star-studded.
Oh
They
my
just
God,
got
yeah.
as many stars as they could get in one movie, and there is never a better example. Just because you got stars in it, don't make it a good
Yeah,
movie.
there's some
your
pretty-
plot sucks. Your plot sucks.
There's some pretty there's some scenes that are not very well written. I will say that, but
Yeah,
there was
exactly.
some a few funny moments. I really like Ashton Kutcher, so that
It's been
that
a
put me
while
over the
though.
edge.
It's an old movie, right? It
Like
came out
2011, 10.
Yeah, because I seen it long. I think I was on a date too when I went to see it, and it was a terrible movie. Just wasn't good.
I've not seen it. What I did just
You
see,
don't
though,
need to see it,
speaking
man.
of football Fridays, it's whether it is or isn't, you know what are now, I just saw this drop a moment ago. So right on time, by the way. The
Mhm.
first 2 episodes of the Apple series, 10-part docuseries, The Dynasty, The New England Patriots, are now streaming.
Oh, it's on Apple.
It's on Apple Plus.
Oh, I'll check that out.
10-part
this weekend.
docuseries, The
Oh,
Dynasty, The New England Patriots, and of course the true story. And boy, I'm gonna have to listen to this in the break, and we'll
Oh,
play
this
it
is
next.
gonna be good, man.
But the trailer is about a 30-second trailer, and really all it is the key figures for the 2-decade dynastic run of the Patriots sitting down like they're about to be interviewed. Tom Brady, Bill
Miking
Belichick.
them up and everything.
Yeah, just
Yep.
teasing it. Robert Kraft, Roger Goodell, Randy Moss.
Is there Belichick in there?
Oh yeah, Belichick's the first one. Brady,
Okay.
then Belichick.
Yeah.
So essentially, they're teasing. You're getting the full. We're gonna
Yeah.
get some scoop on what went on behind the dynasty curtain.
Yeah, no, and it helps that Belichick, is without a job. That's good too, because I got a feeling the Patriots had to green light this thing. And remember the timing of it? The timing was, if I'm not mistaken, it was right before they moved on from Belichick. It was like a couple of days before. Remember we actually played the trailer? I want to say it was like a couple of days before they moved on from Belichick when it actually came out.
Yeah.
It came the trailer. I mean,
Yeah. Well, the trailer's out, so apparently you can go stream the first 2 episodes today if you wanted to. Right now, if you wanted to go, but don't do that. Listen to us. But you could go stream them. So on Apple Plus, first 2 of the 10.
Yeah. I mean, I
So
think
there's some football.
I want to know why he benched Malcolm Butler for the Super Bowl. I would love for him. Well, he's never told anybody.
Why
He
not?
never told Brady. He never told his own defensive coordinator why he did it. Malcolm Butler to this day has no idea why he was benched. Now he probably does and just don't want to say it. But will Belichick even admit why'd you bench him? Can you just tell everybody why you benched your starting cornerback right before the Super Bowl? A Super Bowl where your secondary got lit up by Nick Foles and company. Can you explain that to me? I'd love to know. So that's gonna be some good stuff. I love that line from. I think it's either Julian Edelman or one of the other receivers who said, we worked for the Patriots, but we played for Brady.
Yeah. Well,
That's the best line of the entire. There's no way they can beat that line. That line describes everything. We worked for the Patriots, but we played for Brady.
or worked for Belichick, but played for Brady, which is kind of the way it goes. And Brady was a key cog, obviously. So looking forward to that. It's kind of built around, I guess, the Jordan documentary, the Last Dance, but kind of similar. But 10 parts. 2 are out, ready to go on Apple. Enjoy that. We'll play that trailer for you coming up. Also hit some bullish or BS for the end of this hour. Right now, let's get to the top stories. Get you caught up on a Friday morning. Top Gun Rentals and Lawn Equipment bring you the top stories. We start in Kansas City. An update on that tragic mass shooting that unfolded amidst the throngs of people at the Chiefs Super Bowl celebration on Thursday. Authorities now believe the chaos began from a dispute between several people, many of them juveniles. Police Chief Stacey Graves said that 22 people were injured in the shooting. They ranged between ages of 8 and 47, half of whom were under the age of 16. A mother of 2 was killed tragically. The 3 people were detained, including 2 juveniles. No charges have yet been filed. Opening day for Texas Longhorn baseball. Baseball fans will be back at UFCU Disch Falk Field to celebrate the 50th season at the Dish tonight. Hosting San Diego, the Toreros. Head coach David Pierce enters his 8th season with a deep, talented squad, picked to finish second in the Big 12 in the preseason vote. of the Big 12. Fans will be introduced to a new video board and the Yeti Yard in left center field. Returning ace LeBaron Johnson Jr. will get the ball for Texas tonight in Game 1, facing San Diego, a team that was picked to finish second in the West Coast Conference. Should be a good matchup this weekend. 7 o'clock tonight, 2:30 tomorrow, 1 o'clock on Sunday. After their week off, their rare midweek off, the Texas men's hoop squad back at it tomorrow. They roll into Houston to face Kelvin Sampson and the third-ranked Cougars at high noon tomorrow. Houston enters the game tied with Iowa State atop the Big 12 standings at 8-3. Texas is 5-6, looking to make up some ground. Maybe their biggest road challenge of the year there. Red Hot Texas women hosting Iowa State tomorrow afternoon. Vic Schaefer's Horns have won 5 in a row as they come in and face the Cyclones at 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Speaking of women's college basketball, what an incredible scene last night in Iowa City, Iowa. Hawkeye star Caitlin Clark set the new Division I women's basketball scoring record in a 106-89 win for the Hawkeyes over Michigan. 22-year-old Phenom broke the record with her 8th point of the night. She went on to score 49 points and dish out 13 assists for good measure. She's now scored 3,569 points for her career, the most ever. In golf yesterday, Patrick Cantlay fired a 64. He sits atop the leaderboard at the first round of the Genesis Invitational at 7 under. Jordan Spieth at 5 under, 2 back. Fellow Longhorn Scotty Scheffler and Bo Hostler at 3 under. Tiger Woods battled back spasms in his opening round yesterday. He finished at 1 over. And finally, keep in mind, if you're headed downtown this weekend or out and about on Sunday morning, be advised, thousands of runners from across the country descending on the capital city for the annual Austin Marathon, half marathon, and 5K. Races begin at 7 a.m. on Sunday along Congress Avenue. First road closures will begin actually today in downtown Austin.
Yeah, we were talking earlier about the parade, and I wonder if in the future, sports, just these sports organizations who are playing these championship parades, I wonder if they'll change up anything, or if they'll decide to move some of these celebrations indoors, or maybe move it into a bigger stadium or venue, just so they can, better safeguard against some of these possible tragic situations that are starting to become all too common at championship celebrations. I don't know if they can, but I wonder if they'll at least entertain this solution or discuss the possibility of it, because I think it's worth it. If you're a city leader, you at least have to at this point have the conversation about whether you can make the event safer, because these things are becoming all too common.
Yeah,
all too frequent. It's sad,
and that's all phases of our life. They're all too frequent, and churches now.
Yes,
just last
I
weekend.
agree. But it's when you have that, what they say, 1 million people attended.
Over 1 million. I mean, they estimate, but it was city block after city block of folks.
And that's just it. I don't think there's anything you can do when you have that many people and that much space that you're trying to secure. There's just nothing. You can't
set up
control,
a perimeter big enough.
Yeah, exactly right. You don't control any of that, and no matter how many people, or the officers of the law they have on the ground, and how many policemen they have on the ground, that's just hard. So I do wonder in the future, I mean, it's unfortunate, but I wonder if they'll decide to have at least experiment with having it inside to see if they can make it a little bit safer.
In an arena, yeah.
Yeah, well, yeah, arena, stadium.
Well, I mean, just say if you were here, if the Longhorns won the national championship and they wanted to have a celebration, you could have it at DKR.
You could.
100,000
people. I'm sure you can just
metal
throw some standing room only in there if you want to, kind of thing.
But, and that's...
Texas would probably sell tickets to get you on the field, though. If I know no, they really, they would. They'd have the Gen Pop tickets up top, and then they'd be like, all right, you want to be on the actual field with your team, we're going to charge you.
I assume it would be free, but they would sell concessions.
So I think they would sell special tickets to get on the field. I think if you pay a certain amount, you can get on the field to celebrate with the team, because they're going to have the actual trophy celebration on the field. But you're right. That's why we like parades, so everybody can go, everybody can attend, and you can do it at the Capitol, all that kind of stuff. What they have the 2005 celebration? Where they end up having like the
It's on the field. It was on the field.
It was on the field.
Mm-hmm.
They just did a parade and then
I believe so.
Stopped the field. Okay.
It's been a bit now.
Okay.
But yeah, it was at the stadium. Which is
do.
about right. And look, this is a parade, so parades in any, whether it's 4th of July parade or if it's a Christmas Day Macy's parade. I mean, it spans city blocks. I mean, it goes and goes and goes. I've been to many St. Patrick's Day parades in Houston growing up, or those are impossible to police. They're free. I mean, you can bring as much police presence as you want, but when you're having something that large, there really is. And so the question is, would you get rid of the idea of a parade
and just have a celebration?
Just have a celebration.
And then have a celebration somewhere else that you could.
That's how you get 1 million people. You go, You know, you can line up in pretty much any city block, and you're going to see the motorcade come by and see Travis Kelce and Patrick Mahomes and get to wave at him and whatnot. That might be the part that gets eliminated. This actually happened where the celebration was, right down at the Union Station, where they were up on stage. And you know, I mean, the amazing part, you know, there were players on the Chiefs hiding in closets when the gunfire erupted. I mean, unbelievable. I mean, this was right down near where they were up on stage talking about going for three-peats, and you know, Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce are singing along, you know, Friends in Low Places or whatever they were doing.
Man.
I mean, it was tragic, but at the same time, you're right. I do think, because it's just unfortunate, but all too often the bad deeds of a few lead to the many not, you know, being able to have a parade.
That's true.
Because city leaders have to do what's best
for the masses, and
and
sometimes that is not to have as accessible.
Yeah.
And I know they'll discuss it. I don't know if it'll happen, but considering now we've had multiple incidents at multiple championship parades in sports, because we're coming from a sports angle, we know there's this is a much I think, you know, a much more serious topic than sports, and in our society it's a much deeper topic that we need to discuss. And I think we're all upset that this is who we are as a society. Unfortunately, this is who we are. We get together in large groups, and unfortunately we have to worry about the worst of us trying to go out there and harm people. But I do think it's worth having a serious conversation about from the championship parade standpoint, because it's only going to continue to happen.
I mean,
it's inevitable.
The early part of the preliminary investigation indicates that, you know, this was not. Immediately you think, oh man, this is some type of terrorist thing, or
it was that.
A bunch of 16-year-old kids with guns.
It was there. It was
feels
there.
like.
Yeah, it was them. Like right. Apparently, they had an argument with
there
each
was
other,
a dispute
and then that
between
became
juveniles,
violence.
and they got Glocks or what kind of guns they're carrying, and all of a sudden,
and it's like, man, they can't. They're selling you a dispute with guns like that as kids.
I know that often.
Come on, man. What happened to just fight? Go like y'all
Well,
can
'cause
fight,
a lot
and
of
y'all would have been fine.
A lot of people have already asked, you know, why have charges not been filed? I'm assuming because they're juveniles.
They're probably investigating, getting
You got
evidence.
juvenile authorities involved, and you know, obviously there's
parents, and you got to get
there's
the guardians of these kids.
A woman is killed. Of course, a DJ is killed. I mean, this is, you know, take your time on the event. There's a lot to sort out here about what the charges are going to be and how they're going to be put towards who. And it is just such a senseless thing. But right. Unfortunately, you probably would just have to eliminate the idea of a parade.
That's what I'm saying.
Because the idea of a parade is that everybody can come and everybody can celebrate and everybody can come get their piece of the Chiefs and say thank you. And you know, unfortunately, it's just. You know, gosh, we see it. It's just a terrible, terrible thing.
It is. No, I'm with you. It's very sad, and like I said, every day you have to realize this is kind of who we are as a society, because it's not just sporting events; it's happening. You know, different events, churches, stuff like that. So, it's a sad conversation we have to have. But the city leaders, you know, to do the responsible thing, they should at least explore the possibility of making it safer for the folks.
Yeah. And at the same time, you know, as this text said, did fear have them cancel the Boston Marathon? They still have the Boston Marathon.
No. Yeah.
I mean, because it's one of those. You know, you can come, but just know in this country that could happen. It's one of those, you know, your choice.
Like I said, unfortunately, they should explore the possibility. I'm not saying cancel it and all that. I'm just saying you do have to have the discussion.
100%.
We have to. That's part of being a responsible city leader, is to have the discussion about, hey, can we make it safer, and how can we make it safer? And through that exploration, they'll find other ways other than canceling the parade or taking it indoors to a stadium or taking it into another venue. They'll explore other possibilities. My point is, unfortunately, you have to have that.
I think you're right about that.
Yeah.
All right, that's good stuff right there. We'll take your thoughts on it. We'll play you this trailer for the new docu-series about the New England Patriots dynasty.
That's going to be good.
The truth behind the curtain will be good. Also,
what do you think it'll be better than the Bull, the Last Dance one?
Yes.
Ooh, really?
I think so.
It's got more dirt, don't it?
I think so too.
It's got more dirt than the Bulls one.
Because again, the Bulls one, I enjoyed it.
It was great.
Remember, it was right during COVID, so it was perfect timing.
It was perfect timing. Yeah.
Wasn't anything else to do. But
we did shows about that damn documentary.
But at the same time, I don't think it dove deep enough. I don't think, because Michael Jordan had full, you know, editorial control. So
and he never looked bad. It never painted him in a negative light at all. You're like, well, come on, MJ.
Come on, there's some gambling things we need to look into. There's some shady dealings here. There's this. What about you? And, you know, this, I think, is going to have some teeth to it.
More objective.
When you see the trailer, you realize, okay, they're going to talk to Brady and sit down. They're going to talk to Belichick. There's Roger Goodell. So they're going to talk about Deflategate and Spygate and all those things.
Oh, yeah.
And hopefully they dive deep Hopefully they get, who did destroy the Spygate tapes and where did those go? And what about these inflated balls?
The
And
Patriots got multiple scandals.
what about Tom Brady's phone that disappeared and all this stuff? Those kind of things. And then it's just
Aaron Hernandez? Can we?
Aaron Hernandez.
Yeah. I know y'all knew a murderer in here. So what about that serial killer that was in your locker room?
Well, and then, of course, just the drama between Brady and Belichick and the Jimmy Garoppolo story. And
10 might not be enough.
it's going to be good.
How long are the episodes? Do we know?
I don't know.
They got to be like an hour. They got to be an hour.
I would hope.
Got to be. It's got to be.
All right, let's go to Rod's first rant of a Friday.
I'm as mad as hell, and I'm not going to take this anymore!
Find out what happens when people stop being polite and start getting real.
You ain't keeping it right.
My God! Okay, it's happening. Everybody stay calm.
Oh, you've done it now. It's time for Rod's Rant of the Day.
Hold on to your butts.
All right, we don't talk enough about the Texans, so I got a couple of nuggets here for Texans fans out there. First of all, there were some free agent odds because the free agency is going to be big for the Texans. Texans have I believe the third most cap space in the league next offseason, with this offseason coming up. I'll go check that to make that sure because the salary cap space, obviously, that fluctuates depending on the moves that teams are making. But they projected to have top 5 salary cap space for free agency to spend. So they got a lot of money to spend in the offseason. There are free agent odds from bookies at bookies.com, and they list the Houston Texans as the most likely favorite to land Mike Evans. Mike Evans 2024 odds. The Texans are at plus 300. They got Tampa Bay at plus 325. Oh, this is scary. They got Kansas City at plus 450. That would be a nightmare for the rest of the league. And they got Chicago Bears at plus 750. So basically, they got the Texans with 25%, which is the highest odds overall, to land Mike Evans. I'm not opposed to that. You're a Texans fan, E. What are your thoughts? Mike Evans, veteran wide receiver for your young quarterback, C.J. Stroud.
I love it. And he showed last year with Baker Mayfield. He still's got a lot in the tank. He's only 10 years in, right? I mean, he's had over 1,000 yards in all 10 years.
I think he's from H-Town area too, right?
Galveston.
Yes.
Galveston. Yeah, and went to A&M, of course. So he'll be coming home. I like it, but I also think he's very similar to Nico Collins, and
that is true. He is.
I mean, my general manager hat would tell me I'd rather go after Saquon Barkley and then draft a receiver, because I think Nico Collins, as we told you yesterday, was by PFF the third highest graded receiver in the league.
Yeah.
So I think that's your young budding third year star, and you build around him. You're going to sign him to big money, and then Tank Dell, before he got hurt, was having a heck of a season. He was the best rookie receiver outside of Puka Nacua in the league, and his relationship and synergy with C.J. Stroud is ridiculous. So you love those two, and then. They in the draft, I think they could look at an A.D. Mitchell type of player, or whichever they're looking for. But Saquon Barkley, I think, would be the X factor. Saquon Barkley at 26 years old, with everything he can do for their offense, and as I've said, Bobby Slowick, their offensive coordinator, coming from San Francisco and being around when Christian McCaffrey showed up and what Christian McCaffrey meant to that offense and how dynamic it created. That's what I'd be looking to do. But at the same time, if you can't. I would not be opposed at all to Mike Evans, but if you made me rank him, I would say Saquon Barkley, then Mike Evans.
I'm not opposed to Saquon Barkley. How long are you going to sign him for? He's a running back. And how long are you going to sign him for? That's what I need to know. I just need to know.
What are the numbers? What are the numbers?
I would love to get him for 1 to 2 years.
I would say this.
Anything after 2 years, I think that'd be way too much of an investment.
Well, I would say
because he's the only top running back money.
Sure. And
has he made it through a season healthy yet?
And this year he did. This year he stayed pretty healthy. I would say this: the luxury is you do have C.J. Stroud on a rookie deal, so this is the window in which to do things like this.
Yes.
Right. To maybe overpay a little bit for a running back that can make your offense even that much more dynamic. That risk would be worth the reward, because the Chargers apparently going to be hot to trot for Saquon Barkley too, but they've already got Justin Herbert paid. They've got salary cap issues themselves. Houston has cap money, and because of C.J. Stroud's rookie deal, you've got 2 or 3 years to try to maximize that. So 2-3 year deal with heavy money up front before you have to sign C.J. for Saquon. I would love it, because then you'd have a 3-headed monster of C.J. Stroud, Saquon, and then Nico Collins, the emerging receiver.
Yeah, no, I'm not opposed to it. I just, running back. I like running backs. If you can get him for 1 to 2 years, that'd be great on a mercenary deal. I wouldn't try to commit to him outside of that. I mean, he is at running back at that age. He's already 20. What is he? 26 now?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Going on 27. I mean that you're basically getting to the peak of the running back already. He'll peak at 28 years old. So I wouldn't try him more than 2 year deal, but I like that because anything about Nico Collins is Nico Collins last year wasn't getting a lot of attention. He was just getting a lot of man-to-man. He'll get double teamed now because he's the number 1 wide receiver. You need somebody. This is almost what the 49ers realized when Brandon Ayuk ends up becoming an All-Pro. You need somebody opposite of your go-to number 1 wide receiver that can beat man-to-man coverage consistently. Do they have that? Because they got Nico. Nico's their guy. He's their number 1 receiver. Who do they have opposite him who can beat man-to-man coverage consistently? Tank Dell's a slot receiver. That's what they use him as. That's where he's going to work from. And I love that. But they still need somebody opposite him that can guarantee they can beat man-to-man. Otherwise, it's going to make C.J. Stroud's development a little bit tougher. But I agree with you about the running back position overall. They probably should draft a running back too, considering Devin Singletary last year became their workhorse running back, and he is not that at all. So Texans got some. They got some decisions to make, but they also got a lot of salary cap space. They also pretty much have one of the best young quarterbacks in the NFL. So you can just build around that guy. There's really no wrong decision you can make giving him more weapons. Speaking of giving your young quarterback more weapons, I saw this for the mock draft. Benjamin Solak, he does a great job for the Ringer. He's got him taking a wide receiver. With their 23rd overall pick. It's a perfect place, too, for the Texans to draft because there's no pressure at 23. You can take best player available. You can take what you need. He's got him taking Brian Thomas Jr., the wide receiver from LSU, in the first round.
Big receiver.
He's got him drafting a wide receiver in the first round. And he's really impressive. So maybe they're thinking along the lines you're talking about. He's 6'4", 205. So maybe they're thinking about getting him as that wide receiver opposite Nico Collins. And if that's the case, then they're thinking along the lines that you're talking about, Ian, getting potentially maybe a Saquon Barkley or another running back in free agency.
Yeah, because I also saw odds yesterday that the Ravens are the most likely landing spot for Derrick Henry in free agency to play with Lamar Jackson and give them a running game. Yeah.
They already had a running game.
I know. They just didn't use it come playoff time.
Use it. Yeah. You had a running game. But that would be actually – I kind of like that. That's scary.
Yeah, no, the
not
arms race of the AFC and everybody chasing one
Kansas
Patrick
City.
Mahomes.
Yeah, exactly. What is Kansas City going to do with that? Okay, so speaking of mock drafts, how about this one, though? Luke Easterling, Sports Illustrated, did his mock draft, and he had the Texans at 23 taking Byron Murphy.
Ooh.
Said that Miko Ryan's first season as Houston's head coach was a massive success. His team should only get better from here. One key area of need along is the interior defensive line, where Ryan needs an explosive, disruptive playmaker who can camp out in opposing backfields. And he points out Byron Murphy could be that guy. What I will say is that Nick Casario, you know this too, he loves drafting local prospects.
He does.
He loves drafting prospects that are from Texas. He actually has gone on the record and said he likes the pride they have in the state, and he thinks that translates to the pride they'll have in playing for the Texans. So he's on the record for saying that. And I wonder if Byron Murphy could be the perfect fit for him. That'd be really cool.
Jalen Petrie is a kid from Houston who played at Baylor. Kenyon Green, who hasn't worked out yet.
He says that. He says he likes guys,
I like that.
local
makes sense.
guys.
Local flavor if they're talented enough, obviously. And Byron Murphy, if he were to get there, that's where you said, because it's interesting, this draft in April, the Cowboys and the Texans draft one pick apart. Houston's 23, Cowboys are 24, at least at this point, unless they make a trade.
Yeah.
They're both going to be in a position to hope one of their top guys slides. Because, to me, right outside of 23 is when your first-round grades go off the board.
Pretty much.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, some teams only have like 19 to 25 first-round grades.
That's right. So you're right in that wheelhouse where, okay, but what you're hoping for, and if you're Houston, as you're building a young roster, you're looking for, whichever one of your first-round grade slides into that spot.
Yes, that's true.
That's probably who you're taking. It could be a receiver, could be a defensive lineman.
I agree with that.
Could be, an edge player because if you can't re-sign Jonathan Grenard opposite Will Anderson, and so you're in that luxury. For the Cowboys, I don't think they're. I think the Cowboys have to go offensive line here.
I think every draft I've seen.
The Cowboys are almost pigeonholed because they're cap strapped and they got to get younger.
And Tyron Smith is, I think, a free agent.
Tyron Smith's a free agent. Yeah. Tyler Biotis, the center, is a free agent. They were not deep at offensive line, and if they're going all in, as Jerry Jones says, you've got to fortify that offensive front. Mm-hmm. And so you're almost forced, and that might be a good spot too to take a Tyler Guyton out of Oklahoma or the kid You could even take an interior guard in that spot, one of the top interior guards, because you can move Tyler Smith out to tackle it with them. So I think the Texans are in a spot as a young team building, take best player. Cowboys probably got to fortify the O-line in my mind.
I think you're right about that. That's why I love where the Texans are drafting, and I love where their roster is right now, because they can do exactly what you said. Just kind of watch the draft play out, look at their big board, and go, all right. There are 2 guys we have as first-round picks that are ready for us.
Someone like
dropping to us.
The Florida State receiver.
And they can take any position.
Yeah, the Florida State receiver Keon Coleman falls to them,
They can take it.
or Byron Murphy falls to them. Guys that are all projected in the top and middle of the first round. All of a sudden they're sitting there. I mean, the kid Chop Robinson, the edge player from Penn State.
O-line, or maybe the one that they would have to maybe rethink, because they have an O-line. They've already paid for it.
Got to get it healthy.
So you got to get healthy. So maybe if one of the first round graded O lineman dropped, maybe they would rethink that. But I'm with you. I think almost everything else, everything.
And I think the Cowboys, because they're playing win now mode, I think O-line is their biggest need, or interior D tackle. But that's where they went last year with Mozzie Smith, and that didn't work out.
You can't justify 2 years in a row taking an interior D tackle in the first round. You can do it in the second round.
I agree. Yeah. All right, that's good stuff. Roz Rant, we'll do more of that conversation. The draft is in late April. We got the combine at the end of the month. We'll come back, pick up the conversations of the morning. We'll also get some bullish or BS for the end of the hour. It's a Friday on Hook 'em Up with Ian Rodby.
Hey, what's up, folks? Lifetime Longhorn Rod Babers here. Now, we all love the city of Austin. Well, aside from the traffic that you just heard, we all love this city. It's a great city, folks, and that's why people keep moving to Austin, making it one of the fastest-growing cities in the country. And, what I love about Austin is the same things that you love about Austin. Many of the iconic landmarks that we all love around the city were actually created and built by the skilled craftsmanship of Ironworkers Local Union 482, like the Pennybacker Bridge and DKR Stadium. And the folks at Ironworkers Local 482, they don't go to the office. They're the ones who build it. So if you're looking for an exciting new career, maybe exciting employment opportunities, a refreshing career change, how about becoming a member of Ironworkers Local 482? Right now, they're hiring over 3,000 people for a huge project right here in Central Texas. They're offering competitive wages, competitive benefits, and a pension plan. They even offer training for unskilled labor through their apprenticeship program. Become a member of Ironworkers Local 482 and take pride in the type of teamwork and craftsmanship that helps shape the future of our great city. You can maximize your potential and accept the challenge of becoming the best version of yourself by going online and simply applying at ironworkers482.org. That's ironworkers482.org.
Aaron Hogan, Rod Babers, Hook 'em Up, 1019 AM 1260, The Horn.
There's never been a man.
Friday on the Horn. Let's hook 'em up with Ian Rodby, talking some NFL draft, Cowboys, Texans, roster management and building coming up. Also, Longhorn conversation as well. What about the performance for Caitlin Clark last night in Iowa City? This was unbelievable. Tickets were hard to come by to see her break the Division I women's scoring record last night, Rod.
Mm-hmm.
She did it with a 49-point performance. She only needed 8. She only needed 8.
She wanted to leave no doubt.
But she scored the first 8 points of the game, and the record breaker came on like a 40-foot Steph Curry-looking three-pointer where she was kind of off balance and pulled up from the sponsorship logo on the floor, and she made about 6 of those threes that on the way to a 49-point night. She's unbelievable.
She is.
I'm watching the highlights right now, and she's unbelievable, the shot she's hitting.
She is. She's must-watch television.
I mean, her range is limitless. I mean, she shoots from anywhere. I mean, you think Steph Curry, Max Asmus, and those kind of guys on the men's side knock them down from deep, man. She is stretching the floor, and she is now the all-time leading scorer in women's basketball history. That was pretty awesome last night.
How close is she to becoming an all-time scorer, period? Can she catch? Was it Pistol Pete? Is she in that kind of category?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
No, I mean, Max Asmus is trying to chase down guys, and the guy's side, he's going guys the likes of Danny Manning and Oscar Robertson the last couple of games.
I'm going to look this up and see.
Yeah, but Max Asmus has played like 7 years of college basketball.
Yeah.
Hey, that's becoming the new normal. What do you mean? Guys play a long time now.
Well, I mean,
football and basketball.
Yeah, but I mean, if you're breaking records with guys that played 3 and 4 years, I think it's a little.
Oh no,
it's a little
yes.
different.
Totally.
You get double the amount of time.
No, you're right about that. That's true. That's a good point.
It's only his 5th year. He had 4 years at Oral Roberts. His 5th year is here. That's 5. But yes, I get your point.
Just that extra COVID year.
But
the Caitlin Clark, I think this is her actual senior year, right?
Yes, this is. And she's unbelievable.
She's going to be the number 1 overall pick, right?
Oh, she has to be. I think we've ever seen. I mean, Cheryl Swoops was a great player at Texas Tech back in the day.
Didn't Swoops criticize Caitlin Clark recently?
I did not see that.
Apparently it's like a big thing. Let me look it up because I heard some women's basketball fans talking about it. Apparently, Cheryl Swoops said something about her record or the record she was pursuing, and people did not like it.
Ooh.
Oh no, they were upset. Oh no, they were going off. Yeah, she apologized actually. How about that? I'll find it for you. I'll find it.
Well, she's a good example of the NIL. I know there's a lot of ills of NIL, right? Name, image, and likeness, and we can agree with them or disagree with them. They need guardrails. But this is women's basketball, right? Ladies aren't making a ton of money come in WNBA time, right?
No, they're making more in NIL space.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
She's got deals
Angel
with
Reese and all that.
Oh yeah, she's got deals with Nike, Gatorade, State Farm. So she's making more money as an Iowa Hawkeye than she probably will in the WNBA. Just on endorsement deals. And what we're seeing, on the women's game, is what we used to see on the men's side, and we see in football, where college players become stars in college, and then by the time they get to the pros, they're already household names, right? That's one of the things about having the college system that develops these players. So, but in the NBA right now, we're not seeing the guys in college long enough for them to become stars in college, right? But on the women's side, they are.
Very true.
So, I think that's part of it. We talked to you earlier last week about the NBA, and it's, who's going to replace the faces of the league and LeBron James and Steph Curry when they retire. We're seeing that more because, again, when you have 3-4 years, as Ty says, of college football or college basketball and you're a star, by the time you get to your professional league, you're a known commodity and you've already made a name for yourself. And I think the NBA is not getting enough of that right now because the college game is so transient, and the players that are really good, they go straight to the NBA now.
Yeah. Apparently, Cheryl Swoops questioned whether Caitlin Clark's game would translate to the WNBA.
Ooh.
In a podcast. Yeah, like that was didn't think her game would translate.
Well,
to
I would
the
say this.
WNBA.
I mean, watching Caitlin Clark. I mean,
I'll send the clip to Ty. We can listen to the clip.
She could be literally one of those people that transcends it and brings fans to the WNBA that aren't currently watching the WNBA. Wherever she goes,
because her game is so exciting.
Yeah, and the fans are going to begin to watch that WNBA product because she's there.
Since we're talking about it, I did send it to you, Ty. If you want to dial up Cheryl Swoops' criticism of Caitlin Clark, they got the basketball world lit. See, Barack Obama's congratulating Caitlin Clark. There you go. She's a star, man.
Greatest scorer in the history of women's college basketball right there.
She's a star.
Hey, Ty, I sent you the trailer for the new New England Patriots 10-part docuseries that is debuting now. It's actually the first 2 episodes are streaming on Netflix. Can we play this? I don't know what this sound's going to be because it looks like it's a lot of just guys sitting in a chair, but can you play this for me? It's only 30 seconds long.
Yeah. When did you just send it to me?
Or did I not?
I don't
I
think
sent
you
it to
did.
my.
I don't think
I'll
you
send
did.
it to you. I wanna,
You dial up the Cheryl Swoops thing.
Yeah, I got
that
it.
I sent to you.
One sec.
Okay,
All right,
let's hear Cheryl Swoops criticize Caitlin Clark and see if it's
here we
working.
go. Here we go.
Yeah.
Will eventually be a good pro. I don't think Angel will come into the league immediately and dominate the way people think she will. And I say that for people who have never watched a WNBA game. It's good. Like there's talent. Like these women can play. And because there are very few roster spots. Like it's a real job. So people look at new players coming in, whether that's out of college, players who've been overseas, and they look at that and say, oh, you trying to come take my job. Like, no, it's not gonna be that easy. So will Caitlin Clark be a good pro? Absolutely. Will Caitlin Clark come into the WNBA and do what she's doing right now? Immediately? Absolutely not. Not gonna happen.
Okay.
I think that's fair.
I do too. Yeah, I don't think it's that harsh. Actually, it kind of makes sense. Like, yeah, she's gonna be a rookie. It may take her a while, but if she goes into the WNBA as a rookie and just lights it up, and then everybody's good. But Cheryl Swoops apologized, by the way, for this.
Apologize?
Chuck, I don't know why
People
she
get
would.
so sensitive over the Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese stuff. It's ridiculous.
Really?
That's another. Besides, I haven't been seeing as much Taylor Swift on my Instagram recently. Thank God. I've been seeing more and more Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese, which they're both hoopers. But I always look at the comment sections, and it's like almost like a race war in there every single time. Just people talking trash on either one. It gets people going one way or the other.
Okay.
Whether you're arguing about if they're good or not, who's better. I mean, it's good. I guess at the end of the day, people are talking about women's college
good for
basketball,
the
so
sport
it's good.
It is good for the sport, actually. Yeah.
It's great for the sport because it's rivalry, right? It's the drama. It's the pettiness we talk about.
Yeah, but I'm with you. I don't think that was that harsh. It made a lot of sense.
That was
that's a very
She had to apologize for
poised
that?
comment. She said some other stuff about the record, and I think like when she was approaching the record too, some other stuff. So that wasn't the only thing she said, but like I said, didn't sound that harsh to me. But either way, but Cheryl Swoops is a legend, and she's saying Caitlin Clark is going to be good, just not good immediately when she goes to WNBA.
Yeah.
But she might be wrong about that too. I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know the transition. I haven't watched a lot of WNBA. Maybe she's going to go there and light it up.
I have not
I
watched.
heard
a lot
Angel
of
Reese going to be in the same draft class.
I don't. You're
I'm barking up the wrong tree.
lane for me. Wrong lane for me, brother.
I will look that up then. I guess we're
I will not
educating
pretend
ourselves
to
on the WNBA.
sound smart on that. But it was and I believe, I think that game last night for Caitlin Clark in the Iowa game was on Peacock. It was a streaming deal.
Oh, was it really?
Yes, I think it was like.
Oh, because they knew she was going to break the record. Is that why?
Yes.
Okay.
Because it wasn't originally scheduled to be on TV, and then all of a sudden this is a record, so they put it on Peacock streaming. I believe is how that played, and it might have been on They might have shown highlights on the Big Ten Network as it was happening.
I mean, we are in a kind of a golden era of women's basketball, though. I mean, after that national title, was it 2 years ago, where they had it was the highest rated women's national title ever?
That was last year.
It was last year, right? With Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese and all the trash talk and stuff. And that's.
Well, and they're on a collision course maybe to play again. I don't know if LSU is that good. Again,
They-
I'm way out of my lane here.
They should.
Well,
that would
Angel
be
Reese
great.
has dealt with some, like, she hasn't been going to school and stuff.
Oh.
Well,
Suspended
she's
a
making
few
all that
times this
money.
year. Yeah.
Oh, and she's been suspended? That's why she didn't go?
No, she's playing now, but I'm also not probably the person asked about this. But since I see it so much on social media, I'm pretty sure she's been
Okay.
out a
Didn't know
few
that.
games for disciplinary
right.
reasons.
Okay. There you go.
But she's still hooping when she's on the court.
Mm-hmm. And making that cash.
Yeah.
Making
All
that
right.
money.
She was in Sports Illustrated swimsuit.
Who?
Angel
Yeah,
Reese.
Angel Reese.
Angel Reese.
Yeah, I did see something like that.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
that's with Brittany Mahomes. Brittany Mahomes coming out in that deal too.
Oh, I did see that. I don't know why. Why is Brittany Mahomes posing? And can we talk about this?
Her
Why is she
body,
posing in a swimsuit edition?
not to objectify her, but it is.
Well, she's in the
yeah,
swimsuit edition.
Not to
exactly.
objectify her, but let's
But-
objectify
yeah,
She
her.
I
wants to be objectified. That's why she's in it.
Her body was a lot better than I was expecting.
Thank you very
I
much.
think her
so
face.
you're-
I think her
oh.
face is the issue for me personally.
Oh God! Not to
Not to objectify.
I'm just
but
saying.
her face
She's
is
put
the
it,
issue
if
for
she's going
me.
to put it out there, you got to. I mean, I can comment on it, right?
You can see her face.
Same thing with
You can
Angel
see her-
Reese.
you-
Angel
you can
Reese
see her
has a
face
nice
with-
body, but her face just is not doing it for me. I'm
Wow.
sorry. I'm sorry.
Hey, Ty,
I'll say it. I
you
know
can-
people are thinking it.
Ty, you can see their faces without the swimsuit edition, so you could have
Well,
you could
yeah,
have made
exactly.
that observation before.
Before they were both in it, I did not think they were, naturally very attractive.
But
women.
the body's rocking to you. They're Penn
yes,
Staters.
it got
Huh?
yes that
Great
raised them
uniform,
up.
but an ugly helmet.
Raised them up a few points in my book.
Well, to your question of why is she doing it, I mean, I think she wanted to show off her body. I asked that question when we first saw it. I was like, can Patrick Mahomes have somebody around him that's not, trying to grab limelight because of him? I mean, whether it's his brother or her or his dad. Well, his dad just seems to be a drunk, apparently.
Yeah, his dad's just a fuster clock.
I mentioned that ahead of the Super Bowl. It's like, Patrick's trying to get ready for the Super Bowl. His dad's getting DUIs. The wife's in Sports Illustrated. Travis Kelce's dating a superstar. All these things.
Brother.
And his brother is doing dumb things, and it's
that's how crystallized his focus is.
I know, right?
Like none of that distracts away from him.
Yeah,
he just keeps getting better and better. Everybody around him keeps trying to soak up more and more fame and more of the limelight. You're right. It's gonna get worse. It's not gonna get better.
No.
She's going to try to get a reality TV show and
for sure.
her own podcast pretty soon, all that kind of stuff. And you're right. All Patrick Mahomes does is keep winning games and making his GOAT-worthy resume.
Lock it in, man. Lock it in. That's what he does, without a doubt. All right, send your criticisms to care of Ty Henderson at the Horn headquarters there on the face conversation.
Yeah, he likes the body. I will say this. I think she got some work done, and then she wanted to show it off. That's basically
I mean, those –
she got some work done.
In the chest area, I don't think those are
natural.
Specifically.
Yes. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, I'm with you on that. I think that's a little unnatural.
Well, she did just have a baby recently, did
she
not?
Good. I'm not. I'm confident. I'm saying no. If you get the work done, good for you. Go show it off.
Good for Patrick too.
Good for Patrick. Well, he's been with her since high school.
I know.
Right? They're like high school sweethearts from East Texas.
Yeah. That's good. And good for him because he's a good guy. He didn't try to upgrade. Once he got, once he made it big and blew up, some guys upgrade. Look at Dwayne Wade. He's like, all right, I'm upgrading. Upgrade time.
Gabrielle Union.
Look at Russell Wilson. Upgrade time. Here we go. You know what I mean? Like some guys, they make it big and they go, listen, I know she been with me from the get-go, but it's time to upgrade this thing. And nobody blames him. I'm not blaming him either. Because women probably upgrade too in their situations. So I'll give him props. He did not look to upgrade. He's like, nah, baby, I'll upgrade you. You still my boo thing.
There you go.
There you go.
The East Texas love affair.
It is. It really is. Because people don't like her. Like, her Q score is really low. People dislike his woman, and he does not care. That does not matter to him.
They hate his brother.
They hate his brother.
Dad's a mess.
Yeah. They hate all of his family members.
People now hate his tight end and her girlfriend. It's like
very true, yeah. But
the only person they like around him is Andy Reid, I guess. It's hard not to like
likable.
Andy Reid.
Andy Reid's very likable.
Very likable.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll come back. We'll pick it up with some bullish or BS conversations. We'll get back to some football talk as well. Baseball season is here. Longhorns opening up their season tonight down over at Dish Falk Field. We'll preview the 50th all-time season at Dish Falk Field coming up on Hook 'em Up with Ian Rodby. Viking Fence, what separates Viking? Well, pretty much everything from other companies and fence companies you're going to find in Austin, Texas, and beyond. Viking's been the most reliable fence company in Texas since the early 70s. It comes to getting the job done right. Viking Fence knows how to deliver. Their estimators, installers, quality control division, counter personnel, everybody at Viking Fence have worked closely on fencing projects for decades and have dealt with every aspect of a fence project. It's a different level. They own every phase at Viking Fence, and unlike most fence companies, their estimators will own your project from start to finish, whether it's for your home or business, wood privacy fence of some kind, iron fence project, automated gate. They own that project from A to Z. Their primary focus is the quality and the workmanship each and every time. That's how the company's been organized. organized. They got that quality control division I tell you about. And how about this? The average tenure of their estimators, longest in the industry. So there's just they don't skimp on any of it, right? From the materials to the people that will work with your fence, the crews, longest and most experienced. How about over 300 plus years of combined erector and crew experience at Viking Fence? I mean, it's just everything that you want. You just want a worry-free, great fence that's going to last a long time. That's what Viking is every single time. 837-6411. Find them online at VikingFence.com. And always remember, when you think fence in the ATX and beyond, always think Viking.
Aaron Hogan, Rod Babers, Hook 'em Up, 1019 AM 1260, The Horn.
As we said, share your frustrations with care of Ty Henderson at the Horn headquarters.
Who did he offend this time? Who did Ty offend? Did he offend somebody?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure he did.
And somebody said, quote, not to objectify her, but her body surprised me. The face is the issue, unquote.
Not to objectify. It's almost that I'm not a racist, but.
Not to be racist, not to be offensive, but let it be really offensive. Yeah, that's kind of the way that goes.
Well, at least I prefaced it. Right?
You preface it. As long as you do that, right?
It means he was aware of it. He was aware that he was about to objectify her.
I'm sure a lot of people are thinking it. We all have our opinions. It's not like, let's not act like we're not looking.
Well,
no, she's in swimsuit edition. I was looking.
Exactly. If you don't want to be judged based on your appearance, then don't put yourself in Sports Illustrated swimsuit edition.
Oh man, that was good. That was Hey, my man Ty, he's one of a kind. I love it.
One of a kind.
Did your lady listen to the program, Ty?
No, not really. I mean, she'll if I tell her to. She honestly comes up here sometimes and brings me breakfast, so she'll listen when she's here.
You got a good one, Ty. You know you got a good one now, right?
I know.
Yeah. Okay. I can. Okay. Just want to make sure we're on the same page there. She seems like she's a keeper.
No, she is.
She's buying you clothes, and she's bringing you breakfast. She seems like she's worried genuinely about your well-being.
No, she's just not. No, she just likes being around me, and I like being around her too.
Well,
it's been like 2 weeks of. I think my roommate and we need to spend a night apart, and I'm not at my house soon because I think it's been like 2.5 weeks between being in NOLA and her spending the night at my house. So she's working all weekend, so we'll be away from each other a little bit, but
absence makes the heart grow fonder.
Gonna miss her, of course.
Oh, Ty said he gonna miss her.
I get whipped.
Whoa, that's big. T.Y.
Well, like I said, I have some birthday celebrations this weekend, so I will be hitting the town. but
Relationship, but you're a relationship tie now, though.
Respectfully hitting the tie.
Yeah, now tie. Okay, so now you go out. Now you're just a wingman. You don't even go hit on women. You just go out.
Yeah.
It's a wingman for your homeboys, right?
I mean, I tend to see people I know. I just have some friendly conversations, catch up.
Good for you, Ty.
All right.
I like this.
All right. Bullish or
Relationship
BS? Speaking of objectifying the female species. Dateline, Paconing, Michigan. Bullish or BS?
Oh,
A
no.
high school cheerleader in Michigan was forced to cover up, according to school officials, when she wore her school-issued cheerleading uniform to school on game day. Yeah. Amanda Alberg said she was upset that her daughter, Mariah, a varsity cheerleader at the high school, was told to put pants on because she was too scantily dressed wearing her cheerleader uniform on game day.
Hold up, then something's wrong with the cheerleading uniform.
That's
then,
what I'm saying.
If you don't think it's appropriate for school,
Come on,
how
man.
can she wear it on the sideline of a sporting event then? Right? This is the actual uniform she wears.
Yes.
Then it can't, by definition, it cannot be scantily clad, can it?
The mother believes that in terms of the dress code, if a uniform is
What?
appropriate to be worn at the game, it should be okay to be worn at school.
I
I called the school office. They told us that they have to wear pants under the uniform at all times.
Okay, you know what? Maybe that's not true because you can't wear like the Palm Squad. They were the assless chaps, so you can't be wearing that stuff to school like that.
That could be distracting.
That could be distracting. So so maybe it doesn't always apply that if it's appropriate for the field or for competition, that's also appropriate for school. So because wrestlers, right? They were right. What if a male wrestler just wanted to wear his
Tights?
wrestling uniform, right? Leotard to class all day. Got the junk hanging out. You know what I mean? So, I guess you can't. Yeah, I mean, so actually, that's not that crazy. Because you can't just wear whatever you're going to wear for the game to class.
Okay.
That's not always appropriate.
I'm just trying to remember back. I haven't been in high
But
school in a
cheerleading
long time.
uniforms, the cheerleading skirts are short, though. They wear like little
The
bloomers.
girls,
They're short.
And at Westlake, the girls wear their cheer uniforms on game
That's
day.
what I thought.
No, I remember at Houston Lamar, they wear it too. My point is, it may be considered inappropriate. I mean, it's a short skirt.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Well, it
it's
is a
not
short
like
skirt.
School
it's not-
issued
They
or
have
paid for.
it's like spandex under. It's not like their
I know.
butts are just
See,
hanging out.
I mean, it's got to be.
And I'm just saying that the devil's advocate. What if the volleyball girls all want to wear their volleyball shorts to class?
Done.
Exactly. Like I don't know if we can say that's appropriate
Okay.
for class.
I'm just thinking back to Ty's point. I was in high school years and decades ago, but the cheerleaders did wear their outfits to school
On game
on
days.
Friday of game days for pep rallies. They're going to pep rallies.
And I think we all were also. It was like that's great. We all love that.
Players would wear their jerseys.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then when they like decorate the lockers and stuff, all that kind of
Yeah, and I think I remember the dance squad dressing the same too. The dance squad would always they all dress the same.
It was a pep rally environment.
Yeah.
Getting ready for the big game.
Yeah.
What were you gonna say, Ty?
We were sports coat and slacks, all business at Westlake.
All business.
Oh, that's right. Y'all wore like suits or like y'all dress up for
Yeah,
game
well,
day?
you had to wear a tie. Most people
Okay.
wear a coat as well.
I like that. Actually, I do. I kind of like that. They do that now obviously at the college level. They just
A lot of different programs, both high school and college. I feel like do that now.
Hey, Ty, let me ask you.
in college they definitely should do it now. You got the money now. Like go get a suit.
Go get you a suit.
Go get you a suit, young man.
What do you have in bullish or BS there, Rod B?
Should be one of your first purchases when you get your NIL money.
That's
all
right.
Should
That's
go buy like a really nice suit.
Absolutely.
Okay, bullish or BS. One of the popular names coming up as a possible candidate to replace Steve Wilkes, who was the defensive coordinator for the San Francisco 49ers in the Super Bowl. Brandon Staley is now coming up. Do we bullish or BS? We like Brandon Staley hooking up with Shano to upgrade over Wilkes. Is that an upgrade?
I liked your
As
Bill
a DC?
Belichick theory better.
I love the Belichick one too.
to go with Shanahan.
Sexy.
But look, Brandon Staley was a terrible head coach, but he was a great defensive coordinator with the Rams when they won the Super Bowl.
So he matches up with the McShanahan coaching tree.
Yeah, that would be okay. I mean, that would mean obviously, Mike. Kyle Shanahan took a lot of heat for the Steve Wilkes firing, but he, as you said, it just wasn't a fit, and it wasn't a fit all year.
No,
this was not just a Super Bowl scapegoat situation. This was they weren't going to work together moving forward. So, but Brandon Staley. I'm fine with it. I'd be fine with it. As long as he's not making in-game decisions like going for it on fourth down or clock management, leave that to Kyle.
And don't do those weird stretches on the sideline before the game. He's like, those very feminine stretches he was doing before the game. I got a question about Mike Zimmer, though, when we come back to a discussion that Cowboys fans are having. It's a simple question.
Talk some
Cowboys
Texas
fans.
baseball as well. I know a lot of Longhorn baseball fans ready to get out to the dish and get their baseball on this weekend. We'll preview that with a team that I think a lot of people are bullish. Rod can be a team it's got Omaha kind of talent.
Yeah, Drew broke it
Omaha
down
kind of
yesterday.
talent. Yeah,
He was excited about it.
Omaha kind of depth and talent. We'll talk more about this Texas baseball team. Also, Texas basketball with a big game tomorrow down at Houston on the men's side. Women are home. We'll get all of that coming up in our headlines. Hook 'em up with Ian Rodby. Underdog Fantasy, folks. Listen, the NBA season now in full swing. Obviously, All-Star break this weekend, but when they roll back in, it is no easier way to get in on the action than with Underdog Fantasy. If you want to get yourself into the NBA, like NFL season's over, you haven't really watched a lot of NBA, but now it's time to get into it. Underdog Fantasy is a great way to get you back, get your interest going, but you also can make some real money. It's legal right here in the state of Texas. You just pick a game you're going to watch, or games. You pick 2 to 5 players from at least 2 different teams, and you select higher or lower on their in-game player stats. If your picks hit, you could win up to 100 times your money. It's legal here in the Lone Star State. It's a ton of fun, especially when you're playing along with your Mavericks or Rockets or Spurs. And you know, a lot of scoring going on in the NBA these days. So a lot of hires coming in. Luka Doncic playing at MVP level. Just a fun way. And then you use your strategy of matchups and those kind of things. That's what it's all about. It's so easy to use. Go to their easy-to-use mobile app or go to UnderdogFantasy.com. Get signed up if you haven't yet. And shame on you. My promo code is Hogan, Hogan. That's going to allow you to get double your money. They'll match your first deposit up to $100. They'll also give you a mystery special pick to use on your first Pick'em entry when you use that promo code Hogan. So get it going into the NBA season the rest of the way. Underdog Fantasy, UnderdogFantasy.com. Promo code Hogan, Hogan.
Must be 18 or plus and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concern with your play. Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
We're rolling. Take A. We're rolling. Take overdub. 5. Double tap.
Hook 'em up with Ian Rod B rolls on into the third hour of our 5-hour Friday conversation. Bottom of this hour, we'll be halfway through. We'll be at the turn. We'll talk some golf. Tiger Woods on live television yesterday with an amateur-like shank.
Tiger Woods, Joe.
8-iron into the tree. I mean, it was dead right off the hosel. See ya. Says his back seized up. He's having some back spasms on 18 at Riviera. So we'll talk Tiger Woods, also the continued putting problems of one Scotty Scheffler, the world #1 player. And at the turn, bottom of the hour, Rod will take us behind the burnt orange curtain. Also, on the way to the timeout, Rod, you were talking about a question you had on Mike Zimmer, the new defensive coordinator of your Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah, I did. Actually, I'm looking for some sound now of Dave Campo actually discussing the Cowboys defense. Some interesting comments. I can read the comments, but I want to find the audio. So I'm going to try to find that audio for you guys.
Okay.
Dave, some really interesting stuff that he said about the transition from Dan Quinn to Zimmer. But that's aside from my question. I just saw this because that's not on my phone. Your phone's listening to you. I was literally just talking about Mike Zimmer and Dan Quinn, and then my phone, boom, it just populates this story of a quote from Dave Campo talking about that. I'm like, well, my phone is definitely listening to me. You should talk to your phone, people. It's listening to you. Trust me.
Oh, it's fine.
The algorithm knows. The algorithm knows. But it's just some comments about why he believes the transition actually is going to help the Cowboys. The question I have is simple. Is it an upgrade? Is Mike Zimmer an upgrade over Dan Quinn? Because I'm not sure. I don't know if I'm sure. It's different. I've broke down why it's different and I'll continue to do that and break that down because I'm studying Zimmer's defense, and I really like Dan Quinn's defense, and I knew a lot about it structurally, philosophically. This is my question for Cowboys fans. Hit us up on the Specs text line. Is it an upgrade? Hit us up on the text line. Is it an upgrade? I don't know. I'm asking, do you think it is?
I think it can be. I think it's how I would ask that, because I think Dan Quinn has installed – kind of the idea of what they want to be, but they were undisciplined last year, I thought. They were one of the most penalized defenses as far as offsides, jumps on offsides, and unforced penalties like that. And then they didn't show up in big games. Now, was that personnel related? Was that scheme related?
Yeah.
That's your question. I just know what Mike Zimmer is going to be, and it might be with Dan Quinn for 3 years. This is the year with a very talented team with several All-Pros and 2 guys who finished in the top 5 for Defensive Player of the Year. And maybe insert some boot in the ass discipline that helps his defense play bigger and better in big spots.
Yeah, because I had a Cowboys fan ask me, and I genuinely could not tell them. I was like, I don't know if it's an upgrade. I don't necessarily think that Zimmer's gonna be worse. No, not at all. I think I like Mike Zimmer. I just think it's gonna be different. It's almost in a situation where I think it may be a preference thing about the leadership style you're talking about, the philosophy, the construction of the defense, all those same things. It remains to be seen whether it's considered an upgrade or not. Because Dan Quinn that was a top 5 defense in the league.
I know. That's the thing.
It produced. You led the NFL in takeaways in back-to-back years. You led the NFL in pressure rate. That Dan Quinn defense had certain things it would hang its hat on. You knew what the identity of that defense was going to be. And the identity was, we're going to take the football away, and we're going to pressure the hell out of your quarterback. The problem is they would often want to stop there's a great philosophy in the NFL. I think Rex Ryan used to apply it all the time, or at least he would use this old saying, we'll stop the run on our way to the quarterback.
Yes.
We'll stop the run on our way to the QB. Well, that sounds really cool, right? It sounds like the right thing to say. It's like, yeah, that means we prioritize pass rush. Right, we want to get them in a pass rush situation. That's where we get our takeaways. That's where we get our splash plays. But in today's NFL, if you meet a team that decides, well, the hell with it, we're not throwing. We're just going to run it down your damn throat. Then you can't stop the run on your way to the quarterback. And I think when you build and construct a defense, or even philosophically, you have that type of attitude, which I think the Cowboys were built on with Dan Quinn, it gets you in trouble with teams who just want to pound the rock. Now, it's a modern defense Dan Quinn has. So most modern defenses are built and constructed to defend modern offenses, very progressive offenses. And very progressive offenses don't run the ball like that.
Yes.
They want to throw the ball.
And that's what was their biggest bugaboo last several years was rush defense in big spots. And again, I'll say this for Dan Quinn. He's been in demand to be a head coach each of the last 3 off seasons. So
because of his defense.
Yeah, he's a really good coach.
Yeah, he's a real good coach.
And what he did in year 1 to turn it from the worst defense the Cowboys have ever had into the defense it became is credit worthy without a doubt.
Unbelievable.
And he could have been a head coach sooner than this. So, and now he's in your own division, unfortunately for Cowboys fans. And I think he's building a really good staff, including, we'll talk about going behind the burnt orange curtain. A guy who was going to be with the Longhorns is now going to Washington to work with Dan Quinn.
That is true.
I'll tell you about that coming up. But as far as upgrade, I mean, it just might be the year that a change of voice is a good thing. But I'll say this, because the lasting memory of this Cowboys team will be that Packers game, which was horrible, right? I mean, all phases. Dak Prescott was bad until
they ran it
was
down
a
your
route,
throat.
and then they ran it down your throat, and you couldn't stop them. But the previous 2 Januaries, the defense was great.
Yes, it was.
I mean, if you go back and watch the 49ers losses in the divisional playoffs, for back-to-back years, the defense was not the problem. I mean, they held a really good offense and gave the offense a chance to win the ball game.
Yep.
And they couldn't. And that's why, I think the defense is still going to be really good next year. The question I have is, Dak in January. Dak in January and the offense in January is your question. Unfortunately for Dan Quinn and the Cowboys, it became both this year, where it was offense and defense. And it was a wholesale collapse against a rising Packers team. But Dan Quinn's defense had given you a chance to advance each of the last 2 Januaries, and the offense couldn't take it. We'll see. We'll see. But Mike Zimmer's a really good coach.
He is good.
He's shown to be a very malleable guy who will use his personnel wisely, and we'll see. They're going to be talented. I don't think there's any doubt about it.
They really did build that defense up.
Let's also remember
you don't have a lot of holes on the defense. The interior D-line and maybe linebacker, those are your biggest holes right now.
100%. But we also can't forget that DeMarcus Lawrence, the unquestioned leader of their defense, went to Vegas before the Super Bowl and said they were tired and their legs were tired and they were worn out at the end of the year.
Yeah, that's strength and conditioning. That's also the coaches too. That's wild.
And that's mindset. I mean, what are you tired? This is the first round of the playoffs. The Packers weren't tired. I mean, come on. The Chiefs won the Super Bowl. They had to go through a first round playoff game.
Yeah.
In freezing cold. I mean, that I
still basically wanted the bye week or something. Like you wanted that what you needed.
DeMarcus Lawrence, that thing went viral rightfully because you got to have a better answer than that. I mean, we go with the old we picked a bad day to have a bad day. That's fine.
Just say we got beat. Just talk about the Packers. We're like, man, they beat us. That's a good young team. They beat us.
Can't go there and say we were tired.
You were tired.
Tired legs, long season. Okay, come on. That's
playing in 17 games.
So maybe that's the point with Zimmer and discipline and just being kind of a hard ass. You got to have an edge. And one thing that I do agree with I think it was Dan Orlovsky who said, they didn't lose because they were tired. They lost because they don't have a defensive identity. What is the identity of their defense? That's what
they
we have to
actually
define.
do have an identity. It's just an identity that didn't match up well with the identity of Green Bay, which is what they want to run the rock. They do have an identity. Their identity is they are built on distortion, deception. That's why they take away the football really well, and it's a modernized defense built on hybridism with multiple athletes who can play multiple positions. You can move around the chessboard. They do have an identity. The problem is that identity doesn't match up well with when Green Bay wants to go pound the football and go power.
Gotta get tougher. Yeah. Hey, let's get to the top stories, then we'll get back to these conversations. Your thought as a Cowboys fan, is it an upgrade, Mike Zimmer from Dan Quinn? We will certainly see coming back next season. But let's get to the other top stories. Top Gun Rentals and Lawn Equipment bring you the top news, and we'll start in Kansas City. Update on the tragic mass shooting at the unfolded at the end of the Chiefs Super Bowl celebration on Thursday. Authorities now believe the chaos began as a dispute between several people. Several of them were juveniles. Police Chief Stacey Graves said that 22 people that were injured in the situation ranged between the ages of 8 and 47. Half of them were under the age of 16, and of course, a mother of 2 was tragically killed. 3 people have been detained. 2 juveniles. No charges yet filed in that situation. Opening day for the Texas Longhorn baseball team tonight. 50th season at UFCU Disch-Falk Field begins tonight in 2024, hosting the San Diego Toreros. Head coach David Pierce and his Horns enter his 8th season with a deep and talented squad that was picked to finish second in the Big 12 in the preseason vote. Fans will be introduced to a new video board tonight in Game 1 and through the weekend. The new Yeti Yard in left center field, and returning ace right-hander LeBaron Johnson Jr. will get the ball tonight in the first game. San Diego is a team that was picked to finish second in their own conference, the West Coast Conference. Should be a good matchup. 7 o'clock tonight, 2:30 tomorrow, 1 o'clock on Sunday. After their midweek off, Texas men hoops are back at it tomorrow. They'll roll to Houston to face Kelvin Sampson and third-ranked Cougars at high noon. Houston enters the game tied atop with Iowa State atop the Big 12 standings at 8-3. Texas is sitting at 5-6. Texas women are at Moody Center tomorrow afternoon, 3 o'clock. Big Schaefer's Longhorns have reeled off 5 straight wins. They're ranked 5th in the country. They'll be a 3 o'clock tip with the Cyclones. In college basketball last night, how about the incredible scene in Iowa City, Iowa? That's where the Hawkeye star Caitlin Clark set the new women's basketball scoring record for Division I on a 106-89 win over Michigan. The 22-year-old phenom scored 49 points on the night, had 13 assists. She now has 3,569 points for her career. And finally, keep in mind, just a little heads up, if you're headed downtown this weekend or out and about on Sunday, be advised, thousands of runners from across the country descending on the capital city for the annual Austin Marathon, half marathon, and 5K. Races begin at 7 a.m. Sunday morning along Congress Avenue. The first road closures start today downtown.
All right, in regards to our conversation about whether, Mike Zimmer's an upgrade over Dan Quinn, I got this from Coach Dave Campo. He was on the San Antonio Sports Star, and he was asked about the Cowboys, losing to Green Bay in the playoffs and about the transition from Dan Quinn to Mike Zimmer on defense. Here's what he had to say. I'm still looking for the actual quote, so I'll try to find the quote for it, and I can send it to Ty so we can play it later. But here's the quote. From a culture standpoint, I'll just say one thing this way. I know Dan Quinn very well. I was not in the office, in the building. I'm here in Jacksonville, so I saw a bunch of the games. I saw that game. I'm going a little bit on some hearsay. But I think the one thing about Dan is he's a fine gentleman. And he sounds like Ty setting up I'm not going to objectify her, but she doesn't have a great face. She has a great body. He said, but I think the one thing about Dan is he's a fine gentleman and he's smart and his scheme was okay. But he was a little bit too buddy-buddy, I think, with the players, and that's part of it. You can't have a lot of accountability if you don't stand a little bit above it, above the people that you're trying to get to be accountable. But more so than that, when they lost number 55, they lost only the real linebacker that they had on the ball club, and their two inside tackles, they were pass rushers, and so they were a small defense, and the teams that could run the ball on them were successful, and that's what happened in the ball game. They need to get bigger and more physical inside. So you got your little X's and O's there, and we all agree with that. I mean, that Leighton Vander Esch injury was huge, and as I've pointed out, really most of the season, the Cowboys just can't stop power run. If you can line up and you go power run against them, you can beat the Dallas Cowboys. And you can avoid having to deal with Micah Parsons. And you can avoid having to deal with all the strengths of the defense. They have an elite pass rush. Micah Parsons is an elite player, but as a pass rusher, he's an elite player. And you can avoid the takeaways, right? They turn you over really well. They're one of the most opportunistic defenses. Well, you can limit all of those advantages for the Cowboys and turn Micah Parsons into a liability just by running the football right down their throat. So that's the biggest issue. But the thing that he points out here, and shout out to my man Brock, because Brock pointed this out too as a Cowboys fan. And we were listening to, I think it was Darren Woodson, actually talking about the transition from Zimmer to Quinn. And he also, and maybe it's a hearsay that Dave Campbell's talking about, essentially implied that Dan Quinn may be too close to the players. Known as a players coach, but maybe he was too close to the players. And here, once again, you have Dave Campo implying that he's a little too close to the players. But I think one thing that, this is a quote, but I think that one thing that Dan is, he's a fine gentleman and he's smart and his scheme was okay, but he was a little too buddy-buddy, I think, with the players, and that's part of it. Zimmer will not be that at all. Zimmer is actually known, he's actually has a reputation for never getting too buddy-buddy with players. So maybe they are kind of going the opposite of a Dan Quinn from the leadership perspective. A guy is like, no, I don't form those types of relationships with the players. I don't need to worry about whether they like me or not and like my disposition and whether they think I'm a cool guy. It doesn't matter to me. Execute and be accountable.
Well, remember, we played the sound after Dan Quinn took the Washington job from Joe Witt Jr., who a lot of Cowboy fans had hoped maybe would be the defensive coordinator. He talked about, he was the counter to Dan Quinn because Dan Quinn is the excitable guy jumping around, buddy, and Joe Witt was the guy that was always thinking
good cop, bad cop,
execution. So that should work. But yeah, Mike Zimmer. He had, at his introductory press conference this week, he kind of had to dissolve the idea that he's a jerk.
Basically, I'm not an a-hole, guys. I'm just about my business. I'm just a very business-minded guy.
I'm not a jerk. I can be one. When it's necessary.
Yeah.
And so no, I think that's good stuff from Dave Campo, who never should have risen to head coach of the Dallas Cowboys, but was a good assistant coach. But I think
Probably still got connections over there.
I think it's a little of both, and I think more personnel than anything because he's right. I mean, Leighton Vander Esch was their only legit linebacker on the team.
Yeah, because he likes hybrids.
He likes hybrids,
and he likes sub packages.
and then when he gets hurt, well, you gotta have some answers here. You gotta have some options, and obviously the Mozzie Smith draft pick didn't pan out, and he didn't bring any impact to the interior defense. That's why you took him in the first round. It's why it wouldn't be crazy if they came back and tried to get a Tavondre Sweat up there to go next to him.
Yeah,
because you have to get tougher there. I mean, it doesn't matter if you have DeMarcus Lawrence and Micah Parsons rushing the quarterback. If you can't get people into 3rd and long and passing situations, good running teams, then you're going to have a problem. So they've got to fix the personnel, too, to go with what Mike Zimmer is going to bring because he can't fix that.
No, I totally agree with you. And as I said, that was the case for the Cowboys all year, and the argument can be made. DeMarvion Overshown got hurt, so you would have had, another linebacker. At least you could have thrown at the issue. But those guys are still hybrids, and that goes back to the point that you don't have run-stuffing specialists. And you do need run-stuffing specialists. All your specialists are built around defending the pass. Hybrid athletes with speed, sub-packages, guys you can move around the chessboard. But sometimes you just need a good old-fashioned run-stopping D-tackle. Yeah, a thumper at linebacker who's like, no, I can stuff the run. I may be a liability in the pass game, but I can stuff the run. And that's what LV. That's why I think he may take LV with him.
Yeah.
Remember I told you, I think he might take Leighton Vander Esch with him because he knows that is one of the big vulnerabilities within his defense is that you can just run downhill on him.
Well, it's one of the reasons, to pivot to the Longhorns a little bit, they brought in the Alabama transfer
exactly right.
Kendrick Blackshire, who, doesn't jump off the page, but he's a box linebacker. And,
Benda is.
I mean, David Benda, Kendrick Blackshire, if you're playing Michigan in week 2, you better be able to stop the run. I don't know what Sharon Moore is going to be, but you know what it's going to be a heavy dose of power run game.
Yep. There'll be a couple teams in the SEC that'll decide, know what, we're just going to run downhill on them.
Georgia.
Yeah.
But then there's going to be teams that spread you out, and so you got to be versatile. I think that's why the Longhorns were looking for that thumper, Kendrick Blackshire. And you need it. You got to have it in those big moments, without a doubt. And if you don't have it, it impacts. I mean, we talked all week about the injury to Dre Greenlaw in the Super Bowl for the Niners. I mean, you lose a key cog like that.
Oh man, it's huge.
The NFL's going to expose you. They're going to attack that spot without a doubt. All right, good stuff. With the Mike Zimmer conversation, we'll take your thoughts, Cowboys, into the offseason now. What they need in the draft has been talked about. The Texans in the draft and those conversations. Speaking of the Longhorns, Rod, I mentioned this earlier for folks, but you're a big fan of Bill Connolly and his SP Plus rankings, which is. Sir. His the SP Plus is a measure Connolly derived that takes into account the returning production, recent recruiting, and recent team history to assign numerical values to teams that can be used as a predictive measure. Okay?
It's like a cumulative, stat.
And he's been pretty accurate. He's been pretty accurate with his SP Plus rating at ESPN, Bill Connolly. So he's out with his first SP Plus rankings of next season, and he has the Georgia Bulldogs with a net score of 34.5. As the best team in the country.
That makes sense.
And I have no argument with that.
Yep.
I mean, you're coming back with Carson Beck. You're coming back with all the deep recruiting classes that they've had over the years. No one's surprised by that. Of course, they couldn't beat Alabama in the SEC championship game last year, and that prevented them from going for a three-peat. He has Ohio State at number 2 with all the additions.
And that coordinator, I mean, who's upgraded that coordinator like they have? Chip Kelly calling the plays offensively now.
Yeah, Chip Kelly.
It's huge.
Now calling plays for his quarterback in college, Ryan Day. Ryan Day played for Chip Kelly at New Hampshire.
Yep.
And now
Jim Knowles on defense got it buttoned up. Now he's got another all-star safety that he can use in those 3 safety packages.
Freshman All-American. Yep.
Yeah.
And then on offense, you've got Quinshon Judkins, the Ole Miss running back, coming in there. Travion Henderson is still there.
They're gonna be able to run
Abuga, the receiver's still back. I mean, they're loaded. The question is going to be quarterback, right? Is it Will Howard or Devin Brown?
You know what? They may decide to run the rock, so it may not matter who the quarterback is that much.
Well, and Chip Kelly is a running coach.
Yes, he is.
Chip Kelly runs the ball.
And he hasn't had 2 running backs like this in a while.
Yeah.
Since Price, he was at Oregon.
Right. And that, I mean, people think Chip Kelly and spread, but it's tempo, but it's running game.
Yep.
I mean, they run the football and always have.
Really creative run game, too.
Well, and listen, why is Ohio State 40-3 in the Big Ten? They've beaten everybody else, but they've lost 3 straight to Michigan. They lose the running game. They lose the power run game. They lose the line of scrimmage against Michigan and Jim Harbaugh. That's what Ryan Day is trying to fix. Yep. Chip Kelly brought in to help alleviate that. Oregon Ducks are 3rd, according to Bill Connolly in the SP Plus at 29.3. They've got Dylan Gabriel or Dante Moore. One of those quarterbacks is going to be the starter. Likely Dylan Gabriel coming in from Oklahoma to run that tempo offense, replace Bo Nix, and they got a ton of talent there. The guy I feel bad for is Dripping Springs Austin Novosad. He's still at Baylor, or he's still at Oregon. And I'm surprised he didn't transfer.
Well, because Dylan Gabriel's only going to be there for one more year, right?
Well, Dylan Gabriel you could have stomached, but now Dante Moore, who's a young guy himself, was a five-star player coming in.
Yeah.
I don't wonder if you don't see Austin Novosad thinking about transferring after the spring.
That might be a good idea. And I wonder where he'd go. He'd come back to Texas, I imagine, somewhere in the state.
Well, he was committed originally to Baylor.
Oh, remember Baylor's got listen. Gary Patterson's there now at Baylor as that whatever assistant role. I'm telling you,
strategic consultant.
If you are an administrator there, it would be such an easy transition to go. Sorry, Dave Rand, you're not getting it done. GP, you ready? Let's go.
Yeah, we didn't talk about that enough last week during the Super Bowl lead up because Gary Patterson is back at Baylor, and
he
is. As we talked about with Gary Patterson, why would he? Because Texas, had reached out to Gary about coming back, and but you said it properly. I mean, Gary's comfort zone is the Big 12. He knows the coaches and the personnel in the Big 12. His biggest value to an program is his Big 12 knowledge.
Yep.
He doesn't know the SEC like he knows the Big 12, and so that's an advantage. And as you said, Dave Aranda on the hot seat. A lot of people were surprised he was brought back this year. Things don't go well. Gary Patterson's sitting in the back seat there.
That's easy. I think that's easy. Honestly, I'm predicting I think it's going to happen. And I like Dave Aranda, but it's pretty obvious that Dave Aranda, further he gets from the Matt Rule, blueprint, the worse his teams get.
Yes.
It's just I like Dave Aranda, but you cannot deny the evidence. And Gary Patterson coming in, talk about upgrade. He would be getting one of the greatest college football coaches of all time, and someone that you just find out intimately knows Big 12 country.
Yeah,
knows all about it.
Absolutely, and he, he's got a house in Horseshoe Bay. He's got a house in Fort Worth, so it's kind of right in between.
I know they've had the animosity, between Baylor and TCU and Gary Patterson, and I know there's obviously some angst there, but I don't think it doesn't bother him. He's there. So I don't know. If I'm Dave Aranda, you can't worry about that. You can't worry about your job. You're trying to improve the staff. So it's a good move by him to bring him on, but it's a dangerous one.
Yeah, could be your replacement sitting
there.
Will. But the point of that was Austin Novosad. You wonder if he will look.
That's a good idea. The Baylor's not because where's your
Jake Spavital, the offensive coordinator.
Yeah, that's actually not bad.
I like it. And of course on the SP Plus we were running through Texas fourth at 28.7. Right there in behind. And I do think, as we said, that's going to be the top four for everybody when we get around to the start of the season.
Yep.
Because who's five? I mean, there's a fairly obvious Georgia, Ohio State, Oregon, Texas. Okay, those are the most clear. I mean, because Georgia and Texas come back returning quarterbacks, returning lines of scrimmage, continuity all over the place, and portal additions. Oregon, same thing, but they're replacing quarterback. Ohio State's replacing quarterback.
But those are the institutions that can do it. They can bring in a quarterback.
And beyond that, who's five? I mean, on this, it's Michigan, but they lose a ton. 18 guys going to the combine, plus their head coach, plus their defensive coordinator, and other coaches on the staff, and quarterback, J.J. McCarthy. So they got a ton to replace. Alabama.
Oh, you're replacing the GOAT.
Replacing Nick Saban.
Yeah, and you had an exodus from that roster, too, of talent that decides to leave.
Remember, you hired Kalen DeBoer from Washington. He brought Ryan Grubbs with him to be the offensive coordinator at Bama.
Not so fast.
But he immediately jumped to Seattle to be the offensive coordinator of the Seahawks.
Not so fast.
Yeah.
No, I'm with you.
By the way, a lot of people are linking Washington with Ryan Grubbs to Michael Penix in the middle of the first round potentially.
You know what? If Seattle drafts him, I trust it because Seattle, that's one thing that John Snyder's done a great job of is drafting.
Because they picked up Geno Smith's contract in Seattle as we talk football.
So you got your bridge quarterback.
And Michael Penix.
You can run that offense.
Knows the offense or most of and comfortable with the new offensive coordinator there. So we'll see.
I like that.
But yeah, that'll be the question. Who's five? Who's five? Is it Ole Miss?
It could be like 6 or 7 different schools potentially. Because there's been so much unprecedented turnover in college football this year with powers, like traditional blue blood powers, and the national championship team losing their coach, losing their coaching staff. You said Washington too, right? I don't know if we've had this much turnover in a long time. So I'm with you. I think the top 4 that's solidified. After that, I like your Ole Miss case, honestly. For a team that's at least bringing back, they upgraded a lot of positions via the transfer portal. They're one of the top 5 transfer portal offseason teams in terms of the acquisitions, and they bring back their quarterback.
Yeah,
and their play caller.
And
That's
you know,
important.
Lane Kiffin's been there a little bit now. Got this thing established, and
I like
you
the
know,
Ole Miss thing. I like that one.
enough that with Quinshawn Judkins now running for Ohio State. There was a lot of thought that he was kind of encouraged to go ahead and go because he was kind of a me guy at Ole Miss, and they feel like we're good. We'll addition by subtraction potentially, but that was a really productive player.
He really was.
At Ole Miss.
Best running backs in the
All right,
country.
there we go. There's some football talk, Cowboys and the college football ranks. We come back, and we're going to hit at the turn, including Tiger Woods yesterday.
Tiger
Looking like you and me on 18.
Shake up out of us.
Also, the putting woes of one Scotty Scheffler continue. It's just baffling right now. Plus, Rod will take us behind the BOC. Off the record for the end of the hour. Go nowhere. Oh, man, I like hearing that song every morning at the turn. It gets me going. A little Caddyshack, little Kenny Loggins. A at the turn. We're halfway through our 5-hour Friday conversation. 9 holes out, 9 to go. If you're looking to get out and play a little golf this weekend, good luck with that. Keep it in the fairway. Keep it straight off the tee. That's all you got to do. I know it's a challenge, but you can do it. Enjoy that. Maybe a lot of folks out here at the Onion Creek Club this week playing some golf. The weather's been phenomenal. A little cooler this weekend, but still, it may be windy tomorrow. So be advised of that if you're getting up and getting out. But Patrick Cantlay is your leader after the first round out at Riviera. The Genesis Invitational, only 70 players in the field and only 50 will advance into the weekend, Rod. So after today, 20 are going to get cut out and won't be playing the weekend.
You done, son.
You done, son. Cantlay's in good shape. Jordan Spieth's at 5 under par, so he's 2 off the lead. And then we'll tell you about Scotty Scheffler coming up. He and Bo Hosser are both at 3 under par, right where they want to be. But Tiger Woods is the story, obviously. It's his tournament. Essentially, he hosts this tournament. He showed up yesterday for the first time, since 2023 in a competitive round. And, it's his first competitive serious round since the Masters of 2023. And he was rusty. There's no doubt about it. And he was sitting right at even par when he went to 18, Rod. And can we hear this? This was his second shot at 18. It was an 8-iron, trying to hit a little cut into the green. And listen to how this sounded on Golf Channel yesterday.
Oh, hello.
Guys?
Yeah.
That caught Hazel.
Yep.
That caught Hazel
right away.
Meaning it went dead right off of his club Hazel into the tree. Now, he was able to make bogey. He got down and got in the little ravine there and hit a great shot between a couple of trees and got it up on the green and then made a putt for bogey. So he finished at 1 over par. Wow. He's currently tied for 49th, Rod. So as of right now, he would make the cut of the top 50, but he's got some work to do today to assure that he plays into the weekend. And don't you know, TV channel CBS wants him to make it to the weekend.
Even if he's shanking, we'll take a Tiger shanking and still get your ratings.
Yeah, he did have 5 birdies yesterday. We said the trouble for Tiger was the par 4s, including that one. He was 6 over on the par 4s yesterday. If he can get that straightened out, he can be in this because he did great. Had 5 birdies on the par 3s and par 5s. Let's hear Tiger. And the first rule of the shank is you have to own the shank. If you hit one, we all have done it if we play golf. Here is you just get out of timing, and the club all of a sudden your club face is not where you need it to be at the ball at point of impact, and it just shanks. Here's Tiger owning what went on and explaining it a little bit.
I'm not going to say the word, but on 18.
Oh, I shanked it.
What happened there, and is that still a shock to the system for you when that happens?
Well, my back was spasming in the last couple holes, and it was locking up, so I came down and it didn't move, and I presented Hazel first and shanked it.
Shanked it.
Shankopotamus.
the guy asking the question is trying to be nice. I don't want to use the word.
Can't use the word.
Hey, I shanked it.
You could hey, even Tiger shanks him. It's good. It makes you feel good if you're a golfer, right? And you're watching Tiger shank one.
No.
Makes
the
you feel
embarrassing
good.
part is when obviously if you're
to the best of them, and the worst.
Yeah. The embarrassing ones are when you do it in the driving range and you
hit somebody's house.
You hit it down the range, and other golfers going, "What the hell? What?"
Yeah, see, that's me. That's why I don't go golfing. I have those embarrassing moments like every time I swing.
Well, that's funny.
Right, the ball goes backwards, hits some other people.
Well, you got a bad shoulder too, right? So that would probably make it hard for you to swing a golf club.
It's probably not wise for me.
Properly.
Yeah.
And the story of Scotty Scheffler continues to be a frustrating one because stop me if you've heard this before with Scotty Scheffler. Tee to green yesterday, no one better. First in the field, tee to green, like putting himself in position to score.
So that's the best approach of anybody.
Yeah, well, he's best off the tee, best onto the greens.
Yeah.
First tee to green, 67th out of 70 putting. 67th out of 70. And this is the maddening part. If he were 40th out of 70, if he were 35th out of 70,
50th,
he'd
still be okay.
He'd be way in the lead. He'd be up there with Cantlay. He had 10 birdie looks inside 15 feet. 10.
Wow. That's brutal. So you're basically saying that this Shakespearean flaw in his game is at the point now where he's as bad at putting as he is good at everything else.
Yeah. Well, he's so consistent. I mean, he's going to be in contention on Sunday
because he's elite in every other aspect except putting.
And if he were putting at a middling level in these big tournaments, he'd be running away with these tournaments. He'd be like Tiger back in the day, because he's hitting the ball tee to green like Tiger was. I mean, his tee to green game is elite, like all-time elite.
Has he changed putting coaches?
He did this offseason. He's changed putters.
Changed hardware, okay.
Yeah.
Changed everything. He's changing everything, okay.
And he's
still same result.
And if he gets it going, he's gonna dominate the field and that's the first.
What's the historic example of a guy turning around putting? Because the way you make it sound, it's almost like they say you can't teach somebody how to shoot in the NBA. Like you know how to shoot or you don't know how to shoot. Can't teach you how to shoot.
It's his confidence. I mean, a psychologist would just tell you he's got to see a bunch roll in, and I'm sure he does in practice rounds, but. When he gets into a tournament and he misses a couple early, then it just becomes.
But has he always been a bad putter, or is this something new? It's developed. So he developed the yips of some sort.
Well, his short game was elite at Texas when he was playing.
Then what happened?
For Coach Field.
This is like Rod B. I had great hands in high school, and then when I got to college, everybody thought I had bad hands.
That's the mental.
And then Mac Brown would always say it's psychological.
Well, because then you have everybody analyzing. There are some that think his stroke is a little off. They think his alignment maybe because if you ever watch Scotty tee off and hit long shots, his feet are all over the place, and he's not aligned like most people would teach you to do.
Yeah,
he's got a real his feet are flying all over the place. And some people think it's his feet alignment on the greens. Everybody's got their theories, and I just think it's him overthinking. And the more you think about putting, the
worse you're going to get.
More problem is it's going to be. You just put more and more pressure on yourself. So, Scotty's right there. Let's hope he can get that putter going. If he does, he might win this event this weekend the way he's hitting the golf ball. All right, that's At the Turn, brought to you by great friends at Callahan's General Store. Always a good day to make it a Callahan's Day. Get over there and see them. Spring is coming. Got to get those yards in shape. It's around the corner. Get over and see the great people at Callahan's General Store. They've been there since 1978, still locally owned and family operated at Callahan's General Store, 501 Bastrop Highway, 183, right there between downtown and the airport, and still there after all these years. The people is what separate Callahan's General Store, bringing you At the Turn.
All right, now a couple of items that I want to hit here, Texas football related and behind the burnt orange curtain. Just a couple of newsworthy items. Texas did hire William Gay as their defensive analyst. Remember, he was the defensive back, the safety from the Pittsburgh Steelers, had 2 different stints with the Steelers, played about 12 years total in the NFL, but most of that being with the Pittsburgh Steelers. He was drafted by the organization, then brought back after, I think he had a 5-year stint initially, went to the Arizona Cardinals. They brought him back, so the Steelers really liked him. That's a first-class organization. They like you. Hey, must be something good about your football acumen, your football IQ. I was actually excited that he was going to bring a lot of the lessons that he learned, wisdom that he got from Dick LeBeau. He actually was a player under Dick LeBeau, who's one of the greatest defensive minds in the history of the NFL, Hall of Famer. And Dick LeBeau was the defensive coordinator there for the Pittsburgh Steelers for many years while William Gay was there. And also Mike Tomlin. Mike Tomlin is famously also a defensive back coach. Dick LeBeau's a DB coach too, a DB as well. He was a defensive back coach, and he was my defensive back coach actually when I was with the Tampa Bay Bucks. I was really excited about him bringing some of those lessons that he had learned from the think tank of Mike Tomlin and Dick LeBeau together, trying to coach up and game plan for defense. But I'm pretty sure some powerful lessons to be learned, a lot of wisdom in that room. That will not be the case though for the Longhorns. They will not be getting any of the football lessons learned from William Gay, at least, because he is now announced to be on the Washington Commanders staff as an assistant DB coach under Dan Quinn. Dan Quinn obviously putting his staff together there at Washington, and Dan Quinn known for being a really good defensive coach and also known for assembling really good coaching staffs. He's going to be bringing in William Gay as his assistant DB coach. So Texas right now in the market for a new defensive analyst of some kind. So you should. I'm
nominating Rod B.
Hey, I'd love to. Like I said, I will be of service. If my university needs me, I'll be of service for sure.
All right, Texters, get the word out. Get the word to Sark. He's got the analyst role.
I got a lot of notes here. I can just take my notes right on over there to the 40, baby. But yeah, so they'll be looking for a new defensive analyst.
Hey, if you couldn't get Dwayne Aquino, what better than you? You know what I mean? Aquino disciple.
Seriously, that's what they wanted in that analyst role. Think about what an embarrassment of riches that would have been. So actually, they've had some bad luck, I guess, with this analyst role now.
Seems like it.
Yeah, because you're right. At first, it was going to be Coach Aquino. Then he takes the defensive coordinator job at Arizona, and now William Gay going. So I wonder how they'll fill that role. So keep your eyes out for that. Also, saw this from Pro Football Talk. Steve Bam Bam McMichael, congrats to him and the family. Legendary lifetime Longhorn will be going into the Pro Football Hall of Fame, enshrined in August. But right now, of course, dealing with ALS and dealing with a lot of the apparent complications from his affliction. It was announced via Courtney Cronin of ESPN that Steve McMichael's family, initially thought he had pneumonia. He was diagnosed actually with a UTI and placed in intensive care. So either way, I mean, almost if it's not pneumonia, any type of issue complicates his situation. So he is in the hospital now. The hope is that he will make it to enshrinement. That will be in August, so that he can be enshrined. I actually saw his wife at the Super Bowl because they were honoring the Hall of Fame, the latest Hall of Fame class. So thoughts and prayers with the McMichael family, and still, of course, fighting with everything he's got to try to make it to the August enshrinement ceremony. So I just wanted to give that update on the legendary lifetime Longhorn Steve McMichael. Bucky Brooks, who does a lot of great work as an analyst for NFL Network. He created his top 5 draft prospects by position. It came out yesterday. Position group by position group. Quarterbacks, he's got Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels, Drake May, Michael Penix, and J.J. McCarthy, actually. Remember I told you guys that by the time the draft comes along, I doubt Drake May is the consensus second quarterback on the board behind Caleb Williams. A lot of people now have Jaden Daniels as that number 2 quarterback, so that is already in the process of starting to happen. Now, Drake May still may be drafted ahead of him, but in terms of him being the consensus number 2 quarterback in this draft, that is not going to be the case. He's got Penix at 4, and he's got J.J. McCarthy at 5. Yeah, J.J. McCarthy is rising fast up draft boards. As a matter of fact, he has overtaken Bo Nix in most of the mock drafts and draft overall big boards I've seen. J.J. McCarthy is already considered a better prospect than Bo Nix, and that's without working out and without the interviews. So he's rising up draft boards for a reason. You're a big fan of J.J. McCarthy, E, so you liked him actually even before this past season. A lot of people thought that his role with the Michigan Wolverines had basically been relegated to being a game manager. So I think his stock was dropping as a result of that because people assumed, well, if Jim Harbaugh wants you to manage the game, then you must not have a really high level skill set as a passer. And maybe that's a mistaken perception. Maybe that's just a mistaken evaluation that he did.
Well, he was more dynamic, not this season, but the year before. He was more free spirit. I mean, he would break the pocket, make plays. He just felt like, and it did feel like they constrained him a little bit this year.
Yeah.
Because if you go back to the national semifinal a year ago when they lost to TCU, he threw 2 pick sixes and he was a little loose with the football. And I think that was Jim Harbaugh, the quarterback himself, saying, "Look, man, just manage this game. We have a great defense. We're number 1 in the country. We got a great offensive line and running game.
Yeah.
We're as deep as any. We're going to wear people out by the fourth quarter. Just don't give him a chance. Don't turn the ball over."
What game was it where he didn't throw a pass in the second half? Was it
Penn
Ohio
State?
State? Penn State. Yeah. I was like, come on. I think that hurts his overall, like the perception of him as a passer. But you're right. It's a good point, though. You just made that. I didn't think about it. I remember you saying last year that you thought he had great improvisational ability.
It was a little baby Joe Burrow to me.
Yeah,
Just the way he could extend plays and make things off schedule and still make the throws. More athletic than you think and competitive as hell. But this year he won a national championship. He went 27-1. You can don't hurt the ball club, mate.
That's true.
Just manage because we're pretty damn good.
No, but it seems like now some of the NFL scouts are starting to agree with you because he is rising fast up draft boards. Bucky Brooks, running backs. He's got Jonathan Brooks, number 1 running back for him on his big board, followed by Trey Benson of Florida State, Blake Corum, Michigan, and Bucky Irving in Oregon, and Audric Estime, the Notre Dame. Estime, the Notre Dame running back. Yeah, so Jonathan Brooks, I've not seen a big board yet with him outside the top spot at running back.
Yeah, everyone.
Universally.
Which is why he probably goes sooner than most think. But
that's a good point.
And it really depends on his medicals coming up at the combine because he won't participate in the combine. He will get looked at by all 32 teams.
Yep.
By the way, before we get off the Ty, I just sent you the Jim Harbaugh sound. He was on Colin Cowherd's show right after he got hired by the LA Chargers. Can you play that, Ty? This is him talking about J.J. McCarthy, and don't be surprised if he doesn't shoot up draft boards.
J.J. McCarthy is a kid. How do you think he'll do? What does he bring to the table that maybe I can't see as a TV viewer?
Arm talent, athleticism, it factor, winning with numbing repetition. Don't be surprised when he goes to he's the number 1 quarterback off the board. That's my prediction right now. When people get a load of JJ and what how he can throw the ball, how he spins it, his athleticism, his intelligence, talk about it factor, he's got it, the competitiveness that he has. And they get around him and they really start digging in and they start talking to him. That's an early prediction for the 2024 NFL draft.
There you go.
Wow. Okay.
I like that one line.
Numbing repetition.
Numbing repetition.
That is a Harbaugh line if I ever heard it.
Winning with numbing
repetition. Basically over and over again till you basically either your hands hurt, you can't even feel your hands doing it over and over again, or it is second nature to you.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm writing that down. I actually do like that.
Numbing
too.
repetition.
It's really good because you get the visual.
Yeah.
Right? It's just work it until you can't anymore.
Well, and a lot of quarterbacks get frustrated if we ran the ball 30 straight times at Penn State. Hey, coach, Let me run the ball.
That's
Let me
true.
throw the ball a little
You're
bit.
complaining a little bit about their draft stock.
No,
Yeah.
and that's a team player, right? If it's working, don't stop.
You're right about that.
I don't need any throws.
Wide receivers in his top 5. No Longhorn in top 5. Marvin Harrison Jr., Romo Dunze, Malik Neighbors, Ken Coleman, Brian Thomas Jr. As his wide receivers. I will say Mel Kiper, when he was asked who are the most underrated receivers in this draft, Mel Kiper said those Texas guys. He was talking about A.D. Mitchell and talking about Xavier Worthy. Tight ends, he's got J.T. Sanders, second tight end on his big board, behind Brock Bowers, ahead of Cade Stover, the Ohio State tight end, Theo Johnson, the Penn State tight end as well. And he's got Michigan, A.J. Barner. Michigan's all over this damn thing as this 5th-ranked tight end. And the only other Longhorns that show up here are on the defensive tackles, of course. He's got, as a defensive tackle, he's got Byron Murphy and Tavontre Sweat, 2nd and 3rd behind Jerzon Newton, the Illinois defensive tackle, but ahead of Chris Jenkins, who's got 4th. He's the Michigan D tackle, and Darius Robinson, the Missouri D tackle, his senior, is the 5th-ranked D tackle on his big board. And that's pretty much it for your Longhorn representation. And the rest of, and that's pretty good actually. Your running back, tight end, and your D tackles. You got 4 players in the top 5 of 3 different positions. That's pretty damn good. And I think wide receiver, actually, when it's all said and done, I do believe both Xavier Worthy and A.D. Mitchell leapfrog a couple of guys in wide receiver evaluations. Because A.D. are at 6'3". If he just runs, and some people saying he's going to run a 4.4. If he runs a 4.4, he's getting drafted in the first round. A.D. Mitchell, if he runs a 4.4, he's going
I
in the
agree
first
with you
round.
on that, 100%.
If he does.
Because
Yeah.
his film is so good. Whether
so
it was
good.
at Georgia and then the big game production, stepping up in big moments, obviously, over and over again. Love him. He's a big game player.
He is.
Again, I'm sitting here, we're talking about the Texans in the 7 o'clock hour. I'd love to have him in Houston, opposite Nico Collins.
He would fit a lot of places. Really well.
He really would. He's just
Buffalo
he
could get him.
He looks like then we heard
Cincinnati.
Then we heard the sound from Bijan Robinson talking about his work ethic and how he puts in the grind, the
500
numbing repetition.
500 extra balls after practice, which makes sense because he has a really low drop rate.
Yeah.
Right, he doesn't drop a lot of passes.
And you're right. If he shows that 4.4 kind of speed, I'd love him. Then Houston picks 23. That would be a good spot for him because wide receiver, one of Houston's needs, opposite Nico
A
Collins.
lot of mock drafts have Texans second wide receiver.
Yeah. Or edge because they feel like they're going to lose Jonathan Grenard in free agency. We'll see. That's what's great about the draft. It comes after free agency, so you know what holes you need to fill come draft time. All right, there's good stuff right there with RB. We'll come back a little off the record, including which fan bases in the NFL drink the most booze during a football game. We have the answer.
That's easy.
Anecdotal proof. Well, let's see if it's easy. Hook 'em up with Ian Rod B.
Hey, what's up, folks? Lifetime Longhorn Rod Babers here. Yes, aside from the dreaded traffic we all have to deal with, we love this city. Austin is a great city. We love to call it home. We're not the only ones. Every time someone visits this city, they decide they want to call it home too. That's why it's one of the fastest growing cities in America and has been for decades. And what we love about Austin, the many iconic landmarks. That was one of the many things we love about this city. And what you may not know is that many of the iconic landmarks in this city that we all love were created and built by the skilled craftsmanship of Ironworkers Local Union 482, like the Pennybacker Bridge and DeCare Stadium. And the folks at Ironworkers Local 482, they don't go to the office. They're the ones who actually build it. So if you're looking for an exciting new career, or you're looking for exciting employment opportunities or refreshing career change, you should think about becoming a member of Ironworkers Local 482. Right now, they're hiring over 3,000 people for a massive project right here in Central Texas. They're offering competitive wages, competitive benefits, and a pension plan. They even offer training for unskilled labor offer through their apprenticeship program. So what are you waiting for? Become a member of Ironworkers Local Union 482, and you'll take pride in the type of teamwork and craftsmanship that help shape the future of our great city. Maximize your potential today and accept the challenge of becoming the best version of yourself by simply going online. And you go online, you can apply at ironworkers482.org. That's ironworkers482.org.
I'll write it and we'll do it live. And thing sucks.
Oh, man, it is off the record time, including proof of which NFL fan bases drink the most and the least booze on game day. How about this? A company that makes mobile smartphone breathalyzers, Rod.
Whoa, mobile smartphone breathalyzers. Wow, that's pretty cool. Good for
So
them.
you can test your
test
blood
your-
alcohol level if you
that's
need
pretty
to.
Good. Yeah, it's not bad. I like that.
Before you get in the car.
Yeah.
Well, they
Well,
got.
if you need it, you shouldn't even get in the car. Let's be honest.
Yeah,
if you have to blow the breathalyzer, you probably shouldn't get in the car. But I like it.
They got more than 28,000 unique blood alcohol content tests, and from NFL fans. They got almost 30,000 people
Wow.
to take their breathalyzer after their team's game, which gave them real anecdotal proof. Fan bases that drank the least, according to this 30,000 person sample, Kansas City Chiefs fans. Least.
Oh, really?
Lowest blood alcohol content, 0.05.
Oh, well, Patrick Mahomes is dead. I mean,
Yeah.
so
He wasn't at the game. He was
just
driving.
That's true. Unfortunately,
He
but
was
yeah.
in the car somewhere listening on the radio.
That was a low blow. I'm
Sorry.
Taking a shot at Patrick Mahomes is dead. I know he's got a problem, so he needs some help.
Washington Commanders 2, New York Giants 3, Baltimore Ravens 4, and LA Chargers 5. Fan bases that drank the most.
So that was the least. Those were the most
Least,
responsible.
least.
Okay, all right. Give me the most here. Should I take a guess first?
Take a guess.
All right, real quick here. Just let me go through degenerate fan bases who party and go crazy. I know Philly seems to jump straight up there. And
They're not in the top 5, Rod.
they're not in the top 5, though, huh? Oh, I wonder if we're talking about a team that a fan base that's drowning their sorrows a lot because their team's bad, or they celebrating a lot because their team's bad.
Ty, do you have a guess?
Buffalo Bills.
Ooh, good one. No.
That is a good one.
According to the blood alcohol content of their fans, the winner in the clubhouse are the Tennessee Titans. The Tennessee Titans, 0.09.
That I'm surprised about because I think Ty had a good suggestion. Buffalo, just because they're crazy,
Yeah.
right? Yeah.
Might be too damn cold to drink.
Well, Stu, I think that's when they start drinking. They warm them up, gives them cold. But I thought rambunctious and rowdy, so I thought about Philly. But you're right. The Bills Mafia is like that.
Titans with an average of
Okay.
0.09. Steelers, Colts, Falcons, and Saints, top 5. New Orleans, Atlanta.
New Orleans.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. that
And
makes
Tennessee and Nashville's becoming quite the
Party town.
Party town.
That's true. Like a lot of bachelorette parties in Tennessee.
Well, and you can be
Nashville.
off Broadway's right across the street from the stadium.
Yeah,
you
that's a
could
good
be
point.
it'd be like if you put the stadium right next to 6th Street, but more.
Yeah, it's a good point. we should have thought about that, like the basic proximity to the party.
Yeah.
And
Well, 'cause-
Nashville is a good proximity to party. Their fans are always right there in the mix. New Orleans, they're always right. As soon as they get out, they're like, let's just go down and go drink.
Yeah, Bourbon Street, right
Yeah,
there,
yeah,
right
yeah.
by the Superdome.
We should have thought about that. That's a good point.
Yeah, because it's access. Because once you get to the stadium, it's too damn expensive to drink too many.
And some stadiums, they're not around anything. Like I was talking about the 49ers where they play.
Yeah.
Like, there's nothing really around there to go party. So it's like, what you going to do? In Kansas City, have you been to Kansas City?
Yeah, it's out there.
Oh, yeah, and ain't nothing really around there.
Nothing
People
around there.
complained about that with the draft. They're like, and nothing to do once the draft was over.
Yeah.
And so, proximity to the party is actually, I think, really important there.
Yeah,
I like that list. That's a good
That's where
list.
they should put Super Bowls.
With a proximity to
Where-
like
like
Vegas.
Vegas.
Yeah,
New Orleans,
how's
which is next year.
Vegas will be on that list soon.
They will.
Yeah, Vegas will be on that list
Yeah,
pretty soon.
Vegas for sure. Because Vegas has got the Strip, Broadway, and Nashville. They're building a new big
Yeah.
$billion stadium. They're going
That's
to get
true.
Super Bowls. New Orleans is this year.
I know.
Not 2025.
That place gonna be packed. That Bourbon Street's gonna be ridiculous because there's not a lot of places to go party in New Orleans. It's like one or two, and it's 1-2 strips.
Oh yeah,
and that's where everybody's gonna be.
Well, there's a lot of them. They're just on one street.
Yeah. They're gonna say, yeah, you're right about that. I guess people are hanging out at the casinos though. Apparently, that's one of the new hot spots, right?
Yeah,
That new casino down
that's
there?
the end of Canal.
Yeah. Okay.
There's a lot of spots there, and you come right out and you're on it.
Shout out to Taylor Swift. Taylor gave $100,000 to the GoFundMe of Elizabeth Lisa Lopez Galvin.
Oh, nice.
The woman who was killed during the Kansas City parade. She just put it on the GoFundMe. She did two $50,000 donations. Good for her. That's fantastic. So it's a horrible thing that happened, but good for her.
Horrible.
Do something with all that good money.
Good for
you got,
her.
girl. Yeah,
Good for her.
she's good. Yeah, she's part of that community now.
By the way, you think it's bullish or BS that Mahomes and Kelsey and some other Chiefs were criticized for going to an after parade party, private party after the tragedy? They're getting criticized.
That's BS.
Yeah.
That's our lives. We got to move on.
Got to move on.
Yeah, it's unfortunate.
Not
yeah.
insensitive. Well,
No.
the party was planned.
Yep.
All right, we'll be back. Hook 'em up with Ian Rodby. Viking Fence, the premier fence company in Austin, Texas. And, I tell you all the time, they only use Western Red Cedar for their wood privacy fences at Viking. That's a decision that they've made. And then they discovered pretty early on, when they started the company in the early 70s, that it was the best wood for fence building. I mean, it just is. It's the longest lasting, looks the best. And so they took the investment of building their own cedar mill and then trucking it in on rail cars from the Great Northwest, mill it right there in their facility, their remanufacturing facility. They resaw and custom fit your fence project to any specification you have. No other fence company can do that. But that red cedar has a lot of benefits. It requires no chemical treatment or kiln drying, so it has a lower carbon footprint, if that's important to you. Environmental impact and inferior materials. Its stability is better than any other. It's attractive. It looks better. That red red cedar's attractive red color, along with one of the most popular aesthetic features. Also, once you stain it, it looks even better. Really is. It's also one of their most valuable characteristics of the Western red cedar is it's well known for resistance to decay and termites and bugs. It really is the top fence material. So, of course, Viking Fence, it's all they use. It's all they'll use. It's what their Big Tex brand of Western red cedar is all about. At Viking Fence, it's just one of the many examples of what makes them the best fence company. You know what you're getting front to back. Best workmanship, best supplies, best quality all the way. That's why they put the longest warranties on every fence they install around your home or business. 837-6411. Find them online at vikingfence.com. And simply remember, when you think fence of any kind in Austin, Texas, or beyond, always think Viking. There it is. The Black Pumas bringing us back in the 9 o'clock hour on a Friday. As our man Nick Shuley told us earlier in the week in our Setlist ATX, Black Pumas playing 2 shows down in San Antonio this weekend, tonight and tomorrow night at that arena he's told us about, Stable Hall, Ron.
Okay.
It's an old horse stable.
Oh, nice.
In the Pearl District there off 281. And, I mean, when Nick Shuley says it's among the nicest music venues ever been in, that might be worth your trip. And see the Black Pumas in there, very intimate. Just Google Stable Hall and look at some of the pictures. It's phenomenal. It's a new structure that built from an old structure, but it looks like vintage.
Okay.
Really cool. And apparently the sound is amazing. And it might be, if you're looking for, now the football season is over and you're trying to treat your significant other, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
A little trip to San Antonio, get a little Riverwalk, maybe get a little Stable Hall, get a Black Pumas.
Not bad at all.
Ain't bad.
I'm sure your woman will appreciate that.
Heck yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure you'll hear this song that leads off our 9 o'clock hour. Rod, to wrap up our conversations from the off the record segment, did you know that dictionary.com just added 327 new words?
Yeah, they do this every year, but they don't add any. They're adding like new age
terms. It's more terms.
Well, it's more slang.
Cheat code is now in.
Yes, I'm saying adding just slang is what they're adding. They're adding like our slang language.
You use cheat code a lot. Cheat code, life hack, as they call it.
Yeah, they're just, like I said, cheat code's been around for a while in our vernacular for what, not 30 years now.
Yeah,
and it's just like I said, they're just adding slang. They never add like really cool words anymore. They just add slang terms.
Bed rotting. The practice of spending many hours in bed during the day.
Slang. Exactly. Like they're not improving the intellectual
the language.
Yeah, the intellectual element of the dictionary. They're just adding stuff.
Shacket is now in. Shacket, a mashup of shirt and jacket.
Exactly. Like I used to really be interested. Like, man, they're not. I think actually reading the old dictionary will help you out more than reading the new dictionary. Because you know all those words already.
Shacket. I never heard of that. That's good.
Exactly.
But I do have some shackets. Now that I think about it.
What, you got a shirt that slash jacket?
Yeah, it could be both. Like a pullover, or if people wear those long flannel shirts. It could be
Yeah.
shirt or a jacket.
Yeah,
jacket.
I guess you can. Yes, to me, that a pullover cannot be considered a jacket. I don't know.
Oh,
I got
it's just a pullover?
I got them separate. Yeah, I got a pullover as a pullover, and then I have a jacket. 'Cause a jacket to me, I can open up.
Okay.
That's the key to a jacket. Jacket
Or a coat,
to me,
yeah.
I got to be
'Cause
able to open it
I,
up, zip it up, or button.
Yeah, you're right. It's pullover.
Yeah.
But
So
you put them on when it's cold out or
when
cooler.
it's cold out, yeah. No, I can definitely see the jacket thing. No, those things are hilarious. Like I said, I don't even
How
know.
about this word, boobney? Pimples or a rash caused by your bra. So not acne, but boobney.
Wow. Is Backney on there in there then?
That's already in there.
That was in there. They put that in there like
Yeah,
years ago.
yeah.
Oh, that was important. We went there years ago. Backney. Oh man.
And this one confuses me. Bussin', great, wonderful, or amazing. Like the opposite of mid. Bussin'. I've never heard that word.
I've heard mid.
Mid is
It's very
if
new.
somebody's
Mediocre.
mid, they're mediocre, unimpressive,
Mediocre, average,
disappointing. Bussin' is great, wonderful, amazing. I've never heard that word.
Ty, you're the young
I've
one.
heard of it. I would never in my life say that though. That's
You would never use it?
Like
Bussin'?
it's like Ty's new girlfriend is bussin'.
no,
It sounds like.
no. That sounds like
Who uses that word?
like 14-year-olds
Oh yeah.
and below.
Have you ever bed rotted, Ty?
Yes.
Oh.
At least
Playing the-
at least
Yeah, almost-
3 to 4 times a week.
He almost burned alive in his damn bed because he's bed riding.
Well, he was sleeping then.
Sleeping, I mean, whatever. But hey, yes, he has. Yes, he has.
So now there's an official defined term for you: bed rotting. Thank you very much.
Bed rotting. I actually like bed rotting. I don't think I can do it anymore though.
Hmm.
When you got a kid, it's tough to bed rot.
I will admit that some afternoons after a long week, I'll lay in that bed for an hour. Or so.
Yeah, because your kids are grown now.
Yeah.
So not the kid. You ain't got to worry about them. Like you can bed rot.
If I could get an hour, it's kind of nice just to in between everything I'm doing, just to go lay down. I don't even sleep. I just lay there for a little bit.
I can't go back to that bed during the day. My
I
bed is for the when I get out of the bed in the morning, I don't get back in that bed. Now, if I go lay down, so I can take a nap, but I don't get back in the bed, period, until nighttime, until it's time to go to sleep. I'm only in the bed to go to sleep, or if we want to have some afternoon delight during the day, because I'm not y'all like to bang it out on the floor and stuff like that on the carpet. Now we go to the bed, but yeah, I don't get in the bed at all during the day.
Okay,
Good.
good.
Stay away from it. I make it up.
Oh,
I
you
make
the
my bed.
Oh, see.
So I can't. That's the whole point. Is like the colonels say, make your bed. You won't get back into the bed.
Yeah, I
gotta
don't
make
do
the
that.
bed.
I'll get back in. I'll take a nap in the
I'll get back
afternoon if I get some time, for sure. All right, so real quick, I wanted to play this, Rod, because obviously among our top stories continues to be the investigation now into the shooting after the Chiefs Super Bowl celebration, and the conversation's ongoing. But I wanted to play this. I mean, this was at Union Station. It was right near where they did the celebration when the guns when the bullets started ringing out. And listen to this firsthand account from Trey Smith, the starting guard for the Kansas City Chiefs. This is how close players were to this situation.
Mm-hmm.
Listen to him. He was on, I think, Good Morning America, talking about his firsthand impression of what went on.
The day started just like last year's parade.
Super Bowl champ Trey Smith was enjoying the celebration when he learned there was an active shooter at the parade near Union Station.
Just remember the security guard just ushering us through the doors quickly, just saying, come on, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. It's okay, this is not a joke, it's the life and death situation.
Smith forced to run for his life, finding shelter in a closet, guiding as many people as he could to safety.
Right before I run in there, there's like a little kid in front of me, so I just grab him, just yank him, and just tell him, you're hopping in here with me, buddy. So I don't know how many people there were in the closet, maybe 20 plus. One of my teammates, my long snapper, James Winchester, was very instrumental in helping keep people calm. We end up getting the green light to be able to get out of there. We end up walking to the buses.
The Chiefs' team buses is soon filled with frightened bystanders trying to escape the madness outside.
This little boy was with his father. He's just a little hysterical. He's just panicked. He's scared. He doesn't know what's going on. And, I had the WWE belt on me the entire parade. And, I was thinking, man, what can I do to help him out? I just handed him the belt. Hey, buddy, you're the champion. No one's going to hurt you. No one's going to hurt you, man. We got your back. We just start talking about wrestling. Who's your favorite wrestler? What was your favorite wrestling match? And just little things like that, just to take his mind off of it. He was looking out the window and he was seeing people, just reacting away. They were trying to get out of that situation. So I'm like, here you go, buddy. This is yours. Man, so again, no one's going to hurt you. You're here with us. Thank you for protecting
Trey
buddy.
Smith. What a cool
okay.
story. Trey Smith, the starting guard of the Chiefs. That's just hits home in so many ways. If you're a parent, I mean, I mean that your 9 or 10-year-old kid has to witness that, be a part of that terror, that
Process,
fear,
that trauma.
Yeah. I mean, and that is, as we talk about what you can do about it, and should they be having these big parades, is that going to be talked about moving forward? Same time, it's just all too frightening that our kids are
exposed to it.
Exposed to it that closely.
That they basically are they don't have a sensitivity to these type of trauma like we did, because they've been, they've actually witnessed a lot of it. And now, with the way that, I hate to say it, with the way this is happening with more frequency at some of these championship parades, I do think city leaders will at least explore the conversation, the possibility of moving it to maybe indoors, maybe to a stadium, to a secure location. I know you can't just stop your life because these maniacs out here don't value human life the way they should. But yeah, I mean, you do have to potentially explore a safer way to do it. And I think that what the city leaders owe to the fans and to the community.
Yeah, and they're all, I mean, obviously there are the horrible incidents of someone trying to just,
plotting to do it,
mow down as many people as they possibly can.
That wasn't the case for Kansas City.
Yeah, this one was apparently a dispute, mostly among juveniles, it sounds like.
Violence. They had guns. That gets to the problem. You guys have a dispute, that's fine. You can fight it out. We used to fight. We used to fight all the time, man. We used to fight. And then that dispute end with a fight. The worst thing that, it'd be like a big gang fight. It'd be like 4-5 people on each side fighting. That is also horrible because that is violent. But, man, to settle a dispute like that, to just pull out weapons, guns.
Yeah, at a parade. And just shoot random people, or random people are just there. There's million. Again, it's impossible to police 1 million people. And again, it's a tough conversation for sure, but happening all too often. We know that, but and they're all different, and just the with juveniles and weapons and all that, this scares the heck out of you for sure. All right, so that was Trey Smith. Want to give him that was a nice thing, nice gesture. But
there was a lot of heroes at that event, man.
100%.
People that ran toward the danger, comforting other folks who needed it. That was one of the things that coming out of it gives you hope about our society. That there's a lot of good, courageous people with brave spirits.
Yeah, we heard yesterday from the guy, one of the guys that tackled one of the shooters,
just a bystander,
who still had his gun on him. I mean, as he said, as they tackled him, the gun popped out of his jacket, and so they laid on top of him and held him until the police arrived.
Saved lives.
Saved lives, 100%. This says that story makes me shed tears. I can't imagine the fear those kids were going through, for sure. I mean, they're there to see Patrick Mahomes. I mean, they're in a moment of jubilation and celebration, and this goes down. I mean, it was just unbelievably sad, and to the loss of life for a mother of 2. And you mentioned in the off the record, Taylor Swift has donated $100,000 to that GoFundMe. Hopefully, that spurns others to give. Because,
Amen,
and she was just there playing music. Rod, she's a DJ.
I know. It all seems so senseless. It really is, man. I hate that that's who we are as a society. And I say we because we're all part of it.
We're all part of it.
We got to be part of the solution. It's all us.
All right, Rod. Right before 9:15, let's get to your second rant of this Friday morning.
Let's do it.
We'll preview some college baseball coming up. It's not just here in Austin. There's college baseball all over the great state. We'll get a preview of that coming up. Hook 'em up with Ian Rod B. Here is your Rod's rant number 2.
Yes, sir.
I'm as mad as hell, and I'm not gonna take this anymore!
Find out what happens when people stop being polite and start getting real.
You ain't keeping it right.
My God! Okay, it's happening. Everybody stay calm.
Oh, you've done it now. It's time for Rod's Rant of the Day.
Hold on to your butts.
All right, I know we talk a lot of Cowboys on the show, and we'll actually get back to a little Cowboys conversation, but I want to address the Texans here. Give the Texans fans out there a little bit of love, because there is a couple of items that I think are worthy of Texans fans being updated. Okay, so, and I got a suggestion actually for the Texans too that I want to get into that I think would be really interesting. You brought up earlier, Derrick Henry reportedly, at least based on some of the Vegas odds about where he's going to land, that one of the favorites is Baltimore. For where he'll land. I read an article on the 33rd Team. It's a really good website. They basically are devoted to NFL coverage. And Marcus Mosher, who writes a lot of stuff for them and actually writes about the Dallas Cowboys too, he was writing an article about the top 5 fits for free agent running back Derrick Henry. And one of his top 5 fits, them Houston Texans.
Nice.
He brings up the Texans. He said this isn't a perfect fit for many reasons, including Houston Texans' style of offense. They use a lot of shotgun and empty back sets on their later downs, and their run game is predicated on wide zone runs. But there are a lot of reasons why this could work. First of all, no team in the NFL knows Henry better than the Texans. In 14 career games against Houston, Henry ran for over 1,400 yards and 12 touchdowns. Yes, I remember it well. So familiarity, he says, often is a really good selling point. It's a good point. So he, at least, I think the point of the article, I don't think Derrick Henry is going to end up with the Texans, but you have been pointing out for a while, do you think the Texans are going to target a running back in free agency?
It depends on the price, right? And I think the
price.
market is going to be, and again, they're in a position if you're going to overpay for running back, especially I'm a big Saquon Barkley fan for them, just because I think he can do similar to what Christian McCaffrey does for that offense.
That's a good point.
He's such a dynamic weapon in all phases. He's kind of like the Bijan Robinson argument we had. He's not just a running back. I mean, this guy is a bit of everything for you.
Yeah.
And to give C.J. Stroud that kind of weapon, but it's going to depend on market. But again, if you're going to do it, you do it while C.J. Stroud's in his second year, and you haven't had to pay him the mega bucks that you're going to have to.
Yeah.
So you have a couple. You could front load a contract, even overpay a little bit for Saquon Barkley over 2 years. Give him an option for a third where the price drops, and see if you can get at 26, 27. You get his, two really good years out of him, and maybe make a run.
Yeah, no, I like it. If you can get him, if you don't have to sign him to a long-term deal, and maybe he wants a long-term deal, but if you can get him, like you said, 1 to 2 years, maybe a third year as an option potentially. Yeah. That is the sweet spot because he's 26 years old right now. You just want to maximize him before he gets anywhere close to 30. Ideally, most running backs around 29 to 30, they start to depreciate in terms of their skill set. That'd be the perfect window. So I'm with you if you could do that. We know there will be a lot of other teams trying to get
poor Saquon.
And he was healthy last year. I think he's played 14 games last year and 16 before that, so relatively healthy too.
And he just has never been on a good team.
No.
I mean, poor guy. I mean, he's never has a good offensive line. There aren't any offensive weapons around him. The quarterback is Daniel Jones. It's like I think the NFL would like to see Saquon Barkley play on a team with talent.
Yeah.
I mean, and Houston's got talent. I mean, and a young quarterback that he's going to threaten you with the passing game.
O-line already built.
I think that'd be a cool fit. And then I think in the draft you could address receiver. Because I like the formation of Nico Collins, Tank Dell. Those are your first two, and then you could draft a young receiver that can come along. I like that. They also are going to have to replace Dalton Schultz at tight end if they don't re-sign Dalton Schultz because he was a key cog. He was a 1-year deal.
So a lot of people actually have mocked J.T. Sanders to the Texans in that second round. Though I've seen a lot of those, because it makes sense. With Dalton Schultz leaving.
Yeah, it'll be interesting because the Texans do have the quarterback on a rookie deal. They do have $70-some million in cap space, both to re-sign their own people and to go onto the market and get involved with a guy like Saquon Barkley.
Yeah, they do. And they're speaking of free agent odds. Bookies has a free agent odds list for Mike Evans, and they have the Texans with the best overall odds at plus 300 to acquire Mike Evans. Mike Evans, former A&M standout, but also is from that Houston area there. They got Tampa Bay with the second best odds to get him at plus 325, and Kansas City with third best odds to acquire Mike Evans at plus 450. That's a scary thought, actually. That would actually be a scary thought. If Brett Veach bringing in a Mike Evans for Patrick Mahomes
over 1,000 yards in 10 straight seasons to start his career, and you get to go play with Mahomes.
I know that'd be a hell of a way to end your career, right? To end up going ring chasing with Patrick Mahomes, a potential GOAT. Speaking of, you said you'd like for them, the Texans, to target a wide receiver in the draft. They're really drafting at a great spot where they can. Honestly, they can just take best talent available. They can draft 4, 5, 6 different positions potentially, and none of them would be a bad pick for the Texans. Benjamin Solak of The Ringer, their latest mock draft has the Texans taking Brian Thomas Jr., the wide receiver from LSU, at the 23rd pick. He's 6'4", 205, so that would be a nice pickup. I looked at Luke Easterling's mock draft for Sports Illustrated. He's got the Texans taking Byron Murphy at 23, saying DeMeco Ryans' first season at Houston was a massive success, and his team should only get better from here. One key area of need along the D-line is the interior D-line, where Ryan needs an explosive, disruptive playmaker who can camp out in opposing backfields. Murphy is undersized, but otherwise fits the bill perfectly. So that's Byron Murphy has been mocked, anywhere from 13 to 15. This will be a drop, actually, in Byron Murphy in the mock drafts, him falling all the way to 23 for the Texans. If he falls there, maybe the Texans make a move. Okay, here's my, since we're talking about the Texans, and by the way, there was a report from Aaron Wilson, the Texans were going to lose their safeties coach, where Aaron Wilson also reported they're going to keep their safety coach. He was going to leave. His name is Steven Adegoke. He was going to leave and go to Michigan as their DB coach, and he has decided since to stay in Houston and accept rather than accept the DB coach's job in Michigan. So remember, this is like the second time, because remember Rod Wright reportedly was one of the favorites for Sark. And there was a lot of talk that, Sark was zeroing in on Rod Wright and wanted that NFL pedigree. Rod Wright's got, history coaching in Texas and recruiting in Texas at UTSA and recruiting at the college level at Miami. So he seemed almost a perfect candidate, also a lifetime Longhorn coming back to Texas with that vacancy. And the reports were that Rod Wright not excited about recruiting. And that he actually wanted to hitch his wagon to the meteoric rise of one DeMeco Ryans, and DeMeco Ryans reportedly also is a big fan of Rod Wright, and Rod Wright stayed there as the assistant D-line coach. It's another one where he's deciding to stay with DeMeco Ryans and that staff instead of going to the college level, which would have been a promotion for him. Says a lot about DeMeco Ryans and the culture he has there. Coaches want to be around him. They want to stay. They think something special is building with the Texans.
Interesting. Yeah, and this offseason's big, right? Because as Ty said, they won 10 games, 7 losses, won a playoff game, but they still have holes that they have to fill if they want to really compete with the top teams in the AFC consistently.
Yep.
And that's up to Nick Caserio this offseason. But you're right, building that coaching staff, hitting the free agency, hitting the draft, and building something they can sustain long haul, because
you got the work. The hardest part is already done.
Yeah,
CJ Stroud.
We talked about that a lot during the year, and this is why the excitement. Because, and you say in the draft the Texans could go any position, which is true, because when you're trying to build a foundation of an organization, you're looking for quarterback, left tackle, playmaking receiver, corner,
edge rusher.
Well, you could argue Houston already has all those. Yeah. I mean, they already have them in place.
They did.
They have Laramie Tunsil, who went to the Pro Bowl again this year, was one of the best tackles in the AFC, and a pretty solid offensive line. You have Nico Collins, who was the third highest graded Pro Football Focus wide receiver this year, in his third year exploding onto the scene. You have C.J. Stroud, obviously a quarterback. You have Derek Stingley at corner. You have Will Anderson, Offensive Rookie of the Year. So those are your premium positions. So now you're trying to fill holes. You're trying to get tougher up front. You're trying to, dabble into Saquon Barkley, continue to fill out your back end at safety and be better in coverage, because I think that was a problem and leaky at times. The linebacker core could use some addressing. So this could be a year where Houston kind of does like Detroit did last year, where they don't have to focus on premium positions. They need to fill some
playmakers.
Guys they know they can play.
Guys they know they can play.
Because you really have in a pretty quick order filled the elite positions you need. Cornerstone players at the cornerstone positions of a franchise. Well, now you can do that kind of stuff at running back, linebacker, safety, tight end, Jatavion Sanders, some luxury players that, man, this guy's too good to pass, because he can help us be a better ball club.
Speaking of being a better ball club, I have an idea, because the Texans lost their offensive analyst, their offensive assistant, Shane Day, to the LA Chargers. Jim Harbaugh brought him in. He's building that coaching staff. I think the Texans may serve themselves well by bringing in Eric Bieniemy.
Ooh.
Bring in Eric Bieniemy as an assistant coach of some kind.
Interesting.
I haven't heard much about him being coveted on the market. A lot of us assumed that Kansas City would just make a spot for him if he didn't get picked up by some of the squad. I think he wants to go somewhere else. I don't think he wants to go back to Kansas City. I think he knows if he goes back to Kansas City, he's just going to stay in Kansas City, period. And he's never going to go anywhere else.
He's got to get outside
to explore. Yeah, he's got to get outside he's basically in the friends. He's in the coaching friend zone. All right, and the only spot where he can rise up and open mobility is Kansas City. If I'm DeMeco Ryans in Texas, I give him another opportunity and say, listen, Bobby Slowick's a star. He's a star. I mean, we can only keep him for so long. We had to up his pay this year.
He's going to be a head coach soon.
After 1 year, his first time being a play caller, we had to up his pay. We may be able to keep him around for 2 more years. But if we don't, He could step in as a potential offensive coordinator and play caller. Now that's different than the Shanahan offense, but Eric Bieniemy I think is skilled enough to be able to run the Shanahan offense if you just want him to run that offense. I think everybody wants to run their scheme, whatever it may be. But even if he doesn't, necessarily take over the play calling duties or your coordinator duties, you can still bring him in as a pass game coordinator. You can still bring him in as an offensive assistant of some kind. He definitely will help your coaching staff. Now, if you don't want him to run the system that he wants to run after Bobby Sloak leaves, that's fine. You can find another alternative. But just bringing him in as a championship coach, championship caliber coach, who can bring you a lot of the cheat codes and a lot of the philosophical traits that Andy Reid covets and that Andy Reid utilizes, man, I'd bring him in. And you might have to face Kansas City. Hopefully, if all this roster construction goes according to plan and you do, and C.J. Stroud takes the next level and you do as a franchise, elevate and separate, you got to see Kansas City.
Yeah.
And that guy knows Kansas City.
Yeah, he does. I like that idea. I do. And if you're the agent for Eric Bieniemy, you're looking for a spot like that where you can get yourself back on the escalator rising, because
build your own brand.
If Bobby Sloak does have another good year and moves on, well, now you're OC and you're working with C.J. Stroud and you have an opportunity. So
come on,
I like that. I like that a lot. All right, little Texans talk in Rod's Rant. We go for a lot of Cowboys talk this week with Mike Zimmer coming in and the new staff he's going to build in Dallas. We'll hear more from that. I know you want to play that Dave Campo sound, Rod.
Yes, we can play it later on. I do want to play it. It's pretty good, actually.
Yeah, we'll get a time out here. Come back, play that. Good stuff on Dave Campo on a San Antonio radio station talking about Dan Quinn and what he can bring to this Cowboys defense and maybe some of the structural flaws he saw in last year's defense for Dan Quinn. We'll talk about that coming up. Also, who said that for the end of the hour?
Who said that?
It's a busy Friday. We're glad it's Friday with you. Hook 'em up with Ian Rodby.
Aaron Hogan, Rod Babers, Hook 'em Up, 1019 AM 1260, The Horn.
For a college baseball fan, today is Christmas Day for you. And I know a lot of you folks out there, it's amazing in Austin, Texas, Rod, because of the success of the Texas baseball program over the years. How many people I know whose favorite sport in the world is college baseball? You used to work with Kevin Dunn, of course, on RBKD back in the day. I mean, like their favorite sport is college baseball. And as we talked about a lot last year with our friend Ty Harrington, and we talked to Drew Bishop yesterday, there's never been a better time for college baseball. The talent is deeper than it's been because of the diminished MLB draft. They've shrunk back the minor leagues and NILs, allowing more players to stay longer and be some very talented rosters. Hell, we saw LSU win a national championship last year by going to Air Force and getting the big right-hander to roll over there to go with a really talented team that won the Natty. Texas, look, I mean, I want to see this team evolve, but I do think they've got Omaha talent, Rod. I think when you have the mix of, if the younger guys continue to develop and if the freshman class can be as impactful as people think it can, because, I mean, to have Porter Brown back, to have Peyton Powell back, to have Jack O'Dowd, I mean, those are three veteran players. And think of how many big hits Porter Brown had last year, how many big defensive plays he made in left field last year. I mean, this is a sixth-year player.
That's wild.
Remember, he transferred in from TCU. And now he's here still playing. This guy's played a lot of baseball, seen a lot of at-bats. You're going to see him up in clutch situations. I don't know that you'd rather want to see anybody else up in a clutch situation like this guy. Peyton Powell, playing third base, was one of your most clutch and important hitters last year. Jared Thomas and Jalen Flores, who both were, kind of forced onto I shouldn't say forced, they were just really talented freshmen, but they were freshmen.
Mhm.
So they went through slumps. And as Drew Bishop said yesterday, I think accurately, when you're these kids that are playing in these select tournaments and coming through, you don't go through 0 for 10 slumps.
No.
You just don't. Well, that's college baseball. It's going to humble you. I mean, you're going to go through a 2-week stretch where you can't hit the ball. This is high level, but that's the growing pains of becoming a collegian. You did it too, Rod, when you got here, right? You could cover everybody in high school.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's easy.
Yeah, easy.
It was easy. It really was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you get to college, and this is what these young guys are going to go through. But now Jalen Flores and Jared Thomas are sophomores, and now they should be some of your impact bats, and especially a guy as talented as Jared Thomas, swinging the bat from the left side, his speed, base running. He's a really elite athlete. So you got a core of those 5 or 6 guys that are really veteran players for you, that have played a lot of college baseball already. You combine that with this rookie class, freshman class, if you want to call it that. Will Gasparino, the big 6'6" outfielder that I think Longhorn fans can't wait to see. Tommy Farmer Jr., who Drew Bishop yesterday called the best athlete on the team, can really run. About 6'2" kid out of California as well. Riley Galvan behind the plate likely. So, and then of course, it comes down to pitching. And if you remember, last year's team just really struggled on the mound with consistency. I think this has a chance to be a much deeper and better pitching staff to get LeBaron Johnson Jr. back, Charlie Hurley back. Remember, Charlie was a kid who transferred from USC and had starting experience and really became a bedrock of that rotation last year. And now you got Tanner Witt back. That becomes really the X factor for me. If Tanner Witt can get back anywhere close to who he was as a freshman and a sophomore, this team can be Omaha level for sure, because they have a lot of young arms. Also a kid named Luke Harrison, Rod, left-hander, who was really good as a freshman, then got hurt last year. He's back, and he could be all the word I hear out of the baseball program is they're really excited about him having his left-handed arm back, either out of their bullpen or even possibly as like a Tuesday starter early and then maybe evolve into more than that as the season goes on. So a lot of talent on this team, a lot of talent. Looking forward to seeing it showcased for the first time. But if you love college baseball and this is your season, in addition to that, you got Texas State playing Youngstown State. Steve Trout's built a heck of a program down there in San Marcos. And speaking of Ty Harrington, he's going to be on the call up there in Globe Life.
Coach Ty.
Yeah, they've got the Shriners Children's Hospital's College Showdown up at Globe Life Park this weekend.
Yeah.
Nebraska is there playing Baylor today. Oregon is there playing Oklahoma. Tennessee and Texas Tech are all part of that. So they'll be doing round-robin games today, tomorrow, and Sunday. So if you're a college baseball fan and you live in the Metroplex, you listen on the app, get over to their Globe Life. I mean, there's some really good matchups there. Tennessee playing Texas Tech tonight.
Okay.
Come on, man.
I like that.
That's Tim Tadlock's team against those Volunteers.
Yeah.
You got OU playing Tennessee tomorrow. Tennessee, by the way, plays the primetime game each night up at Globe Life. So Tennessee plays Tech tonight, Oklahoma tomorrow night, and then Baylor on Sunday evening.
Okay.
And then, as we say, Oklahoma will play Oregon today. They're going to play they're going to play Tennessee tomorrow, and then they're going to turn around and play Nebraska. So it's a really good tournament. And, of course, it's indoors at Globe Life, home of the world champions now. So you won't have to worry about weather. So that's a good thing. So college baseball is back. Can't wait to follow these teams, and certainly this Texas team as it develops over the course of the year. And as far as the weather goes, Rod, it is going to be – you're going to have to pack your
It's going to be chilly.
You're going to need more than a jacket, I think, tomorrow.
Yeah, a shacket.
A shacket. 52 for the high, and wind tomorrow at the
I know, it's crazy. And it's going to
get beautiful tonight, by the way.
And it's going to get warm again, like right after that. Next week.
Yeah, by Monday.
It'll be back in I don't want to hide. It's like 80
cool
something.
Front. Yeah, 52 Saturday, 57 Sunday, but the wind dies down. A lot of sun on Sunday, and then Monday, we're back to 70. Tuesday is almost 80.
That's what I'm saying. It's like, come on, man. That's how you get sick. So take care of yourself.
Take care of yourself.
Yeah.
All right, Rod. There's some baseball. Looking forward to this team. LBJ on the mound tonight. Remember, he had that complete game performance in the tournament.
He's a beast.
He's a beast.
Man, he's intimidating on the mound.
And David Pierce has told you no one's come further from where this guy was as a raw prospect to where he is now. And a lot of people are surprised he's back. With that arm, that somebody would have drafted him, and he didn't get drafted high enough. So here he is trying to improve that draft status.
Yep.
He's got a big-time arm. Split finger fastball is ridiculous. And if he continues to evolve, this guy can be one of the best pitchers in college baseball.
Looking forward to it.
As a Friday start.
And he's got a new pitching coach.
Yeah, David Pierce. That's right.
So that should help even more.
And everybody's happy to have Troy Tulowitzki back.
Oh,
as
that
the
was
director
such a
of
big kid.
player development. Somebody texted and asked, is David Pierce going to be coaching third base? Drew Bishop yesterday said he thinks he will not be, since he's the pitching coach now, that it will be Steve Rodriguez, the former Baylor head coach, who's the assistant head coach. He'll be coaching third. So we'll see. It'll be fun. I get to see a lot of new things starting tonight. And it'll be good to have that on LHN tonight with our guy, Greg Swindell, Keith Moreland.
Big Red, back in the booth, baby.
That's just good to turn it on. And he's got it on tonight. Watching some baseball.
Those guys are great.
They're the best.
That's one thing you're going to be. I mean, I don't know what the SEC is going to do, but they got to put Greg Swindell and Keith Moreland together and call some Texas games. But what happens to that pairing?
They're the best.
They are awesome. Like, you ain't got to enjoy really Texas baseball to enjoy that broadcast. Man, they are fantastic.
All right, Rod. Let's get back to football. You wanted to play this Dave Campos sound. By the way, the game tonight, 7 o'clock at the Dish.
San Antonio Sports Star, give them a lot of credit because they had Dave Campo on, and essentially they were asking about the Dallas Cowboys, asking about the playoff game. And Dave Campo, and like I said, I think I pulled it out. It's like a 2-minute clip, but I think it's pretty good. Not only does he go into X's and O's, what he thought was wrong with that Dan Quinn defense, but he hints at something that Darren Woodson hinted at and implied as well. When we heard some Darren Woodson sound talking about Mike Zimmer and the difference between Zimmer and Dan Quinn, I'm paraphrasing, but Darren Woodson hinted that, maybe Zimmer will be harder on the guys and basically force them to be a little bit more accountable for mistakes and be more accountable for execution or lack thereof. And I thought it was interesting because we had Brock on, and Brock pointed it out. Brock was like, I think he may be taking a shot there at Dan Quinn. And maybe when you have shots like that are being taken, very subtle shots, it could just be, hey, this is just how Darren Wilson feels. Could just be just how Dave Campo feels. But oftentimes that could be interpreted as a message that is being sent, like from inside the house. All right, that a message is being sent because now we're hearing it from multiple people.
Yeah,
heard from Darren Woodson that actually, Zimmer will actually be more accountable to the guys. He'll force them into being accountable to execution and fewer mistakes. And the implication was that Dan Quinn is a player's coach, but maybe too much of a player's coach. Listen to Dave Campo on the San Antonio Sports Star, where he implies something similar.
To have?
Well, first of all, from a culture standpoint, I'll just say one thing this way. I know Dan Quinn very well. I was not in the office in the building. I'm here in Jacksonville, so I saw a bunch of the games. I saw that game. I'm going a little bit on some hearsay, but I think the one thing about Dan is he's a fine gentleman. And he's smart, and his scheme was okay, but he was a little bit too buddy, I think, with the players, and that's part of it. You can't have a lot of accountability if you don't stand a little bit above of the people that you're trying to get to be accountable. But more so than that, when they lost number 55, they lost only the real linebacker that they had on that ball club. And their two inside tackles were pass rushers. And so they were small defense, and the teams that could run the ball on them were successful. And that's what happened in that ball game. They need to get bigger and more physical inside. One of the things I always felt about the Cowboys when I watched them, and I do radio here in Jacksonville. I'm in the press box for the games. I saw the Cowboy game from last year. The one thing I noticed from a defense standpoint was that they played the run while rushing the passer. Well, in this league, especially in the playoffs, you better control the line of scrimmage with your inside tackles. Rush the passer with the outside guys. I don't think they're big enough inside or big enough at linebacker. So some of that is not just the culture. It's the idea that they may have to do some things in the draft to give them an opportunity to be more successful. You have to stop the run in this league or you're in real trouble because the quarterbacks, if they get balanced in the offense, almost all the quarterbacks are good enough to beat you.
Dave?
Yep. So that he breaks down some X and O's, but earlier he said, he admits it is hearsay. So good for him too. He admits it's hearsay, which means Dave Campbell's hearing it from somebody else, which is probably closer to the Cowboys organization. Like I said, because it's similar to what Darren Woodson said, that maybe he's still too buddy with the players, and that the players don't have to be as accountable to him because he is worried about whether the players like him or not. There is no question Mike Zimmer does not give a damn whether the players like him or not. He's all about execution, and he's about accountability. He has a reputation for being an anti-players coach, not being buddy at all, not having those really close bonds with the players, having more of a business approach, and maybe that's exactly what the Cowboys wanted. Because Rex Ryan strikes me as kind of more of a players coach too. That it matters if he's liked by his players.
I feel like Rex Ryan's a hard ass too, though.
He is, but he is known for being a player's coach. Like, he is known for being the players like him and they like playing for him. Zimmer's reputation is, no, Zimmer's great, but I don't know if the players necessarily like playing for Zimmer. He admits, you may not like playing for me, but it's about execution. We're
going to win.
Really. We're going to win. Yeah, exactly.
All right. I like that. I didn't know Dave Campo was doing radio. I'll have to get him on our show here. To have some football conversations with Coach Campo. That's good stuff. And look, it was. There's no doubt Dan Quinn's scheme, as you called it, was effective, right? They've led the NFL in takeaways each of the last 2 years. Yep. They blanked some team. I don't know how many times did the offense have to do nothing because the defense just dominated and scored touchdowns. Yeah. But at the same time, when you needed it most in big games, the defense would get gashed, and most specifically that Packers game. But he said it, right? When Leighton Vander Esch got hurt, they really didn't have a thumping linebacker on the team.
They did. Nope, they missed him.
And that's on the general manager, right? I mean,
exactly. That's a roster construction issue.
The minute that that's something, we always point out about Jerry Jones. It does feel like, whether it was this year that running back that, we could all see that they didn't have a thumper running back.
Come on.
Which was going to hurt your running game come January where you weren't going to be able to pound the rock. Tony Pollard never really found that groove.
Nope. And nobody expected. He's coming off an injury.
Right. And then you had, when DeMarvion Overshown got hurt in training camp, and then Leighton, you didn't have anybody to fill the gap, and that's. I mean, this is what you make trades for in the middle of the season to try to be ready for December, January, and those were two big holes. And guess what? They both got exposed in a big way when it mattered the most.
Yep.
And that's playoff football. We saw it again on the Super Bowl, right? When Dre Greenlaw got hurt, totally different game. But you can't fix that in the game. But that's what I'm saying. Like, you've got every little issue is going to get exposed against the best teams and the best quarterbacks.
Exactly right. You need to anticipate that as a GM.
Yeah. Like, where's my hole? Where am I attacking me?
Exactly.
We got to fill that.
Yeah.
At least have some options to fill that. And because everybody came in on the Monday after the Packers lost saying, well, why were we playing 6 DBs the whole game?
Because
we didn't have any linebackers.
Exactly right. And that's part on Dan Quinn, because Dan Quinn likes collecting DBs and hybrids.
Yep.
So that's partly on him philosophically. He likes to play sub packages, but you hit the on the head. That's on the GM. That's roster construction. He should have looked at that roster and went, listen, all we got is these hybrid linebackers anyway.
Yeah, we're going to get pushed around.
Yeah, we need a thumper there, and Leighton Vander Esch was your only one. To your point about the running backs, though, how about this little factor what I found before we go to break? Cowboys running backs, 28th in touchdown percentage on carries inside the 5-yard line last season. 28th. They were bad.
And Derrick Henry was available.
Yardage. Yes, he was.
Derrick Henry was. There were draftable running backs available. There were guys you could have picked up.
Deontay Foreman, you could have picked up in the offseason. That was easy peasy.
So yes, not addressed, I would say for sure. And then that's what we'll see what the Cowboys do this offseason to address those issues.
Right.
And get more physical. Because, you want to be fast. You want to be able to stop the pass. But that's the beauty of what the Chiefs do, right? The Chiefs can cover like crazy like the Cowboys. Mm-hmm. But they also rush the passer. And they got Chris Jones.
And they can stop the run when
who
they need
wrecks
to.
They got these fast linebackers.
Ask the 49ers if they can stop the run.
Oh, yeah. Christian McCaffrey, under 4 yards of carry for the first time this year.
Come on.
Niner fans say, why'd we stop giving the ball to Christian McCaffrey in the second half? But, that's a football game right there.
Sir.
But that's going to be the Cowboys' issue. Plus, they got that quarterback thing that doesn't rise to the occasion in big games come January, too. So
got to sign that guy, too. Got to re-sign that guy.
Yeah. All right, so Cowboys, Texans, little Texas baseball up in there. We're looking forward to it this weekend. Getting after that. We'll play some Who Said That, including coming back, Rod.
Who said that?
There's a former college football star and former college football or current college football analyst who has a very high opinion of one Quinn Ewers. We'll let you hear that coming up. Decide who said that. Coming next on Hook 'em Up with Ian Rod B. WST. Who said that on a Friday? Heading into our fabulous 5th hour, coming up at the top of the hour to be our 25th hour of the week, coming out of Super Bowl 58, still talking about it. Also looking forward now to the evaluation season of college prospects into the NFL, and then the addition process as they add players, the acquisition phase to the evaluation phase. We're looking forward to it. Also, college baseball season is here. Rod, I wanted to play this for you.
Yes, sir.
Who said this? Pretty high opinion of the Longhorns returning starting quarterback. Let's hear it.
Okay, like Quinn Ewers, I'll start with Quinn. Like that dude, he is in the top 10 of I've seen just throw a football, grip it, rip it. It is beautiful. Like the way it comes off of his hand is gorgeous. It spins. And I know that sounds weird that I'm saying it's gorgeous, but it looks good. It's very impressive. Now, here's the thing with Quinn. If Quinn would learn to do the small things and get the details of the position, if he would get his footwork consistently set, like he's learned to change speeds a little bit and use different clubs. You know, like if he needs to use his lob wedge, he can use his lob wedge a little bit more. I love that about him, but his feet to me, if he could get his feet organized consistently. Yeah, I know you can throw off platform and you're really good at it, but like I don't have to. When I do that when I need to, not when I don't have to. So I think if he fixes that, I think it could be incredible for Quinn, and he could take off even more from a talent standpoint.
There you go.
Yeah. That is David Pollock.
David Pollock, yeah, former ESPN. He's not on ESPN anymore. I thought he was really good.
Yeah, I think he's doing something else now. But yeah, I mean, that observation makes sense though. I think people have said that about Quinn before. Quinn can make the spectacular look routine. The problem is he needs the routine to look spectacular.
Well, it goes to
and that's the thing about Quinn. That's what the scouts want to see. They want to see him make the routine look spectacular. Something you have to do with footwork.
What did we hear Jim Harbaugh say earlier about J.J. McCarthy? Mind-numbing repetition.
Yep. Yeah. Numbing repetition. Yeah, that's what he needs.
And 2 hours ago, Steve Sarkisian, the Longhorns head football coach, you might know him, he tweeted or X'd obsession, noun, the ability to concentrate, stay disciplined, and build skills. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, this is where and Quinn's on that track, right? But, the arm skill, the arm talent is there. I think you said it perfectly. He can make the elite look easy, but can he do the easy things consistently?
Can he do the easy things at an elite level? Because he makes the elite things look really easy.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I said, that's my thing with him. He makes the spectacular look routine. Yeah, but I need the routine to become spectacular because that's football. Your footwork on every down, your mechanics on every down. The spectaculars don't come up how many plays a game? 3, maybe 4. Mm-hmm. Well, I need you to put the cape on. But go look at Patrick Mahomes now. You don't put the cape on until they need it. Other than that, he's just out there slinging it, converting. He's out there with great mechanics and footwork. Actually, he doesn't have the great mechanics. He's just a freak. But everybody can't play the game like Mahomes plays the game. You got to play it the way you do. And Quinn has a chance to be, he has a chance to be 1-1.
Yeah.
You got a chance to be the first player taken overall in the NFL draft. But to do that, you're going to have to show NFL scouts, number one, you can put the cape on because they want to see that. That's the upside. But then number 2, make the routine look spectacular. And we'll see. I think he can do it. I think he will. Now, in terms of being number 1 overall, I don't know if he'll do that, but I think he'll improve.
That's what it's going to take, though, right? The obsession with the fundamentals.
Yes.
The mind-numbing,
that's exactly right.
Work ethic to get it right. And if he does that, I think he's got the God-given ability to, because next year's quarterback class is seen as a pretty weak quarterback class. He can be the head of it.
Exactly. He can be easily the top guy in that class coming out. And there'll always be some guy we don't expect. But I think Quinn's got a really good shot. Okay, we can dial up any of the clips I sent you. Ty, I sent you a bunch of them. We can play Who Said That.
That we live is not for everybody, okay? It's not, all right? Because we're going to run and put our bodies on people in a violent manner, all right? The structure doesn't matter to me. The main thing that matters to me is, are we going to be arriving violently, all right? And we're going to turn the ball over, all right? We're going to make sure we disrupt these quarterbacks. You'll hear me talk about this all the time. The ball is life, all right? And so it's like air, and we got to have it. We got to get it. As coaches, when you start to lose sometimes, coaches start to stay later, and my thought process is, because I don't care if we won. I've been on 20 wins in a row, and I've lost 6 in a row, okay? I go home the same time because I'm giving you everything I have. Everything I have every time. So when coaches started to stay later after we've lost 2 or 3 games, man, you were cheating us. If you don't do it the right way, you're going to get called out on it. Okay? There's only one way to do it, and that's the way that we want it done. And if that's not the way that you want to live, that's fine. Okay? All right, you'll probably be somewhere else. It's my family, it's my football, and it's really just my faith in God. And other than that, I'm a simple guy. I'm a country boy from Alabama.
Don't you like head coach? Who's that? Who said
That's
that?
Joe Witt Jr.
Oh my God, he's so good.
The new defensive coordinator of your Washington Commanders. Could have been the Cowboys.
Damn it! I'm like, now I'm a Cowboys fan. I'm like, damn it, we could have kept that dude. I like that guy.
Yeah,
He's a great mindset for a coach, man. He got me pumped up.
He's a nice offset to Dan Quinn.
He really is the players' coach. Yeah, you can see he's kind of a little hard nosed, and I love what he said about you staying late just because we're losing. Then you've been cheating us. You ain't been. What you doing? You should have been.
That's a good point.
That's a great point. It really is.
It is good. All right, little levity here. Let me play this. Who said this morning, Rod?
This was not confirmed by Adrian Wojnarowski but this is what I was told by Stephen A. If he wants to change the story when he gets here, that's fine. But this is what I understand. Stephen A. Smith is one of the coaches in the Celebrity All-Star Game tonight alongside our guy Shannon Sharp. It's going to be Epic TV, right? Absolutely. Sponsored by Ruffles. So yesterday, SA had to get out to Naptown early, and they had a practice. So he started messing around with Micah Parsons, of all people, one of the guys on his team, obviously a Dallas Cowboy. Micah crossed him over, and all I know is Stephen A's at the hospital right now getting x-rays. So I'll let him tell you the rest of the details when he gets here. Now,
Monica, we're going to have some fun with this.
This was not.
Who said that, Rod?
I'm sure her name is Annika.
Her name is Molly Karen.
Oh, okay. All right. I don't know. I don't know.
That was that ESPN show, and she broke the news that Stephen A. Smith got crossed over by Micah and now has a serious ankle injury.
Wow. That's embarrassing. That's embarrassing right there. Yeah, because
remember the basketball argument that C.J. Stroud and Micah Parsons were having at the Super Bowl.
Well, look,
about who's the better hooper.
Well, because I think that Micah Parsons was supposed to be in some celebrity game. They were like involved in. That's
what that is. Tonight is the NBA All-Star game, celebrity game.
So the celebrity game. So yeah, that's supposed to be.
Well, get C.J. out there. Don't be getting hurt, C.J. or Micah.
He was just participating in a celebrity baseball, softball game in Houston.
In Houston, yeah, I saw it.
You saw that? Yeah.
He's got some pretty good form, too.
Dude, he's a great athlete. Good Lord, man. He can hoop, can play baseball. That's what Bill Walsh used to say about quarterback. He said, my quarterback should be able to do that.
Yeah.
He said, my quarterback should have what he calls athletic instincts where, I can watch him play basketball and watch him play baseball, and I'll go, yep, that's my quarterback.
Yeah, for sure.
He's a leader, and he numbing repetition, that kind of thing, yeah.
Well, Stephen A. Smith, 56 years old. What the hell is he doing out there getting crossed over by Micah?
Forgetting he's
Micah's like 23.
Forgetting that he was 56 years old. Yeah. All right, Ty. I'd sent you a bunch of other ones so you can dial any of the other ones up. We can play Who Said That.
Have you played with a player as good or against a player as good as LeBron was?
For as good as you think he was that much better. I'm biased. I know this. If people were saying LeBron or MJ, I said, you know what? LeBron did something twice that I don't think Michael Jordan could ever do once. He won 2 NBA titles with Shane Battier as the starting power forward. All right. I love Mike. You know, we're the greatest of all time, but LeBron did it twice with me as his bum-ass power forward and dragged me across the finish line. That speaks to how great LeBron is. The force, the intelligence, he didn't have a weakness when he was in his prime. He's still playing amazing now, but I mean, there was no answer for him. And he was like a queen on the chessboard and just do everything. As great of a player was, even better teammates. You know, we always got the newest Beats by Dre, and whatever LeBron got, we got. You know, so like he always took care of us. He always came to my charity functions. I always stand for Bron. That's my guy.
Hey, the Mavericks had an answer for him.
Yeah, that is true. That is a good point.
That was Shane Battier.
That was Shane Battier.
The always eloquent Shane Battier.
Yeah, he is very eloquent. I like him. All right, there you go.
If anybody ever says anything good about LeBron James, you know Ty's going to come in with a bash. It's going to be countered with a bash.
Hey, you know what? I'm not. We like balance on this show.
You know who I dislike in the NBA or former NBA player more than LeBron though?
Who?
Dwayne Wade. He is the
worst.
Maverick fan. That's
Twice.
fair.
That's true. That's a good point.
No, we got him. We got him the second time.
Yeah. So,
but when they went in the locker room after Dirk played his flu game, which I was at that game, and they started fake coughing. Oh my! The pettiness of the NBA and those two. Gets me going. I'm heated now.
Ty's fired up because somebody said something good about LeBron.
I know, just one dude said one good thing about
He's
LeBron.
the easiest guy on the planet to hate on. He makes it too easy.
I don't hate him.
Hate on.
I'm a son of Akron, Ohio, like he is. Come on, man. We're born in the same zip code.
I'm a LeBron fan. You know that, so
Hey.
I'm not a LeBron hater. Never have
Myself,
been. But I will
myself-
admit he's easy to hate. He is easy to hate.
Myself, the Black Keys, Steph Curry, LeBron James, sons of Akron, Ohio.
Mount Rushmore right there.
Oh, I'm not on it.
Could have had them on the same team. Could have had them on the same team,
Yeah,
man.
Steph Curry was born at the hospital in downtown Akron. I was.
Could have been on the same team if LeBron didn't kibosh. Put the kibosh on
what
the
a trade that would have been.
Oh, it would have been amazing.
And Ty would have been miserable. He'd have to talk about LeBron all the time.
Seriously.
By the way, did you see Steph Curry make the shot from the other tunnel in warm-ups the other day?
Still a freak.
Unbelievable. We'll be back. Hook 'em up with Ian Rod B. Fabulous Fifth Hour coming next. Dr. Greg Eckert, get over and see him for your regular dentistry. And I always say this, Dr. Eckert, you get over there to his spot there on Far West, which he's told me is now 30 years. 30 years he's been there, North Austin, Far West. And it's Dr. Eckert and his team. If you ever get out and meet his team, it's like Charlie's Angels kind of thing. Got all the great ladies there, Anna and the whole team taking care of you. They're phenomenal. They just make the dentistry experience wonderful. I mean, they really do. They're great people. You always think you're going to be stressed out when you go do these things. Never. Dr. Eckert always got great music playing, get you that sedation to cool things down if you need to there. And it's everything you need, whether it's the general dentistry, the dental implants, the full mouth restoration like I did. And it wasn't full for me. It was just kind of the front and bottom tops. Right there. But, man, a restoration that's got me with a smile that I absolutely love as I'm in my 50s now. It really was phenomenal, and the entire process was on my timeline. You know, I first started talking to Dr. Eckert about getting my teeth restored several years ago, and it was just as we went along, when we pushed the accelerator a little bit, and then last year was the year to do it, and when it was finally time to roll through, man, it was one day. I went in one afternoon, came out in the evening right before dinner time with a brand new smile that I absolutely love, and that's what he can do for you too. Rod just had the experience as well when he found out about his wisdom teeth. So it's general dentistry, it's full mouth restoration, it's dental implants. Those permanently secure dental implants are the best. If you are used to always heard about dentures and doing those things, this is the way to go. It's also a one-day thing, a new smile in a day with Dr. Greg Eckert. Go meet he and the team, the Angels as I call them, 512-345-3166. That's 512-345-3166. Or just go online and meet the team there at dreckert.com. That's Dr. Eckert with a U, U-E-C-K-E-R-T.
Aaron Hogan, Rod Babers, Hook 'em Up. 1019 AM 1260. The Horn.
Oh, man, fabulous fifth hour is here. It's the 25th hour of the week. We always like to start the fifth hour with some good news. Good news story. How about this, Rod? Right before Valentine's Day, an Illinois man got dumped by his girlfriend like 2 days before Valentine's Day.
Okay.
What kind of B is she? Come on, man. It's almost Valentine's Day 2 days before.
Sure, she had a reason.
Get dumped.
Well, hey, in the Valentine's Day movie I watched last night, Ashton Kutcher proposed to his girlfriend, and then she dumped him on the same day, all on the same day. So anything's
Ashton
possible.
Kutcher. I haven't heard that name in a while.
I told you that movie.
What's he up to?
Movie was terrible.
Terrible. Sounds terrible.
That plot, I don't know who wrote that movie, but whoever did the casting and whoever wrote the movie, man, they did a huge disservice to the other.
So he gets dumped right before Valentine's Day. On Valentine's Day,
But don't people do that to save money?
Yeah, but she gets her comeuppance because on Valentine's Day he bought a scratch-off ticket, won $1 million. Won $1 million in the lottery.
Hold up, he won $1 million on a scratch-off that he bought after
on Valentine, right after
his
he got
woman
dumped.
broke up with him.
Yeah.
Good for you.
And
Damn,
now the woman's like, oh damn.
I know she feels bad. Oh, that hurts right there. Ooh, how long they been together? Do we know?
It doesn't say. It's
I would like to know this because find out how serious your relationship was. If she would have got some of that money, she probably wouldn't. He might have upgraded. He might have found out he wanted that damn money. It might have been like, you know what? I'm breaking up with you, girl. I'm going to give me some.
That's good karma, right?
I'm going to give me an 8. Yeah, I'm going to be an 8 or a 9. You just a 6. I can afford it now.
That's right.
Afford me a tie-dime piece.
So good for him. If you're going to dump somebody, wait till after. Do it. We talked about right before Christmas, right? What was it? December 15th
to save the bread
was the day of the biggest breakups because people are like, how serious am I about this? If I'm serious, I probably need to buy a Christmas gift here and probably need to make plans to spend the holidays with this person. I really don't want to do that, so I'm out.
Yeah, that makes sense. That's actually just wise.
Yeah, that's wise.
You can't be bringing her home to meet mom during the holidays and you're not serious about her.
I broke up with my last girlfriend like 2 days before our 2-year anniversary.
No.
Well, it's because you weren't serious about it, right?
Yeah.
Exactly. You're doing him a favor.
I know.
If you're not serious about it, don't let it go on too long.
It took me a long time to rip that Band-Aid off, though. So
yeah.
when did you know?
You knew pretty early on, too.
I would say, when did you know you weren't going to end up being with her?
Very early, and I just let it carry on and on.
For a year plus?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you wrote.
Well, I was doing the morning show. I mean, this is very selfish.
That's no excuse. I was doing the morning show.
It was comfortable. I didn't want to be single. I don't know. It sounds really crappy now. It's coming out of my mouth, but I was content. But I was not loving life, essentially.
Yeah. No, I'm with you. Yeah, you didn't do her any favors. She probably was making long-term plans.
Oh yeah.
Thinking about how many times how many times had you met her parents?
Several.
In that. Oh yeah, you can't be just meeting people's parents, man.
Like
I tell you all the time.
Parents,
if somebody wants to introduce you to their parents, make sure you're serious about them because they think something very different about you than you think about the relationship. You need to make sure because parents are serious. Because mamas and daddies remember.
Do you know how many girlfriends of mine my parents met?
Oh, my mom has met my significant others probably 4 or 5 my entire life.
Mine is 1.
Exactly.
1.
Exactly. Yeah, you don't do it.
Mine. That's the only one. I think. Well,
in high school, you probably had some women that you.
Nah, not really. I never had an extended girlfriend in high school.
Oh, my girlfriend in high school, her dad was an ex-Marine, and I had to play him once a week and one-on-one pick up basketball every week, and he was good. And he'd back it down in the paint, and he'd throw some elbows. It was
what? Because I really never had.
Wow.
He would throw the elbows.
Play the X?
Straight up.
No,
yes.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
I know that. No, I never had long-term girlfriends really. Even in high school, I think the longest was one that we broke up even before the prom. We still ended up going to the prom.
Y'all broke up before the prom. Oh,
yeah.
So you just didn't have girlfriends.
I don't know. It's one of those things. What am I doing?
Too busy with girlfriends? Yeah, too busy.
I had a bunch of jobs, and I was like, I don't want to. Well, come on, I ain't got time for that. Plus, all my buddies had girlfriends. It just seemed like a lot of drama. I was like,
it is a lot of drama.
It costs you money. You got to do all this stuff. It wasn't so my deal for sure.
Yeah. But you weren't a ladies' man though. Like you weren't doing it because you wanted to date multiple ladies. You just were too lazy to be in a relationship.
No, I was too busy, really. I think more than anything. But that was kind of my jam. I don't know. I was
too busy in high school for a relationship.
I had jobs. I was working. I was doing a lot of
I had
things.
jobs in high school. I worked. I was an athlete. I played sports. Everybody else had the same issue. Why were you so much busier than every other
Not
teenager?
busier. I'm just trying to think of, but the reason was I just didn't want to get serious with anybody.
There
It was
you
like,
go.
it-
That's
it's
real.
like a
Did
lot
you
of
get
work.
girls? Aaron?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, if you wanted to. I mean, I wasn't.
Yeah, he's not ugly or anything. He could have gotten it. There were uglier people around him and less talented people with girls.
I worked and played sports and
No.
and
Don't
also-
listen to E talking about he was too busy. That was a made up excuse. He didn't want to be in a relationship because he was afraid of commitment or didn't want to do whatever it was.
It seems silly.
You can't say you're too busy in high school for a relationship because you get the same amount of tasks that everybody else has to do. You work and then you play sports.
Yeah, exactly.
And you go to school. I mean, that's it.
Wasn't in me. I don't know. So yes, the only.
That's one. That's it, man. That's amazing.
Spouse my parents ever met. Were introduced. Knew her last name.
Wow.
Was
That's
my wife.
about, like I said, I thought 5 was a low number for me, but mine's about 5. If you met my mama and outside at 5, it was by mistake or something. And
She ran into you.
No woman met my mom by mistake. I didn't do that. No. I dated a girl for like 2 years. Never met my parents.
Ooh.
She should have known.
Well, and your thing, because I got married at 24, so you
I got
got
married
married
later.
at 40
Yeah.
or later in your life,
Yeah.
so you had a lot more dating opportunities than I
did, and they would know. You can't meet mama. You don't meet mama unless it's really serious, really serious. Me and my wife dated each other for, I want to say we dated each other for like a year or two before she met my parents. You don't meet mama. You don't deserve to meet mama because mama can't be meeting everybody because mama remembers. Then mama will be asking about you. Nope, can't have that.
This here we go. We've got I like this on their fabulous fifth hour. We've got a lot of sports to get to. Of course, the behind the burnt orange curtain. But how about this? The Hollywood Reporter, Rod, has named the 50 best TV shows of the 21st century so far.
We just got here.
Well, we're 21st century, so we're 24 years into it.
Yeah, man.
Mad Men number 1, Sopranos number 2, Succession number 3. You agree with that top 3?
No, I think Sopranos should be number 1. And I've watched all those shows, by the way.
I have not seen Mad Men.
Mad Men is a great show. I think Mad Men can be considered a top 5. I don't think Mad Men is better than Sopranos. It's not. And what was the third one? Breaking Bad?
Succession.
Succession is good, but there are shows like Breaking Bad and The Wire that are better than Succession. You know I love Succession. I'm a huge fan of Succession. It was amazing, but The Wire was a better show than Succession.
That's 5.
Hey, The Wire was better. Breaking Bad's better than Succession.
Breaking Bad on this list by the Hollywood Reporter, 16.
Yeah, see, the Breaking
You're
Bad's
out.
a better show than Succession to me. I think, and I love Succession. It's good, but it's not. Succession didn't even go on that long.
Among
What
the
we got four seasons of
4
Succession.
seasons of Succession.
Yeah.
Is it done?
It's done.
It's
Yeah,
over.
It's
yeah.
over. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we ain't gonna spoil it for you.
And I'm trying to think. 'Cause a lot of these, I mean, like they have the show Girls on HBO ahead of Breaking Bad. What's wrong with you people?
That's ridiculous.
What's wrong with
Girls were so unrealistic.
It's so dumb.
It was so dumb and unrealistic. No, see that list? You just see.
It's over.
Boom. Exactly. You lost all credibility on that list when you put Girls ahead of Breaking Bad. Give me the rest
And
of them.
something called, well, here it is: Sopranos, Succession, 30 Rock on NBC.
30 Rock is really clever, man. I actually like 30 Rock. I don't know if it's top 5 or it is.
The Wire, Reservation Dogs on FX Hulu.
Oh, I've never watched it.
Better Call Saul at 7. So they have Better Call Saul ahead of Breaking Bad. Girls, Freaks and Geeks on NBC. Never heard of it.
Never got into
That's
it.
what
I've heard of it.
that's like what Jonah Hill and them started on, right?
Okay.
Right?
Or not
Okay.
Something
Jonah,
called
Is that Michael Cera? Is that what that is? What is that?
it's I know what's his name. Dave Jonah Hill's or not. What's his
okay.
name? Dave here, I'll just look it up.
I don't
Sorry.
watch that show, so I don't even know.
also something called BoJack Horseman on
Oh,
Netflix.
the cartoon.
It's good.
The cartoon?
It's,
Yeah, I got
it's the
friends who-
deepest cartoon. James Franco is who I was thinking of. Was on
okay.
Freaks and Geeks.
The Daily Show on Comedy Central is 11, which, by the way, Jon Stewart
Well-
is back once a week now.
I know. Well, can you say that about the Daily Show?
I don't think
'Cause
so.
Now that John, yeah, I don't know about that.
The Americans on FX, which I've never heard of.
People like that show. I've never watched it.
How about this one? This is interesting. 30 for 30 on ESPN, the 30 for 30 series. I think that's pretty strong. I have a lot of them collected, and they're all really good.
They are all really good, though. It's hard to watch a 30 for 30, even if you have no love for that sport or interest in it, and not think it's actually a good product. They do a really good job on those 30 for 30s.
Well, because it's farmed out to different directors, right? It's
Yeah, I'm with you on that. It's a really good one.
Let me see. I'm going to show you how many of these I have saved in here.
Oh, you got a bunch of them on the DVR already saved?
Yeah, well, these are just the saved ones that I have not watched.
Oh.
Minister of Defense I need to watch. That's the Reggie White won.
Oh, damn, you do got a bunch of.
This is a good one. The great Heisman race. That was
97 to Randy
That was
Moss,
the Peyton Manning,
Charles Woodson,
Charles
Peyton
Moss.
Manning, yeah.
Once Upon a Time in Queens is a great one about the Mets. Those
That is a
Miracle
good
Mets.
one.
Youngstown Boys, the life and trials of Oscar Pistorius.
What's the Youngstown Boys one?
Youngstown Boys is about it's about Maurice Claret.
Oh, I should watch that one.
Yeah, it's really good.
I bet that is good.
Really good.
What's the one that's the best it never was? That's one of them, right? Well, who was that guy?
Oh man, there's so many great ones.
That's a good one. I actually got a Maurice Claret stories too. That's a good one.
Maurice Claret is it's a great story because as we've talked about before, Maurice Claret grew up about in the same time period, 20 minutes away, 30 minutes away from LeBron James, who was growing up in Akron, and Youngstown is just east of Akron and almost to the Pennsylvania border. And the bigger star in the state at the time was Maurice Claret because he played football. He was Mr. Football,
Yes,
he was a dude in Youngstown.
He was trying to go pro early, right? Remember that?
But because he was such a big star and LeBron James was such a big star in high school at St. Vincent St. Mary, they were friends and they were contemporaries. But of course, LeBron, because of the rules, got to go off and make a fortune and start his NBA career, while Maurice Claret had to go at the time to Ohio State. Didn't have NIL at the time. He felt like, come on, man. Why can't I get my bread? Why can't I get any money on this deal? And of course, Ohio State won the national championship that year as a freshman in his freshman year, and then the pressure of that, and it's a really good story because he falls apart. As a person.
Oh no, I was teammates with Maurice Claret.
Oh yeah,
in Denver.
Yeah,
we were in Denver together. Yeah, I hung out with Maurice Claret a lot. I'll keep that
good
stuff
dude.
to myself. He's a good dude. He was a bit immature.
Yeah.
But weren't we all?
Weren't we all? Yeah.
But yeah, he was a good dude. I remember being teammates with him. So that's funny.
Yeah.
Wow.
All right. So there's some television chatter. Good stuff. And I disagree vehemently with that.
I can't believe that list. That's crazy.
And I would put, I'm a Peaky Blinders guy. I put Peaky Blinders on there. At least on the top. You're going top 20.
They're going 21st century. I'm trying to think of a show that's not on there at all that's really good.
Peaky Blinders for me. I love that show. I'm actually going back and watching it, rewatching it when I don't have anything else to watch and there's time, because it's just an easy watch. It's a fun watch.
Yeah,
it's a good watch. With Thomas Shelby and the Peaky Blinders, it's a good show. All right, so there's some TV because this is your weekend where you're kind of searching for good TV.
Oh no, you're gonna need it. I'm gonna come up with a list. I think maybe next week for the listeners in terms of some entertainment options.
Yes.
Good shows that I'm watching right now.
That's good. We need
shows
it
that I have watched
because you got NBA All-Star Weekend, which you could see Stephen A. Smith with a broken ankle tonight because of Micah Parsons.
Wow.
The celebrity game.
Come on, man.
Who can actually hoop? We've also got college baseball probably for our audience probably the most watched and viewed things of the weekend.
That's fair.
I don't know what else you're watching this weekend. Golf. I'll be watching golf, of course, but you don't like golf. I'll be watching Scotty Scheffler if he can get his putter going. Tiger Woods, can he make the cut today out at Riviera? Jordan Spieth's on the leaderboard with.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Ty.
What about with the 3-point shooting contest between Steph and Sabrina? What's her name?
Oh. That's not what they're doing?
We haven't discussed that yet. How do we think that's going to go?
We have not discussed that.
I'm behind on my All-Star weekend.
Do you think he will? Do you think he will lose on purpose to boost?
Why would he? He's a competitor. He's not going to lose on purpose.
But I mean, he could. I'm assuming they're going to be using an NBA ball, which is significantly bigger.
And she'll use her balls, right? They're going to make her use a ball she doesn't normally shoot.
What is she going to shoot from the WNBA 3-point line too? There's a lot of inconsistencies here. You can bet on this. Well, it's not like this is a gimmick.
I got it. So here's the format: Steph versus Sabrina 3-point challenge. So Steph Curry and Sabrina Lonescu are competing in a 3-point shootout that will take place after the 3-point contest and before the dunk contest. She scored 37 out of a possible 40 points during her legendary run in the WNBA 3-point contest last season. The format is 4 ball racks with 4 game balls and 1 money ball. 5th rack will be a special, quote, all money ball rack. Stefan and Sabrina can decide the spot for this rack. 2 story range shots, shot values, a game ball's worth 1 point, money ball worth 2 points, story range are worth 3 points. Steph will shoot from the NBA line with NBA basketballs. Sabrina will shoot from the WNBA line with WNBA basketballs.
That's not inconsistent. That's what she shoots with.
Yeah.
Like she's the WNBA single season 3-point record holder. You shouldn't ask it. It would be like asking Steph to go use the girls' ball. That would not be.
And shoot from the girls' line?
Well, why
You'd
would
make
you?
every
You're having a
single one.
contest. She's keeping it in her lane. He keeps it in his lane. They're the two best shooters in their respective leagues. Why would either have to change what they normally do? That makes it not a true contest, in my opinion. You're trying to find the best shooter.
Well, if you don't have an equal playing field, then it's not a true contest.
Well, why is it unequal? You're
Because
trying to
you're
make
doing
shots.
two different things.
No, you're not. She's using the ball she always uses from the line she always shoots from. He's doing the same.
I mean, think about it. If like
that's
you're
not
doing
uneven.
a scientific experiment, you don't want to have that many variables.
Well, no, it's a competition.
If you
It's not even
truly
a
want to tell who's the best shooter, you would have to do the same thing.
I don't think I've heard
I don't know if
anybody
I'm being
complain
an
about
a-hole
this,
here.
but you.
I'm not
Well,
complaining. I'm just being playing a little devil's advocate.
How is it
here.
uneven though? Well, who's getting the disadvantage here?
Steph.
Why?
Because he's shooting from farther away with a smaller ball or a bigger ball.
He's shooting from his three-point line that he is the all-time leader in
Okay,
three-point shots made.
I'm just saying.
She's shooting from behind the line with the ball she always shoots with. Are you seeing any irregularities here, Rod?
It's just it's a battle of the sexes.
Yeah,
I mean that's what it is. It's old school kind of their own spin on the battle of the sexes. They're gonna let the women's all-time three-point leader versus the men's all-time three-point leader, and they're doing it in their respective realms with their rules. So I look at it as a battle of the sexes. I see Ty's side. Ty's just saying it should be both competing with variables that are as similar as possible or as close to being alike as possible. But that's not what they're doing. It's a battle of the sexes.
Yeah.
It's the best female three-point shooter all time versus the male three-point shooter all time.
I would argue that where I would judge it as unfair is if they were making one of them do something they don't normally do.
Yeah.
If they were asking Steph to use a girl's ball from the girls' line or her to use a guy's ball from the guys' line, then all of a sudden I think it makes it unfair.
They can both use their own ball. That's fine. I see that. But to shoot from shoot from the same distance.
He's the distance guy.
Well, I don't see much issue there. I'll look for it. I'll watch it.
How much further back do we know? How much further back the men's 3-point line is from the women's?
I think it's like 3.5 feet, something like that.
Let me find that.
I guess.
I mean, but again, it's what you're trying to put them in their realms as close as you can and see which one's the better shooter.
Yeah.
You shouldn't be asking either of them to get outside of their norm, right? I mean, let them stay in their comfort zones and let's see who makes more buckets. That's really what it's about. I have no problem with it. And to your question of why would Steph Curry lose on purpose? Sounds like you're setting it up that if he does lose, you're going to think he lost on purpose.
I'm not saying I'm not complaining about this.
No.
I don't care about this. I've seen a lot of arguments on the internet about it. So
I have not. This is the first I've heard of it. But it seems fair to me. I'm good with it. I didn't even know it was happening. I'm gonna watch it.
Yeah, but imagine how much traction this would get for the WNBA if she somehow beats him. I mean, it'd be great. It'd be great for the league. That's all I'm saying. So
I'll watch it when Caitlin Clark gets in it next year.
It might be worth putting a little change on Sabrina, however you say her last name. I'm just saying, 'cause I'm sure she's an underdog. And
you say you can bet on it, right?
You can. That's what I'm saying. Like it's not just a gimmick.
It's kind of like my homies, though. I'm not betting against Steph Curry in a shooting contest against anybody.
Nope.
Any human. I don't care what gender they are.
I don't give a damn.
I got Steph.
Yeah, I got Steph. If she's using a high school 3-point line, I'll take Steph. For real.
I got Steph. You give me Steph.
But I think that's pretty interesting though. They'll do it because I think I'm interested to see who's gonna win. I don't know if I'll watch it live, but it's gotten my attention enough now where I'm interested to see who's going to win.
I saw a video or maybe it's a photograph of a little Steph Curry, probably 6 years old, watching his dad in a 3-point contest.
Isn't that so cool?
Sitting courtside watching his dad.
The future, the all-time greatest 3-point shooter
yes.
in the history of the NBA, the future anyway. He's just sitting there watching Pops.
Yeah, that's cool.
I like that.
And obviously, these are two really good shooters. I'm for it. I'm in. New York Liberty guard Sabrina Ionescu against
Ionescu. Thank you. I think I was mispronouncing it.
They also, so we've got all kinds of competition. That'll be fun. LeBron and Giannis had the All-Star starters and, got the All-Star game, which they'll play no defense. It's in Indianapolis. And I'll say this about Indianapolis, having been to Indy a few times, Rod, for the NFL scouting combine and on those kind of things. That's a cool downtown. That's a cool scene. And it's a basketball town. It's a basketball state.
Right. Yeah,
Indiana is they're basketball crazy.
There's
now,
no doubt.
for whatever reason, the Indiana Hoosiers haven't been any good in a while. I'm not sure what's happened to that program.
Pacers aren't great either. It's still a basketball state, though.
But they love their basketball in that state. So that'll be a pretty cool scene. By the way, if the weather weren't a factor, Indianapolis would be a good place for a Super Bowl. As far as
because you can walk and get to a lot of places, is that why?
It's all close in Lucas Oil Stadium.
I've heard that,
and they have tunnels everywhere. Like you don't have to go outside. They have elevated, indoor walkways, and they have tunnels underneath.
Yeah,
it's a good town. That's a fun town.
They always say it's a town you can walk around. You can
walk
man, and get to where you need to be.
It's alive, man. It's a cool place. And so from Lucas Oil Stadium over to the basketball arena is only probably 6 blocks. So it's in all the entertainment districts is in between the walk. So it's pretty cool. The convention center's right there across the street.
Nice.
It's a good town. I like downtown Indianapolis. That's where this will be, and that's where Steph will face Sabrina in 3-point shootouts.
I've been there once, and I stayed inside the combine the whole damn time as a player. So I think they had to like take me to a hospital for some X-rays or something like that. That's about it.
That's it.
It's only hanging out I did in Indianapolis. What's the last Super Bowl? They have Super Bowl there? What's the last Super Bowl that was in Indianapolis? Did they have one there?
Did they have a super? I don't think they've ever hosted it. They've always had the combine there.
It was at the combine.
It's a central location.
I can't remember them. I'm sure maybe it happened when they built a new stadium way back in the day. I have no idea.
I will look that up. And the cool thing about because they've talked about moving the combine.
I know they won't do it though.
But because it's just so convenient. I mean,
exactly.
It's right there. The hotels are right there. You can get in and out, and it's a central time zone, so it's an easy flight in.
If they were ever going to do it, they would have done it. I think exactly what you just said. The coaches, it's just too pragmatic. The way that and the city has been such a gracious host that they've built an infrastructure around the combine just for that combine.
That's right.
And so no other city is going to be that convenient with it. So I don't think it'll ever move.
It's good for it. So no, I don't believe. Yes, Indianapolis hosted a Super Bowl once in the past. City's moment came in Super Bowl 46.
Okay, that wasn't that long ago then. Super Bowl 46. We're 58 now, whatever. What were we, 58?
We're 58, so 12 years ago.
So it wasn't. I guess it was more recent than I thought. I don't even remember who played in that Super Bowl.
I'm gonna look that up. Super Bowl 46.
It wasn't a lot of people. I mean, right? This was all a buzz around the city of a Super Bowl. I just can't remember Indianapolis having that kind of buzz, but you get it.
It probably is based on the fact that they built that stadium, and it was the New York Football Giants beat the New England Patriots.
Damn.
At Lucas Oil Stadium.
Okay.
Eli Manning.
That's a big one.
Beat Tom Brady.
That's a big one.
That's a big one.
Was that? Oh yeah. That was the second time, huh?
Kelly Clarkson sang the national anthem and is on NBC.
Okay.
See?
There you go. Learn something new every day.
Learn something new every day. Our friend Craig Way would have gotten that once we said Super Bowl 46. So we said, that was in Indianapolis. It was 21-17. It was Lucas Oil Stadium.
Super Bowl trivia is just amazing.
And that was the second time Tom Coughlin got over on Bill Belichick, because remember, they derailed him in 07.
And who was the DC? Spags.
Spagnola.
Spags.
We're putting him in the Hall of Fame of coordinators,
yeah, he
without a doubt.
deserves it, man. He deserves it. He really does.
All right, that's good stuff right there. Good conversation. A little TV, little draft, little competition on the 3-point shot. We'll reset Caitlin Clark's big night at Iowa last night with a 49-point, 13-assist performance as Iowa beat Michigan, and she set the record. She's now the highest-scoring women's basketball player of all time in Division I.
Well, and I just think just name recognition. I mean, that's one thing that her and Angel Reese have done great. I mean, you're talking about a lot of sports fans who are not women's basketball fans who could tell you who the best women's basketball players are. I think that's a huge step in the right direction, just in terms of being the progression and being a progressive sports fan. I think we may be in kind of a golden era for women's basketball. Maybe not overall in terms of competition, but I'm just talking about recognition and recognizability and knowing who these stars are. NIL has helped that too, but we shall see. I mean, Caitlin Clark's been a household name for like the last 2 years now. And that, I mean, we're talking about her and her transcending from the sports page to the front page. I think that's really good for women's basketball. We just had a conversation about the 3-point shooting competition between the WNBA all-time 3-point leader and Steph.
Yes. I mean,
women's basketball is trending the right way.
Well, in the TV industry would tell you the TV ratings are great.
Yeah, they've been through the roof.
Among the fastest-growing sports on TV are women's softball, women's volleyball, and then women's basketball.
I believe the volleyball thing, though. Volleyball is actually fun to watch. It's actually a fun sport to watch because the athletes, indoor volleyball, I don't know about the beach volleyball, even though Texas is getting into that. They just look so explosive. The court, everything, it actually just, it's a really good product to watch, considering the court dimensions and specifications. It's just a really explosive sport to watch.
By the way, Caitlin Clark is on pace to go past Pistol Pete Maravich's all-time scoring mark on the men's side.
Yeah, I asked you that earlier today.
Yeah, I wasn't aware, but no, it could happen on her senior night, March 2nd, if she stays on this pace. She's currently averaging 32.7 points per game. Now, she would be doing it in 4 seasons. Pistol Pete did it in 3. Pistol Pete Maravich, while at At LSU, averaged 44.2 points per game.
Yeah, I mean, she's like I said, that's why I think she's become such a household name. There are reports that she's going to end up being an all-time leading scorer in college.
His all-time number is 3,667. She's got now 3,569.
I think she'll pass it.
I do too.
I think she'll break the record.
And it could happen on a senior night. That'll draw a big audience. And took her a year less or a year more, but at the same time, it's still more points than anybody's ever scored. And she had 49 last night.
And that's why she's going to break it, because they didn't expect – every time you think she's going to, have some underwhelming performance, man, she just blows it out of the water.
She was great last night. Jay Billis actually has a column and a story at the main page of ESPN.com saying, "Pause with me for a moment and appreciate Caitlin Clark after what she did last night." That was pretty cool. All right, we'll come back. When we do, Rod will take us behind the burnt orange curtain one more time. We will play around to who said that and into the weekend. What are we going to be watching with no NFL or college football? We'll get you details coming on Hook 'em Up with Ian Rodby.
Aaron Hogan, Rod Babers, Hook 'em Up, 1019 AM 1260, The Horn.
Says, I remember that Super Bowl E with the Giants in New England. First time we bought the 55-inch flat screen, $3,000.
Oh, nice.
That's back when they were high dollar.
High dollar. I like that. I mean, I remember that because I think I picked the Patriots both times in that Super Bowl. No Super Bowls. The 07 one and in 2000.
We talk about because the recency bias with Patrick Mahomes. We can't start talking about him, but if not for Eli Manning,
exactly.
I mean,
him and Nick Foles, Big Blank Nick.
Yeah, I mean those are the three quarterbacks to beat him. Without Eli Manning, he's got 9 Super Bowls?
Yeah.
I mean, come on, man.
Yeah, you're right. That's a great point. I didn't think about that, but yeah, I guess Patrick Mahomes should be happy to be thanking Eli for taking a few away from Brady, man. That was even the Nick Foles one too was.
And the Patriots were favored in both games.
Yeah, that was when is that going to happen to Patrick Mahomes? Because his loss was to Brady. He's got to have a couple of those almost inexplicable Like that don't make sense.
Yes.
Those two Eli Manning losses, especially the 2000 after the 2017, which was undefeated throughout the regular season and the playoffs until they got to the Super Bowl. That's one of those losses that still doesn't make sense on Tom Brady's resume. It just doesn't. How the hell did they get beat? And then when you break down the matchup, you know how they got beat because he got Spags, number one, right? Steve Spagnuolo, one of the greatest defensive minds of all time for the Giants. But then also, remember the Giants had that D-line, that pass rush?
Yeah, that was the key, right?
Oh, man, they had like 5-6 guys that can rush the passer. And essentially, that was kind of what happened to Mahomes. Yes, he went against Brady and the Bucs. Remember, the Bucs were loaded on that defense, especially on the defensive line. And the offensive line for the Kansas City Chiefs had injuries. They were injury-riddled, and that was right before Brett Veach retooled and overhauled the offensive line. Now they don't have that issue. But on his resume at one point, Patrick Mahomes will have a couple of inexplicable Super Bowl losses. He just has to.
It's
law of
football. Averages, right?
Yeah, it's just football at one point. And for Tom Brady, both to Eli Manning and then the Nick Foles one, that came out of nowhere. But the only thing that all those opponents had in common who were able to topple Brady, elite pass rush specialists.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, because remember, Philadelphia had a bunch of them. They stockpiled them, too. You got that, you got a shot.
Well, remember, the Eagles would tell you there was a slippery field when they played in the Super Bowl.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. I forgot
and your
about
guy,
that.
Kyle Shanahan, would tell you the
Holding,
Chiefs hold like hell in the Super Bowls, and they don't call it.
0 holding calls on the Chiefs in the last 3 Super Bowls. That is wild. And not one damn holding call.
And they were one of the top holding teams in the league during the regular season.
They led the league this year.
They led the league.
And yeah, they would tell you, hey, when it's championship time, that's when we play our best football. That's when we're most focused. That's when our technique is at its best. Our fundamentals aren't flawed in clutch time. So that's what they would say. But I would tell you that offensive linemen hold on every damn play.
I do too.
So there's definitely some holding going on. They just didn't call it.
Yeah. And holding calls are drive killers in the National Football League. We know that, right? There's not or point killers, right? You end up having to kick a field goal most of the time. Those 10 yards. Look, I mean, it does not. It's like we talk about the Longhorns. When the Longhorns were the number one pressure team in the Big 12, but had the fewest holding calls called against their defense, that just doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
And then here it is. You had the number one holding team in the league during the regular season, now placing their biggest competition, toughest team,
Bosa and
Chase
Young.
0.
They're not holding any of these guys up front. Probably the best D-line they played all year long.
Ty, can you have that piece of sound ready? I sent it to you yesterday. It's Patrick Mahomes related, so go back pretty deep into the stuff I've sent you. But I'm just loving this NFL Nat sound. Listen to Patrick Mahomes. This is when Dre Greenlaw, before he got hurt, and how he was flying around smacking people.
He was literally smacking people.
Like he was smacking.
He tackled somebody and hit him on the head.
Yeah, listen. And then listen to Patrick Mahomes here talking about, hey, guys, we're in for it today. We got to get going. This is pretty good leadership from old number 15.
First Kansas City possession at their 27. Shotgun snap to Mahomes. Oh, and stymied behind the line. Isaiah Pacheco.
Get your ass up!
Mahomes, he'll bring Kelce in motion to balance out the formation left. Throws it to Kelce. Tight end screen. Cut down. It's a 3rd and 12. Now Mahomes scrambling to his right. Finds McKinnon. He'll be short of the first down.
Oh, yeah! Hey, we got to bring up our intensity. I'm going to tell you right now. Hey, we got to bring up our intensity. Their D-line's got more intensity. We got more intensity. Hey, they got more intensity, baby. We got to bring it up. We got to bring up the intensity.
There you go.
And losing Dre Greenlaw, they lost it. Remember, I'm telling you, that guy was hype. He's
so flying around everywhere.
They could have called him for an unsportsmanlike conduct at the beginning of the game. He made a tackle for a
loss.
Was
that last one you heard on Jerick McKinnon. He smacked him in the helmet.
Smacked him. No, and it was like he was like Bam Bam from the Flintstones. He like banged on his head, and everybody was like, that could have been a penalty, and it was. They just let it go, guys. He was so hype and so intense early in that game. I told you when I first came on air with you guys, I said, man, Dre Greenlaw going down was the biggest factor in 49ers losing that game, because as soon as he went down, there was panic on the 49ers side. There was elation and joy on the Kansas City side, and they went right after Owen Burks. They went right after the backup.
Yeah, 9 catches and 9 attempts.
Oh, man.
And that's and he's their heartbeat. I know Fred Warner's a really good player, all-pro linebacker, but that dude was running around like Ray Lewis.
He was like yelling and screaming. He was like, ah! He was like the emotional mascot for them at the time.
And it was devastating to the Niners sidelines. We've heard that. It's amazing how an injury can flip a game like that.
I saw it. I remember seeing the players' reaction to it when he went, because it was in between plays, man. It was right. He was going onto the field. It was like somebody had died on that sideline. Like the coaches, everybody took helmets off, and they all just went over there just staring at him.
Yeah, we heard
was like,
Kyle
"Ooh."
Shanahan, like, did he just get hurt running on the field? Like, did Dre
Yeah.
just get hurt? Because remember when Dre Greenlaw against the Eagles back in the regular season got in the fight with Dom DeSandro?
You're right, yeah.
And he took a punch at him?
Yeah.
I'm like, who wants to mess with that dude?
That dude's
His
an
biceps look like my legs.
Yes.
It's like, come on, man.
Emotional intensity. And then, they're right, the 49ers lost that. And that's crazy that Mahomes, that's how you know that guy's next level. His awareness. He's observing. He's like, no, they got way more intensity than we do. We need to go. We got to pick it up because we can get drowned by the intensity. Early on, the 49ers outplayed and outcoached those damn Kansas City Chiefs. And that Dre Greenlaw injury, man, you could not quantify how big it was. And right before the half, they put points on the board, and that's when it felt like the momentum was shifting.
Yeah.
And the 49ers had all of it in the first half.
They sure did. Hey, let's get behind the burnt orange curtain one more time on this Friday. Last trip in the week, talking Texas football.
And they were all asking themselves the same question. What is behind that curtain?
All right, now we haven't talked a lot about this, so let's have a little conversation about the hype video, the trailer that was released for the new college football game for EA Sports. So it's coming out. They said it's going to be later this summer, ahead of the 2024 season. It's going to be out. And a lot of the players, current players, student athletes, they're really hype about the game because everybody wants to know what their score and rating is going to be. Right? So they're really hype about the game. And overall, college football fans are wondering who's going to be – there are two questions that college football fans want to answer about the new game. And I want to ask you guys too. Who's going to be on the cover of the brand new college football game? Who graces the cover? And who's going to be the highest rated player on the new college football game for the 2024 season?
Nick Saban.
Nick Saban cover.
Nick Saban cover would be good. There are a lot of people saying Deion's probably might got a chance to make it because
Ooh.
Deion he's a big face of college sports right now. So Deion's got a shot. Hell, Deion's got a couple of players that they may, I doubt they do it, but Shadur Sanders and Travis Hunter, right? They're two of the best. You got a two-way player on that team, Travis Hunter, who gets a lot of Heisman love. Shadur Sanders is probably going to get some Heisman love because he's one of the better quarterbacks in college football. Anybody else you think, guys? I like your Nick Saban suggestion. Honestly, it probably should be Nick Saban. It would make a lot of sense.
What he's done for college football.
And you would upset fewer people.
Yes.
Like you would offend and upset fewer people. You put Nick Saban on there, everybody go, okay, it's Nick Saban, he's the GOAT. And he's not coaching
and you
anymore.
put Deion on. I mean, Deion could be because he was such a great player,
Yeah,
and now he's a coach.
You put Deion on there.
No one's going to get mad about that. Somebody get mad
Somebody
about everything.
get
Somebody
mad
about
get
every damn
offended
thing.
by it. Yeah. Exactly.
Can't do anything about make somebody mad. As we talked about, you played the sound of Cheryl Swoops.
Exactly.
Giving a very objective view of Caitlin Clark and she had to apologize for it.
Apologize for it.
Like, come on, man. So I would say Nick Saban. Who's the best player?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a great question.
Honestly, yeah, what player? I keep coming back to like Travis Hunter could be one of those. Shadur Sanders.
The
Like
99s?
what player do? Yeah, who we know is going to be great.
I
this upcoming
don't know
season.
if you saw this list, but there was projections that I don't know who put it out. It's probably just clickbait, but Ollie Gordon was the only number 99 overall that was listed. And Quinn Ewers.
That was 247 Sports.
Okay.
And that's stupid, by the way. You cannot give Ollie Gordon a 99 on the game. The precedent you will set for that is basically you're going to have like 30 99s on the next damn game. 99 has to be reserved for guys who are in rarefied air. We're talking about Heisman finalists, Heisman winners. We're talking about transcendent players. Matter of fact, I would prefer, honestly, Ty, don't give anybody a damn 99 on the game to start out.
Or,
I don't think anybody deserves it.
Like I mentioned earlier, they'll be able to change the ratings with updates and stuff, which wasn't available when Xbox 360 NCAA 14 was out. So I think
great point.
Yeah, like you said,
and they can update them as the season goes, right?
That's true.
Yeah, so I would start with everybody, the highest being like 95.
Yes.
And then see who works their way up.
Yes.
I mean, because we know last year, Brock Bowers would have been close to a 99, right?
Last Caleb Williams, they might have had one or two guys approach 99 last year. Because you're right, I like the Bowers. Caleb Williams would have been really close.
Yeah, Bowers was at tight end. He would have been, the elite player at that spot.
Oh, Marvin Harrison Jr.
Yeah,
he probably would have been close.
Yeah, for sure.
Those three.
Were your three best players.
I think you're right.
But then as the season went on, you got all of a sudden a guy like Michael Penix would have risen. A guy like Roma Dunze would have gone.
Yeah, Penix probably would have got close to 97 or something.
Whose rating would have grown as the year went on is T'Vondre Sweat.
Minnesota, nasty rating out there. You're right. And that's good. Brings it back to Texas. So, guys, what do we think? Who do you think is going to be the highest rated player on the new game for Texas? Is it indeed Quinn Ewers? And if it is, what do you think Quinn's grade is, Ty? His overall projection. I think he might be at a 90. I'm going to say Quinn will be at a 94.
Yeah, I don't play the game, but that sounds about right. What would you
94.
say, Ty? Where are you, Ty, on Quinn Ewers? And
maybe
89. Will he be rated higher than Carson
89,
Beck?
90. Yes, I rate him higher than Carson Beck.
Okay. Well, those are your two best returning quarterbacks, probably.
I have a hard time. That's
Shedeur,
crazy. Yeah, Shedur's going to be high. He's going to be high.
Shedeur probably will. Well, he'll be higher than Quinn. So maybe Quinn is like, yeah, maybe you're right, Ty. Maybe it's close to 92. I think he will have a 90-something grade, though. I think they'll give him a 90-something grade. And I agree with E. I don't know if he should be the highest rated player on the Texas squad. It probably should be Kelvin Banks, but I don't know if it will be.
Yeah, I think I would go with Kelvin Banks. I think he's the most sure thing. A third year who started every game at tackle as a freshman. That should be that's the most guaranteed, if he stays healthy, player you can count on at Texas this year.
Who's the third highest rated player then on the team?
I think I saw my friend
Quinn and Kelvin Banks. Who we think's the third highest rated player on the team?
On this Longhorn team, I think
right, because it's kind of after that, it's kind of a drop of those two guys.
Isaiah Bond.
Oh, Isaiah Bond, that's a good one. That's a good one.
Because of what he did at Alabama and his elite speed and the way Sark will use him.
That's a good one.
Because he's going to have elite speed, which that's a good trait. C.J. Baxter, he won't be the highest, but I think there's going to be a high opinion of him.
There will be a high opinion of C.J. Baxter. Who is the highest rated person on defense, guys? Is it Jahdae Barron? Like, who's our highest?
Makuba
had a down year last year, though.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, Makuba's year last year actually wasn't great. But I guess I can still see him being really highly rated, but he had a down year.
Anthony Hill?
Ooh, Anthony Hill might be pretty high.
Michael Taft.
That's a good one.
Taft Daddy.
Highest awareness rating.
Oh, that's the question of the day. Will Arch Manning's rating be as high or close to Quinn Ewers?
No. Arch Manning will be like an 84 85.
They're going to get, because of the Manning name.
Yeah, because they're going to want people to use him.
Yes. People will.
I'm benching this Duke Quinn.
I can't wait for this game. I'm so excited we're talking about it. I've been waiting. I break out the old one, which is NCAA 14, came out in 2013, all the time. I have an Xbox 360 in my house, and I still play it, and it's still a great game.
KD used to, too. I want to say KD would, at times, he would be like, I'm going home to play the game. And you mean the 2014 video game?
It's so immersive. You do all the recruiting, and you feel like you can start at a small school like Texas State and build them up into an Alabama.
It's going to be interesting to see what NIL is here in this game.
They said it's gonna be included. There's some aspects of it.
That's going to be wild. That you basically can have your player poached.
Well, yeah,
because you recruit players. Yeah, no wonder Kevin Dunn's still single, for crying out loud. I mean,
you're the head coach. You got a defensive offensive coordinator.
We had C.J. Vogel on the show. C.J. Vogel on the show said yesterday, we were talking about Valentine's Day, and yesterday was National Singles Awareness Day.
Yeah.
And he said, I'm staying single. This video game's coming out.
Yeah, because he knows most women will not let you just sit and play a video game for 3 or 4 to 5 straight hours.
No.
Which is what these guys are going to do. And Ty, you got a good woman now, so you better choose accordingly.
She'll understand. She'll understand.
I don't know if she will.
I'm about to mount a second TV in my room too, so I'm leaning towards having an Xbox
so she can sit
TV
there with you.
And,
dude, trust me, women are not fans of just sitting there watching us play video games. And most of the women that I know in relationships, those guys, they used to be gamers. They can't be gamers anymore. Well, you can't devote 5 hours to sit there playing a game, and your woman's like, I'll just wait.
Well, and I'll ask. It's not like I'm always playing video games. But, I mean, we're together a lot. I like to, if we're not doing anything, I'll be like, hey, can I, hop on real quick? And she's nice enough to always say yes. Of course, if she said
say yes.
Right now she is, because y'all still new.
Early stages.
Exactly. But I can feel it in her, like that if I'm too long, she'll start poking me in the back, requesting attention. So
I will give you this. When my wife and I were first dating years and years ago, her first glimpse of me was when I sat at her apartment and watched the entire NFL draft for 12 rounds.
Damn. The old school draft, too. Not even the new modern one.
It was Saturday morning. Because remember, this was back when they did the whole draft on one day.
I know. I was like, ugh.
One day.
I don't know how you do that.
And I came over. I was actually already there. And so she left to go run errands, and she'd come back. I'm still just sitting there watching the draft. I watched the whole damn thing.
What? What was her opinion of you after you watched the whole damn thing? What did she say? Did she
You'd have to ask
Was she
her.
impressed with it?
No,
or
she was not impressed
You
with
lost
it.
some points because of that.
She knew I was serious about sports.
That's
For sure.
That's like a 7 to 9. Well, how long is the old school drive? Like
it
7,
was all
8
day.
hours?
It was all day.
Yeah,
it was
like
like
the whole
from
damn
10 in
day.
the morning until
Like
6 at night. It was all damn day. I was
dude.
taking notes.
I couldn't even do that. But I guess honestly, that was part of your profession.
No, I wasn't in it yet.
But you aspired to become
That's what I was aspiring
a
to
sports
be. That's
radio
right.
guy.
Yes.
And so honestly, it actually is not that, to me, I don't think it's not that troubling because at least you were devoting to your craft. You were.
I think that's the only reason she accepted it.
You know what? I think she was like, this man actually, he's passionate about what he wants to do.
Yes.
He can do that. What did Harbaugh say? Numbing repetition.
Numbing repetition. Now, it doesn't mean she didn't think I was a little bit of a loser at that point, but yes.
Hey.
A
loser that ended up becoming a sports radio legend. So
come on, man.
It worked out.
It worked out, I guess. But I did. I watched the whole damn thing.
Damn, I couldn't do that, E. I couldn't do that. I cannot sit and watch 8 straight hours of draft. That's no way.
Oh, I didn't know if I was capable of it, but I was that day. I don't even know why it was such a big deal.
Were you like drinking during the whole day?
No, not really.
You have like nothing. You just watching.
I'm sure I had some beers, but it wasn't like a drink-a-thon.
Like a drinking game during the. I don't know how you did that alone too. You didn't have anybody to comment with, to like exchange ideas.
No, just me.
Oh,
just
man.
me and her apartment.
You one sick mofo, man.
That was sick. Well,
that was.
Ty, what's the longest stretch you've devoted to an entire video game, like one sitting?
I mean, an entire day, days.
Yeah.
I mean, when I was in middle school, I would go up to Dallas really up until high school, I'd go to Dallas for the summer to stay with my mom. And I didn't have as many friends up there. I'd usually play travel baseball at a team, but that only took up so much time. So to still hang out with my friends, we'd play Xbox, and that was when Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 was out.
Oh, that's big.
And I had 95 days played the last time I looked on that game, of game time, in game. So 95 days of my life were spent playing that game.
Crazy. That is crazy, man. I can't. Yeah, I think we would have marathon sessions, so I will say that. But I was with a group. I never did it by myself. Honestly, it was with Shano, Kyle Shanahan, Bo Scaife, Chris Sims, my man Billy Wright. Shout out to Billy Wright. We would probably sit around Xbox and play Mario Kart, Halo, and Madden.
Yeah.
Those were like the 3, and we would just kind of switch back and forth between tournaments of playing Madden, Mario Kart. I remember and Halo. Oh,
I don't play
Halo
video
probably
games
got more
alone.
heated.
Like I can't. I hate playing alone. I don't like single player games. The only reason I get on is to talk with friends
socialize.
and that's what
Talk
we're most
trash.
excited about for this NCAA game, because Dynasty mode, they have online Dynasty where everyone picks a program. So we're gonna be.
That's cool.
We already have I think 35 guys in a group text ready to go.
Damn.
So I'm sure by the
Ready.
time the game comes around, we'll have upwards of 50 all just have their own team. It's gonna be. I'm so excited. I've been waiting for this day for a long time.
You ain't the only one.
Hey, in the Madden game, you do drafts and stuff like that?
Oh, I'm in a Madden. I'm in a
can.
Madden franchise draft where we did a fantasy draft right now, and I drafted Chris McCaffrey. I drafted all O linemen to start out at the draft.
By the way, I went back to
good
the draft where I sat in my now wife's apartment the whole day. It was the '94 draft, and I know it was the reason. I know it was important because the Oilers were still in Houston, so I was still a big Houston fan.
Love you blue, baby.
Cowboys I was covering. I covered the Cowboys camp, so I was trying to figure out what they were going to do. And then my friend Sam Adams, who I went to high school with.
Oh, was being drafted?
And he went 8th overall to the Seattle Seahawks.
That's why you were so into it. You had a personal connection.
And I'd known Sam since we were in elementary school.
I
so I'm like, okay, where's he going?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Because Big Daddy Dan Wilkinson went 1 overall. Marshall Falk went 2 that year.
That was a good draft.
Good, man. Bryant Young, Sam Adams, Jameer Miller. So that's why I had a connection to it. And then I had covered Cowboys camp and Houston, and the Cowboys had, all my buddies were Cowboys. So, yeah.
Love you, blue, baby.
And then once you get going, you just got to keep watching it. You got to keep watching. You don't really have
addictive.
to. But yeah. Hey, we'll come back. When we do, we will pick up the What's Poppin' conversation. What are we watching this weekend without football? Hook 'em up.
What's poppin'?
All right, it is What's Poppin' time. Final segment on a Friday into a weekend that does not include football. Unfortunately, we'll have to fill the hole, Ron. Fill the hole, or you could just do fun things with your girlfriend, like Ty's going to do.
There you go.
Go to birthday parties and actually.
No, she's not. She's not in the plans this weekend. She's working.
She's working. What does she do? Retail?
No, she's a personal assistant / nanny for a Westlake mom.
Oh, okay.
Oh, nice.
Oh, that's right. My daughter stepped in for her at one point.
She did. She did.
Over Christmas because.
Your daughter does nanny work sometimes.
Oh, big
right?
time.
Yeah,
big time. So yeah, she.
You can make some serious money doing that stuff.
Well,
yes.
Yeah. People care about who watches their kids.
Oh, big time. And they pay for it.
And they'll pay exactly. Because I'm thinking about child care now. It's like I guess I will pay a whole lot of money to make sure that a professional and somebody who makes good decisions is watching my child.
Hey, well, if you ever need a babysitter, Rod, you can.
Oh no, I've told you I might take him up on that, and I might take you up on it too. So don't just throw it out there because I will use it.
So I was maybe the most proud of my daughter, which is hard to say because I'm pretty proud of her. But she was playing volleyball in what grade was that? Maybe 9th grade.
Mm-hmm.
And she quit the volleyball team. She got mad at the coach because the coach got mad at her because the girls won't be supposed to be talking to boys.
Okay.
Before or during practice.
Uh-huh.
And her brother, my other son, came in and had to tell her something, and the coach jumped her ass for talking to a boy. And she was like, "That's my brother. He was telling me something that was important."
It's like flirting, and my brother.
And she didn't care. No, you can't talk to boys. And so she had to do like laps or something. I know. She's like, "All right, I'm done." But then the softball coach at the high school needed someone to babysit and watch her kids while practice was going on after school. And she was going to pay her. She's like, "I'll do that. That sounds great."
Wow. I can make some money.
I make some money.
Yeah,
watch
I'll
these two
take that.
kids, and that really launched her. And
she's got a very entrepreneurial spirit. As
she
you tell me.
does.
Like,
yeah,
she likes to,
and she launched that, and she met some people. She ended up in this, Circle C Moms Facebook group. And
that's just kind of like you, because you were like that when you were young.
Yeah,
so you
jobs.
like getting a job. Yeah, you didn't date anybody. You were like, I got too many jobs.
Got too many jobs.
Like you're 16.
I got to work. I got a paper. I got to deliver papers in a month.
I know. Yeah, that's good.
Oh man, but
Apple
yeah,
didn't
she's
fall
like that.
far from the tree.
Yeah, she said, no, I'm going to
Well,
go.
I might be taking both of y'all up on them offers. So y'all
I remember her
keep
telling
the
me
lines
that.
of
She said,
communication open.
"Do you want to sit here and get yelled at by this crazy lady, or do I want to go?"
I know that's
make
such a
some
coach
money.
thing to do. Yells at her, cusses her down. It's like, that's my brother.
That's my brother, coach.
That's my brother,
He was
coach.
telling me something about something that I needed to know.
Yeah.
But that was because they were great apart, or they still are.
That's
a
pretty
year
good.
apart.
That's funny.
So that was popping. Yeah. So if you need babysitting, good for you, Ty. I will be watching. If I do watch television much this weekend, Rod, it's going to be golf. From Riviera.
Okay. Tiger Woods show.
I will watch that 3-point contest between Steph Curry and the WNBA player. I'll be watching that.
I might watch a little bit of the All-Star festivities.
I will be watching Texas baseball. I will be watching Texas baseball.
That's sexy.
And I got to look and see if this that tournament up in Arlington at Globe Life Park field is on TV somewhere. It probably is. That's got some real good teams, including Tennessee and Texas Tech and Baylor. Oklahoma is up there, so I'm going to be watching some college baseball.
What I'm going to watch? I'm going to watch that Apple documentary on the Patriots. First 2 episodes are out.
They're streaming.
Done. I'm watching those, man. That's going to be fantastic. I'll give you an update on it. Also, I'm watching the last episode of True Detective, the latest season. Have you been keeping up with it?
I've not gotten to I haven't.
Up
I'm
to
not
speed?
loving it, but I need to watch 5. I'm going to watch 5.
Yeah, you need to go ahead and watch it. Yeah, because I agree. I'm not. It's not even close to as good as season 1. Nothing ever will.
It's
be
just so
True
every
Detective.
time at the end of each one, I'm like, what the hell?
Yeah.
What the hell?
I'm like, how
happened?
y'all gonna wrap all this up? But yeah, and it's a very supernatural kind of element to this one. Anyway, but
Yeah.
I'll watch that. Also, I'm loving the fact that Larry David's Curb Your Enthusiasm is back for its last season. So I'll be watching one of those episodes too. Ty, you watching Curb Your Enthusiasm?
I did not know there was a new season. I'm
Oh,
going.
yeah. Oh,
yeah.
Do you know
He's
the
been out
band
promoting
Lettuce?
Yeah.
Lettuce?
No.
Well, it's kind of like a jam band-esque band. I'm going to that concert tonight. I just figured out.
Nice.
It'll be fun.
Where's that? Where is
Stubbs.
that show? No, I love Stubbs.
Look like you said you just figured it out. Like somebody sent you a text and you got.
Oh yeah, I got offered a
That's
free,
what it was.
a free ticket.
Nice.
You could do a little Texas baseball, then get over to Stubbs. That's not you can make that pretty easy.
Ooh, that's a
Got a
good
Matt
sound.
Del Rancho birthday dinner both tonight and tomorrow. So
I
I'm
know
gonna
how that
if you
is.
can find me. You can find me there.
Be on your best behavior. I know why y'all go to Matt Del Rancho, and it ain't all about the queso, okay? So on your best behavior, sir.
It's about the
I know what's going on
knockout
there.
martinis is where I'm at.
Yeah, okay. I know. I've been to the bar at Matt Del
You're
Rancho. It's popping, man.
It's
Them-
popping.
The Real Housewives of Westlake love it over there.
You get a couple of those martinis in them.
Yes, they do. They get a little wild.
Hey now. All right, Rod. Have a great weekend.
You too,
Ty,
Rod.
you too, man. Happy birthday to your birthday parties you're going to. That'll be fun. We'll be back on a Monday morning at 6 a.m. bringing it strong from the weekend. Who wins the All-Star game? Texas baseball's first series, 7 o'clock tonight, Game 1. 50th year of Dish